Before we get started, I just want to apologize to everyone because I know I've been absent for about a month and a week or something like that, and I know I've kept you all out of the loop, and I'm sorry for not telling you guys sooner that I would be gone. I've had a lot of issues that I had to deal with in real life, and as much as I would have loved to continue to make weather content for you all during that time, I just couldn't find the time to do it. And so I apologize to you all. That will be changing here relatively soon. We will have a new schedule that will come out to when I can actually upload content. And we'll be getting right back into the thick of things, getting ready for the main part of hurricane season. So with that being said, enjoy the live stream. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. And today, we are back. It took me a while. Holy crap. You didn't think that I would be able to come back, but I did. Holy crap. Who knew? Who knew that yours truly would be back and not lay on his bed 24/7? I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. I actually had issues with in real life stuff. But you know what? It's fine. We are here to cover a huge risk for severe weather across the portions of the Great Lakes heading into the Midwest. And so if you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream, because this does get on YouTube's algorithm and this does get onto people who actually need this information. This video or this live stream could potentially help people who need this information. So please be sure to like the live stream, share this with friends and family and on social media, as well as, well, specifically Facebook and Twitter, because most people tend to go on there. They also go onto YouTube as well, which is the reason why I live stream on this platform. So please be sure to share this. Big thing, key thing here is we have to share this with as many people as possible, because we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here today in Wisconsin. This is a big time risk here for severe weather, specifically because there is the threat for some hurricane force winds across the board here, and specifically here in places like Wisconsin, to where there hasn't been a whole lot of severe weather this season. They could potentially be getting a rude awakening to what Mother Nature can potentially bring. So a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here is indicated in this red circle here. This does cover places of Wisconsin near Eau Claire, Green Bay, Milwaukee gets into this action, Grand Rapids, Michigan, as well as areas near Kalamazoo and South Bend. They're right on the border of the 3 out of 5 and the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale there. You can see here all the way across the board in this red circle. That is where the main risk for severe weather is potentially going to be. And we already have a couple of thunderstorms that are actually firing off across the board. Nothing too significant. There are a couple special weather statements with this, which could include 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail. So it's definitely one of those things to where this isn't exactly the main part of the event, but it is definitely kind of one of those appetizers that get you ready for the main thing. And then we also have our 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here, everything inside this orange circle. That is where you guys could potentially get some not as strong conditions as the main risk in the red, but you still could get some severe weather across the board that could be somewhat intense. Then everywhere in the green, the dark green and the yellow, that is your 1 out of 5 and your 2 out of 5 on your severe weather scale there. So nothing too significant with that, but you could potentially still get some severe storms within your area. There also is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale over here in places of southern Maryland, southeastern portions of Virginia and eastern portions of North Carolina. There also is a severe thunderstorm watch that will expire in the next 84 minutes, but there is a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here that is just north of Wilmington, with this severe thunderstorm warning here that does include portions of Jones, Lenoir, Craven, Onslow, and Duplin counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and the potential for you guys to get quarter-size hail and damaging wind gusts in upwards of 60 miles per hour is very likely, especially as you can see here on radar, massive line of storms that are approaching the Jacksonville area just to the north of Wilmington. And even if we play this out on a loop, you can see here that this is moving due south, and so this will be heading off towards the Wilmington area. So definitely something to consider, especially if you live in Wilmington. But not only Wilmington, you also have areas down the road like Myrtle Beach too. A lot of people over there who live in Myrtle Beach who are trying to get, you know, the late evening walks or whatever you may be over at the boardwalk or even downtown. And you guys could potentially be ruined by that potential for some severe weather to go into your area. So definitely something to consider as this continues to move about. We also have a couple other severe thunderstorm warnings here. This one that is out and about near Columbia with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as a 3/4 of an inch size hail or penny-sized hail. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. for Sumter, Richland, and Kershaw counties. So if you live over there, highly advise you all get indoors. You do not want to be pelted by hail. You do not want to be struck by lightning either. That is not fun. And definitely one of those things to where I would really monitor those storms as that continues to head towards the major population of Columbia. There's also a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here in southern portions of Georgia, but most of these will expire within the next 20 minutes, more or less. But the potential for some damaging wind gusts and upwards of 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as some penny-sized hail, is possible with this. So if you live in Cook, Berrien, Lanier, Louds, Brooks County here in Georgia, highly advise you all stay indoors until 7:45. And then you also have Cook, Berrien, Thomas, Brooks, Colquitt, Tift, and Worth counties until 8 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. So definitely one of those things where you're really going to have to watch out for that. And then last but not least, we could cover the areas over here in Colorado, but they're very kind of localized and stationary, so there's not really too much to talk about. I do want to talk about this severe thunderstorm warning here that's over Fort Worth. Tarrant County, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour, 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is most likely possible with this. Not expecting too much of hail to be a factor here, but I do think that you guys could still see some damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour, as I should say. Now, the interesting thing here is that the United States isn't the only thing that's getting impacted by these storms. And you can see here, there's also these other yellow boxes that are in portions of Canada as well. And surprisingly, and I say surprisingly because at first I didn't think this was possible, but apparently there are severe thunderstorm warnings that get issued here in Canada, and we do have quite a plethora of them. Environmental Canada meteorologists have been tracking storms that have been moving out and about 14 kilometers northwest of a Tucamamoan Lake, moving south at 45 kilometers per hour. So not exactly too fast, but the winds and hail that are being produced from these storms is indeed somewhat, I wouldn't say significant, but they are kind of a nuisance to people who may live over here. So if you live in areas near the International Falls, the Thunder Bay area, north of that towards Ignace, as well as Dryden, highly would advise you all to really, geez, everyone loves spamming in the chat today. Everyone's, I guess, excited for me to come back. Yeah, no, it's these severe thunderstorms. If you live in these areas here in Canada, highly advise that you guys really stay indoors during these storms. Now, I do want to talk about one thing here. Well, actually, have they updated this yet? I don't think they have. I'm also watching out for any of you guys who like ice hockey. I'm a bit of an ice hockey nerd myself, and so I've been paying attention to the free agency day here as well. But I haven't seen any updates from the Storm Prediction Center of a tornado watch. They did say they were going to issue one prior to 0Z, which is 8 o'clock Eastern. And if you guys take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see it's at 1941:22. That's the current time right now, which is in Eastern in military time. So this is right before 8 o'clock, and we're expecting a tornado watch to be issued here within the next 20 minutes. So we do have a little bit of time. I didn't want to live stream super early because I knew this would start, ramping up later on, more towards the kind of sunset hours. But the one thing that I can do here to kind of kill off time is, I'm sure a lot of you have questions as to where is this going to impact and who could it impact and how strong is it going to be? Well, funny you should ask. I don't know, but let's ask the computer. I'm sorry. I have to have a little bit of fun here before we get all serious and stuff. So we're going to take a look at the high rapid resolution refresh model, other known as the HRRR. And we can see here, if I can actually reload the page, there we go. And the time, by the way, I will mention this. I haven't brought out my pen at all this entire stream. I am surprised. Here's my pen. There we go. Okay, so this is the time over here in Eastern Daylight Time. So if you guys want to follow along, you can. We are going to move it up just a smidge to go up to what the approximate time is. There we go. And so now you can see we've got a lot of these scattered storms that are moving about already. And according to this model, just like what the radar is saying as of right now. If we go back to the radar over here and show you all what's happening, we got a lot of this scattered thunderstorm activity here already. So there's a lot of activity here that is correlating with both what's happening right now and what the models are saying. So we can say this is kind of reliable, somewhat reliable. I wouldn't say it's, pinpoint accurate, but it'll give us an idea as to what all is happening. So if we take a look as time continues to move along, these storms that are up here in Canada do start to kind of materialize. It's not exactly a line just yet, but I'm just drawing this imaginary line here to give you all an idea as to where these storms are coming from. And a lot of this activity is coming from Canada and even northern portions of Minnesota. So as this continues to move on through, some of the activity over here starts to move closer and closer to Duluth. And then we have some pop-up showers and thunderstorms that really start to intensify and become a bit more sporadic at around the 8 Central Daylight Time hours. So some activity over here, the Twin Cities, a bit further south of Duluth, a bit further north of La Crosse. You guys will really start to get some of that action with these storms. And this is where I believe would be the heightened tornado risk of this event. This would be the highest chance of tornadoes here, right within that area. And so if you guys live, I'll go back over here to the screen, near Rice Lake, Eau Claire, anywhere near I-35, north of Twin Cities, even east of Twin Cities, that general vicinity, I think you guys have the highest risk of tornadoes, especially potentially strong ones. I don't think it'll be significantly strong, but if there was the potential for a strong tornado, I could see it right within there. And, even before we continue to move on with this, I'll get into the specifics as to why there's a moderate risk. Just with the tornado probability, though, there is a 10% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius here. So just want to, let you all know that this is... there is a risk for tornadoes within this general vicinity, and I'm not just, turning a blind eye to it. It's just, or even, I'm not even just pulling it out of, a hat or something like that. This is just with the consensus of what the professionals at the Storm Prediction Center say, but also with what I've seen on the models and how things have portrayed itself leading up to the beginning of this event. So, with that being said, there's your pop-up storms and showers that begin to really explode across the board here. And this will be starting to consolidate into more of the damaging wind threat, the huge line of storms that will produce your hurricane force winds. You can already see this massive linear segment of this squall line here that will really punch through the central portion of Wisconsin. Would not be surprised if we saw over hurricane force winds here, even upwards of 90 miles per hour, maybe even higher in some spots, if it can get there. It's got to really form that linear segment almost immediately in the beginning, and then it's got to continue to sustain all the way through. If it doesn't sustain, you won't be talking about that, but the environment does point to the fact that there could potentially be some strong damaging winds here and upwards of hurricane force winds, maybe even higher than that in some local areas. And the cool thing about it is that with the technology that I have, not only can we see it from the radar, but we can also see it from the local weather stations that people have generously provided for us here on Radar Omega. And so we will be able to see how fast these wind speeds are, as well as the reports that the National Weather Service get in. And we'll keep you guys all up to date with how significant this event could potentially be. As this continues to move on through, it's about 9:30 here, heading up into 10 and 10:30, massive line of storms. This is exactly what I was talking about. According to this model here, the HRRR, this thing really starts to kind of kick off and fire up, form into a massive line of storms that will really start to push on through. This is what I'm most concerned about. A lot of people are talking about the tornado risk. They think that that's going to be a lot more significant. I beg to differ, because this is on a much more widespread scale, and I think this could potentially be even more powerful in some spots than the actual tornadic rotations. You could see quick spin-ups, maybe even a significant spin-up within the line, but I think the main damaging wind threat will take the cake for the significant severe weather parameters. And then as this continues to move on through, Green Bay gets impacted here at about, I'd say 11 o'clock is right around the time in which you guys could get impacted. And as this continues to move further south towards places like Milwaukee, you guys could not only get one set of storms here with the leftovers of the line out in front, but you could also potentially get the other portion of the line that's lagging a little bit behind here at around 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock as to when this thing can really push on through. And then as this continues to move on through overnight, you can see this starts to materialize over Lake Michigan and pushes on through into Grand Rapids as a significant storm again. Whether or not I will continue to stay up until then is the real question. I have been staying up until 5 o'clock over the past week and stuff like that, so I might be able to stay up all night if I can. But The point being is that significant damaging winds with the potential for tornadoes is possible across the board here. And even as this continues to progress on through, Kalamazoo, as well as areas near South Bend, could potentially get some severe storms into the early morning hours, probably at about 6:30 to 7 a.m. I should say, as this really starts to wither into its ending stages of this event. So people are telling me that there is a severe thunderstorm warning up here, and there is. This one is actually all the way up here in the northern portion of Minnesota. The only thing about this, and this is the one thing that I am a bit concerned about in regards to the quality of how we distribute our information, is that most of these storms will be in areas to where it will lack radar coverage. So I bragged about how the fact that we have our tools to show us not only radar coverage, but the weather stations, I should say, that are on the ground that are actually getting hit by these storms. But usually we use our weather radars more often than not over any other thing. And so I'm going to quickly circle here for you areas that are these areas that have radars, and I'll show you how far away they are. So there's one radar right here, there's one radar right here, one radar right here, and one radar right here. And so you can see how far this storm actually is away from the radar. If I actually got a distance measurement tool here, I might be able to show you all specifically. Let's do that. So distance measurement. It is about 130 miles away from Duluth's radar and about 135 miles away from Grand Forks radar in North Dakota. So this is really far away from the radar, and it's very hard for us to tell as to what exactly is happening here. But we will be able to look at it from Duluth's radar, and we'll have a general idea as to what all could be happening. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning here for the Beltrami County area. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. $50 sized hail is expected with this storm. So for areas who live here near Kelliher, as well as Shooks and Funkley, and maybe even areas near Northome and Alvwood, you guys could potentially get a supercell that's producing some large hail. And excuse me. We're even seeing this storm go up very high up in the sky. The cloud tops of this storm actually go above 50,000 feet. We call this the enhanced echo tops, or the echo tops, more or less, if you wanted to forget about the enhanced part. But there is the potential for these storms to be very large and produce very large hail with that, as well as I said, strong damaging winds and even tornadoes. But the thing about it is we won't be able to really tell if there's going to be a huge tornadic threat with this, due to the fact that it is very far away from the radar. It seems how tornadoes happen a lot closer to the ground. We're forced to look up a lot higher in the sky because of how far away this actual storm is. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. Ithaca and Koochiching County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that one. So if you live in a Mizpah, you guys are expected to get this storm at about 6:55, and Northome at about 7. So I really advise you guys to get indoors by then. Really do not. If I were you, I really would not want to be impacted by this severe storm that could produce large hail and upwards of even quarter size. There's this other severe thunderstorm warning said $50 size hail, which is a little bit larger. It's about a quarter of an inch difference between the two, but regardless, both could do damage. So I highly advise you get indoors. Can I look at West Colorado? I can look at that briefly. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like. Leaving a like on my live stream actually gets this live stream out to more people who potentially need this information, especially since there is the threat for some hurricane force winds tonight, as well as the chance for tornadoes in and around those areas in Wisconsin, as well as areas in Michigan, Minnesota, even Illinois could get into the action. So if you guys are new to my channel, I please ask that you guys like the live stream, as well as share it with friends and family on Facebook and Twitter. A lot of people go over there. So I would really appreciate if we can get this information out as much as possible. And subscribe if you're new. I do severe weather live content like this. I try to live stream as much as possible. I haven't been doing so as of late because I've been pretty inactive due to IRL stuff. But that will be changing here. I am going to be coming back to YouTube, and I am going to be providing more and more content for you all, especially since we're going to be starting to get into the main part of hurricane season, and we're going to have a lot of stuff for you guys to look at and be able to take in as we do coverage of that. So please be sure to do all of that. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. Most of these will expire within the next 6 minutes. So that's the reason why I was saying there isn't really going to be a whole lot to talk about with these storms. But severe thunderstorm warning here for Montrose and Mesa counties until that would be the top of the hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, quarter-size hail with that one. And then you also have this severe thunderstorm warning up here for Mesa County, north central Mesa County until the top of the hour as well for the same exact thing. A lot of lightning with these storms, I will say. But there isn't too much to talk about in regards to the tornadic threat. How do you download GR2 Analyst? There is a website for that. And so if you would like to search up the website, it's as simple as GR2 Analyst. You come up here to GR2 Analyst main page, GR level X, go down here. There is a free trial for this, 21-day free trial. This will install the program to you, but then after that, it'll turn off, and you'd have to go on to fastspring.com, which is a safe website. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's sketchy, man. It is a safe website, and if you are a weather enthusiast like myself, and you think about this as being a future career for you, I highly recommend this program. It is $250, so that is a bit of a dent in your wallet, but I personally think that it is a very good program. And, of course, I've been using it as much as possible. So, appreciate it, Gary. I really do appreciate it. And, it's the same thing for anyone else. If you guys have any sort of content that you want to show me, whether you live in these areas or if you see anything on Twitter that may pique your interest, as long as it doesn't have anything in the video or picture that says not for rebroadcast, because I do not want to get into legal trouble. As long as it doesn't have those stuff in there, I would greatly appreciate if you guys could send that my way so that I could show people here on the stream, because seeing is believing. All right, most people probably wouldn't believe me if I told them that there would be a tornado on the ground just by looking at radar, but if they saw that there was a tornado there, they probably would be more likely to believe me, and we could potentially save lives that way. So that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Gary. I really do appreciate it. You have a friend who lives in Milwaukee. Should he be concerned? I don't think he should be as concerned as people further north of him, but I do think that he should be wary of what all is coming to him. So if there is a way for him to turn on emergency alert notifications for on his phone, or if he has a weather radio, that would be greatly recommended, more or less, to have. So yeah, I would highly recommend at least having some sort of notifications if you are over in the Milwaukee area, because this is going to be happening a little bit later on tonight. Now, I will say, I am going to be live streaming all the way through. I might be live streaming when it gets over to Michigan as well, but that's kind of a stretch. It'll be like a 30-minute time frame of which it will be over the lake. So I don't exactly know if I'll be able to do that, but I will be live streaming all the way to when it gets to Milwaukee. So if you do have anyone who lives over there, or if you live over there, feel free to stick around with me. I will try to get you as much information as possible. I am at the moment continuing to try and refresh as much as possible. The severe threat has been delayed by a few hours at minimum, not seeing any meaningful signs of something firing in the immediate future. I would not issue a watch until at least a little development occurs. I could see that, honestly. And if we take a look at the satellite imagery here real quickly, and go on to the infrared satellite, which infrared, for most of you who may not know why we use infrared looks at temperature. And so if we look at thunderstorms and see what their temperature is, which is basically just how high up in the sky they are, then we'll be able to determine if storms are significant or not. And, you know, a lot of people are probably going to be like, well, storms have temperature, you know, especially if you go higher up in the sky. And to that, I would reply, well, if you think of it this way, the higher and higher you go up in a mountain, the colder and colder it gets, right? So it's the same thing for these thunderstorms too. The higher and higher they get, the colder and colder they are. And so that's the reason why we use infrared satellite. This tells us how tall these thunderstorms actually are within these areas. So we do have some areas that are of interest. We have the huge cluster of storms that are billowing through in northern portions of Wisconsin, as well as the severe thunderstorm that's up here in northern Minnesota as well. So we do have a couple of thunderstorms that are really trying to just, you know, be a nuisance to most people. But if you remember how we were looking at the models earlier, most of the thunderstorms started firing off near the Twin Cities areas and further east. So if we were to look for storms right around that areas, right around those areas, I should say, and we played this on loop, we don't really have a whole lot of activity here. We have some of these, you know, whites, purples, even these light greens in some of these areas, but it's not like, you know, these thunderstorms here in northern portions of Wisconsin where they're in the yellow, orange, even reds and maybe dark reds in some spots. So we don't have too much activity happening right now, but a good thing to watch out for, especially if you're trying to find out where thunderstorms are going to be firing off, is by looking for those specific colors and paying attention to the models as to where they could fire off specifically. Now, a lot of people might be asking, well, what if you're trying to figure out where the thunderstorms are going to initiate without using radar? Like, what if you're going to try to predict this? How does the models do it and stuff like that? And to that, we take a look at something that's a little bit more in depth. And a lot of people might be looking at me and saying, oh boy, he's becoming a nerd. He's trying to talk about weather. Stop him, please. We don't want to hear this. Too bad. No, it's not that bad, trust me. So for the people who actually have been on my channel for quite some time, you guys might have heard some of these, you know, names for parameters like convective available potential energy, or CAPE as we like to call it, helicity, wind shear, all sorts of stuff like that. We use that based off of the live analysis that we're getting from satellite to try and determine as to where this all could be potentially happening. And so here's the thing, all right? It all just doesn't pop out of nowhere turn one. It's got to take time to be able to build itself. It's like when you're pulling back a slingshot. If you pull it back more and more and more and more, you get more and more energy. And then eventually, it either A, you release it and it shoots, or B, it breaks right within your hand, and then boom, you have a huge mess within right in front of you. So same thing happens here. It needs to gradually develop and kind of materialize until it all becomes too much for the environment to handle. So let's take a look at a couple things. First things first, we're going to take a look at the convective available potential energy, or CAPE. And what this basically tells us is warm air rising and cold air sinking. The displacement between the two would basically be your energy. And the more displacement you have, the more convective available potential energy you have. Now, there is one thing here that could potentially hamper this event a little bit, and that is the offsetting factor, other known as capping inversion. What capping inversion does is it basically limits thunderstorms from either forming or sustaining. So it's basically like, you know, it's basically when you're trying to compare something of black and white, you know, it's like, all right, what's the opposite of black? White, obviously. What's the opposite of convective available potential energy? Capping inversion. That's what it is. And so a good example of this here is, and I'm going to go full screen here for you all. I have this water bottle. This water bottle is complete with air. If I could squeeze it, you know, it's not going to pop off because there's obviously a lid up top. Obviously, if I took off the lid and squeezed it, all of the air would be rushing out. But what capping inversion does is it's this lid right here. It's this lid. It's not... I can squeeze it as hard as I want to, and it won't pop off. That's what capping inversion does. Now, there is some instances to where in some spots where the capping inversion naturally starts to decay, wither away, if you will, it could become explosive. And what I mean explosive is thunderstorms could potentially pop out of thin air, more or less. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to twist the water bottle. And for people who don't like to hear the sound of water bottles scrunching, you might want to cover your ears for the next 15 seconds. So what I'm going to do... I did not intend for that to happen. All right, let's try this again. Do I have another water bottle? Do I have another water bottle? I do have another water bottle. Beautiful. So, water bottle. I'm gonna twist it. Twist it, twist it, twist it, twist it, twist it. The cool thing about this demonstration is look at the cap. You see how it's bowling? See how it kind of bowls up like this? That actually is what happens with the weather. If you have clouds like that bowls up like this, it's trying to keep all that energy at bay. But this right here, if you take off the lid, this is what happens with thunderstorms. See that steam right there? It rushes out significantly. And boom, that's how you get your big time thunderstorms that really start to become significant. So, that's what we're watching out for in the energy aspect, is how much energy there is, and if there's any capping inversion, how much is there in order to limit these thunderstorms. And if there isn't enough, then it'll become that steam that I showed you all from the water bottle. So, this is really one of those things that we're going to have to pay attention to. And just by looking at this already, we have a lot of energy in some of these areas, some of which are not even in the main risk area, but within some of these numbers right within here, we have convective available potential energy numbers and upwards of 7,000 joules per kilogram. You typically want, for a rough estimate, about 2,000 joules per kilogram or above in order to get severe thunderstorms. So this is an absorbent amount of energy that will really kind of just fire off if it gets the opportunity to. But the thing of it is that thunderstorms are not anticipated to form here in central Minnesota. They're anticipated to form over here in Wisconsin. And so the thing of it is that there is some areas that do have a lot of energy here. Some of these areas right within here have an upwards of 2,000 or 3,000 joules per kilogram, maybe a little bit less than 2,000 in some spots, but there is 3,000 joules per kilogram over here near Green Bay. So there's a lot of energy. But you guys can also see this kind of blue shaded area here within this, and this does represent capping inversion, and there is a bit of it. I mean, when I say there's a bit, I mean there's kind of a lot. There's kind of a lot of capping inversion here. So, if the capping inversion can naturally wither away, which it will happen because daytime heating and how it goes overnight, overnight will naturally wither away capping inversion, then you could potentially start to get your thunderstorms that will really fire off, like the model said, near the Twin Cities and Minnesota area. And even though there's not a whole lot of energy around that general vicinity, there is some that could potentially fire off. As I said, 2,000 or 3,000 joules per kilogram is what's over here. You want at least 2,000 joules per kilogram, and that's exactly what we got right here, right within this area. Now, the one thing I do want to do here real quickly, I showed you all the timings of this event a little bit earlier as to what's happening with these thunderstorms, but I also want to show you all the wind gust swath here. So what that basically means is, what's the maximum wind within a certain spot according to this model. Now, models are not going to be perfect. They're not supposed to be perfect. They're just supposed to give you an idea as to what's going to happen. So we're going to show you the maximum wind gust swath. That's a tongue twister. And we're going to give you an idea as to how high the winds could potentially be. And so, as we continue here with time, you can see this is around the time period in when storms start to really fire off. This is 10:45 Eastern, so this would be about 9:45 Central. And you can see wind gusts are already in upwards of 67 miles per hour, according to this bottom number. You can't really see it all too much because it's very small, but 67 miles per hour right here, and it's already at 9:45. It's supposed to get worse later on in the evening, so let's continue to watch it. And boom, we're already at 92 miles per hour. So this is one of those things where we really have to watch out. I mean, this is only 2 hours into the event, and you're already seeing almost Category 2 hurricane force winds. It's definitely well over Category 1 hurricane force winds, but almost Category 2 hurricane force winds within some of these areas. And so we really have to watch out for that. Let's keep going to see what we could still see from this. This massive wind gust swath that's continuing to move on through. Even a new line of storms that start to head on through near Green Bay. So Green Bay, you guys are potentially also in this risk. And as this continues to move on closer and closer to the to Lake Michigan, I should say, that's when this really starts to become a lot more widespread in Wisconsin. And you can see there is a lot of these greens and oranges. This can indicate, according to the color table down here at the bottom, 42 to 50, maybe even 60 mile per hour wind gusts within some of these areas, which that can topple trees and power lines and could potentially do damage to sidings of houses. Even with those trees and power lines, it could fall over onto those houses. And so I highly recommend that if you live within any of these areas and you are planning to sleep through this event, I would highly recommend going into the lowest innermost portion of your building and potentially just hide out there for the evening. But if you follow what I just said and what the National Weather Service says and the Storm Prediction Center, what they say as well, you should be fine as long as you take care of yourself. Now, the interesting thing about this is that this storm, according to this model, goes absolutely mental over Lake Michigan. Apparently, there's a 99 mile per hour wind gusts here, according to this model, over Lake Michigan, and I think it's kind of going crazy. So, it could potentially do that. No, never mind. It just topped it, 102 miles per hour. So let's just hope that there isn't any boats out there in the middle of the night, and they should be fine. So, just to reiterate for you all what's happening, for any of you who may be new to the live stream, there is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here issued by the Storm Prediction Center here today. The 4 out of 5, which would be the moderate risk here indicated in this red. So if you live anywhere within this red area, highly recommend that you get into a sturdy structure or building. A mobile home will not do it. You need to get into a sturdy building or structure and get into the lowest innermost portion of your building because there could be some strong damaging winds that could reside within some of these thunderstorms overnight. And this isn't, going to just pop off right now. It's going to happen overnight. It's going to be over a prolonged period of time. And so you won't be able to see this even if you try to go outside. Even though there's a lot of lightning with this event, there will be a lot of lightning. And we have a bunch of cameras here for you all. There probably won't be an instance for you to really see it and materialize it, mainly because, as I said, very dark, and these storms are going to be moving pretty fast. We saw a couple of times that these storms had damaging winds in upwards of 70 mile per hour winds on Wisconsin itself, and so these storms must be moving pretty fast from that, even at those speeds moving across the state. So just to consider... just to ponder on that as this continues to move on through this evening. If we break it down from risk to risk, so we have hail, we have wind, and we have tornadoes. Let's break it down. There is a 30% chance for hail within a 25-mile radius, 5% indicated in brown, 15% in yellow, 30% indicated in red. So if you live in those areas, you have a You have that probability of seeing 1-inch sized hail or larger within a 25-mile radius. You also have, and if we zoom into this here just a bit, just a smidge, you can see that there's this kind of black circle with dotted lines in it. And what that indicates is that is a significant severe risk, or a hatched risk as I like to call it, for large hail, and that gives you a 10% chance or greater probability of seeing 2 inches or larger of hail. So and it's not just like accumulation, it's the actual stones are 2 inches or larger, and that could potentially break windows, windshields, dent cars, damage valuables outside, hurt people, hurt pets. So I highly recommend, if you haven't already, bring your valuables indoors, because this could potentially do damage to people who live within this general vicinity. And then we also have our damaging wind risk. And this is the reason why we have our moderate risk today, or a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. 5% indicated in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, 45% chance in pink. And whatever area, whatever chance you have, that is your probability of seeing 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts or greater within a 25-mile radius. But you also have that pesky little hatched risk again. See that black circle with dotted lines in it? There you go. See that? That right there is our significant risk for wind. And if it was, if it went from 1-inch size hail to 2-inch size hail in that parameter, what about wind? Well, it was 58-mile-per-hour winds. Now it's 74-mile-per-hour winds or greater within a 25-mile radius. 10% chance of seeing that. And that right there is hurricane force winds, which is the reason why I say the potential for hurricane force winds is possible. Just an update, you guys heard that little ding. That is my little bot here that tells me any updates from the Storm Prediction Center. And they have issued a severe thunderstorm watch. Severe thunderstorm watch 399, which is over Wisconsin. They did not issue a tornado watch. They issued a severe thunderstorm watch. So that is interesting. They mentioned that they were most likely going to issue a tornado watch, and now they've issued a severe thunderstorm watch. So maybe the chances for tornadoes has kind of fanned out a little bit. But that is, a lot of people are saying PDS severe thunderstorm watch, so that's probably the reason. So PDS, for any of you who are curious, is a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. And that right there, my friends, is not good whatsoever, specifically because if you guys are in a particularly dangerous situation, it's the name entails. It's exactly what you think it is. And so for this to be a severe thunderstorm watch as a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch, that is not good. So we will continue with this. I think that was the only reason why they issued the severe thunderstorm watch, is because they think it's actually going to be a derecho. So that is that kind of confirms my suspicions that this will most likely be a widespread damaging wind risk, and it will be significant within those spots. And then finally, we do have our tornado risk here. A 2% chance of tornadoes in this green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow. So whatever area you're in, that is your probability of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. So I highly recommend you guys watch out for that. Now, here's the thing. I did notice here, someone sent me on Twitter that there was these storms that were really starting to fire off. And here it is. There's your storms that we were watching, and eastern portions of Minnesota, western portions of Wisconsin, even northern portions of Wisconsin. This is your main risk that will start to materialize, and this will be your major risk for severe storms. This is what could potentially create the severe weather outbreak we could potentially have tonight. And a lot of people are asking, what is a derecho? Well, derecho is a long-lived line of storms that produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for 250 miles straight. That's what a derecho is, and that's what we're anticipating here tonight. Widespread damaging winds and widespread damage expected. So let's take a look at that severe thunderstorm watch here. We will put it in here in a second. We do not have that on hand exactly as to the stuff entails. Here's the severe thunderstorm watch. So you can see here it does include portions of well, it does include St. Paul, or actually, yeah, St. Paul. So not both of Twin Cities, but it does include St. Paul. A bit further east of St. Cloud does include Eau Claire. A little bit of La Crosse, I think that's what it is. Where it is specifically. It does include Green Bay, Appleton, as well as Madison and northern portions of Wisconsin as well. So this is your severe thunderstorm watch that we were. Well, I wasn't really anticipating a severe thunderstorm watch. They did say they were going to issue a tornado watch, but they didn't. And so I'm going to read here for you all what they think will happen. The National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has issued a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of parts of east central Minnesota, much of Wisconsin, and Lake Michigan, effective this Wednesday night and Thursday morning from 7:15 p.m. until 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Primary threats include widespread damaging winds expected with isolated significant wind gusts to 90 miles per hour likely. So if people thought that I had clickbait thumbnail saying, oh, you thought a 90 mile per hour derecho wasn't possible? No. The professionals here who actually have degrees in what they have, they agree that this could be a significant damaging wind threat across much of the watch area. Scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter possible, and a tornado or two possible. I mentioned earlier that I did not think this would be a huge tornado threat. I thought the winds were going to basically push out much of the risk for tornadoes, more or less. But this right here, 90 mile per hour winds, widespread. That's all you need to read right here from this. And so one thing I am going to do here real quickly, if you guys would give me like 5 seconds, I am going to, I have a scroll text for people who are not new. I have a scroll text for people who are new to my channel. And this actually tells everyone what is happening with this event tonight. So I'm going to update that here and showcase that. And once that is done, we can get into the analysis of what all is happening with those storms in Minnesota and Wisconsin. All the more reason, though, guys, why you guys should share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, because this is a pretty big event. It's not normal that people would typically see 90 mile per hour winds in some of these areas, especially since they haven't had a whole lot of severe weather this season. This might be a surprise to a lot of people who live here. So yeah, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family and on social media, specifically Facebook and Twitter. And if you haven't already, by liking the live stream, that helps me get onto YouTube's algorithm so that I can get this live stream out to more people who need it. Because this is obviously a pretty big event. So there's the scroll text that I was talking about. I have now updated it. So if you guys want any more information, this doesn't say it's a PDS severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, it doesn't say that it's a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, so I apologize if anyone thought this was specifically a particularly dangerous severe thunderstorm watch. This isn't. However, if we take a look at the probabilities, we can see here that when the wind probabilities do take the cake, probability of 10 or more severe wind events such as damaging trees, winds, power lines, stuff like that, very high. It's above 95%, and the probability of one or more wind event greater than 65 knots, which is 74 miles per hour, is 70%. So very likely that there will be some damaging winds. and really interesting to say the least. Really interesting to watch out for. So now let's take a look at these storms here, and we're gonna go to what's the best radar for this? Let me take a look at Duluth here real quickly. See, yeah, this might be the better radar here to show you all as to what these storms are doing. So we do have a couple of these thunderstorms that are already starting to fire off. Nothing significant as of right now for a severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, if we take a look, excuse me, if we go over to our trusty radar Omega, this does say that a couple of these storms do have special weather statements with this. So the National Weather Service is monitoring, or they are monitoring these storms. And they are acknowledging that they aren't the most significant at the moment, but still something that they need to watch out for. National Weather Service Twin Cities just tweeted it's a PDS watch. I'm not sure if this is a particularly dangerous situation. They did. Doesn't say anything in the graphic unless if they change it. They might be able to change it. Still banned? Jeez, I thought I got that done. Give me a second here, chat. I'm going to fix something. There it is. Save. Boom. All right, fixed it. Fixed it. Any chance for a tornado outbreak? I highly doubt it, honestly. Treat it as a PDS watch. I treat anything as a dire situation for the most part, and I feel like most people should as well. Pop-up rain showers. Oh, that's hilarious. I mean, obviously it's, you know, I hope he's all right. I hope all the people who live in there are all right, but that is not a pop-up rain shower. Let's see if I can find... Is there anything else on here that I need to look at? Ryan Hall y'all's chasing. There you go. It's going to be really interesting what he gets because everything is going to happen at night. So it's going to be really hard to see. It's going to be really hard to see. New watch? You serious? Trying to get you guys accurate information here. Nope, there it is. That just got changed. PDS Severe Thunderstorm Watch. So it just got changed. Disregard the past 5 minutes and yeah, there you go. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Yep. Big time threat here tonight. Let me actually let me update that here. Effective until 2 a.m. So I gotta put it right within there. So I guess they just updated. Huh. Well, regardless, when we saw the 90-mile-per-hour winds up there, we all knew that this was going to be a pretty big risk here tonight. So you're in whilst. How do we? All right. Before I even continue, how do you pronounce that town name? Is it Wausaw? I don't live over there, so I'm trying my best, you know, not to make people upset. You know what I mean? Bumped it for 70 to 90. Okay, yeah, that's gone. That's gone. Oh yeah, that's gone. 90. They just pulled the trigger on that. One thing else to note is that it is 20% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, so it's not exactly like a high risk. It's Wausaw or Wausau. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Wausau. I appreciate everyone who's helping me. Um, yeah, there we go. Derecho tonight, most likely, most likely. So let's take a look at these thunderstorms here and go through the in-depth analysis of most of these storms, I should say. So the cool thing about this is that I actually have not just been absent for no good reason. I actually have done a little bit of research on how thunderstorms, how to identify if storms are severe or not. And so the cool thing about it is with GR2 Analyst, you have a bunch of tools that you can use to make this analysis with. And it's not just, you know, oh, this has dark red and it has pink, it's definitely severe. You know, it's not like that. Not like that anymore, I should say. It's, you can not only take 3Ds of storms, which we'll get to the 3D later. What I want to do is I want to take a slice through the storm. And we're going to do that here by this cross section. So if I can get this to load up, there we go. Here's our nice little cross section. And we are basically taking a giant slice through the storm and seeing what's all in the middle of it. We can even move it up and down through the storm. But the point being is that we have an idea as to what all is happening in this storm. So the cool thing about it is that it does have the reflectivity here. The green is the lighter rain, yellow is kind of moderate rain, red is heavy rain, and some areas in the pink could be very heavy rain to even hail. And so in some of these areas, this does show some heavier amounts of rain. I don't see any major pink besides right here. And so what I would do for that is I would take a look at ZDR, see if there's any sort of updraft characteristic, which that's what the ZDR does. It shows updrafts or rising motion in the atmosphere. And I see a little bit of an updraft characteristic right within there. It's very much so at the surface. So if we go back to the base reflectivity and show correlation coefficient, which that just shows you the density of the particles in the atmosphere. So the lower the density, the more likely it is to be rain, which is this red stuff. And if it's a higher density, then you can see some of these oranges, yellows, even greens and blues in some spots. But I don't see a whole lot of it. So I don't see too much hail, except for right about here, which would actually be about right, actually. There's a lot of this red within this area right here. If I take a look at the ZDR, and there's a very strong updraft component with this storm right within here. So we got some large hail that is starting to stir up from this storm. And yeah, I could potentially see this as a potential for some large hail. We even have some blues here. So yeah, I could see some large hail falling here near Hayward as well. So it's definitely one of those things where we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move about. But we got some hail that's starting to form here at about 20,000 feet up in the sky. And that will potentially translate down to the surface in and around the areas near Ladysmith and Barron. So if you live over there, I highly anticipate you guys to get a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. I believe there's already a special weather statement that has been issued for that area, but there is some large hail that could be possible with this storm. Now, yeah, I think we could take a crack at this for this storm that's all the way over here in Squaw Lake. Let's take a look up here in northern Minnesota. And in northern Minnesota, first off, there is a severe thunderstorm warning cast, and Itasca, I should say. Those counties have a severe thunderstorm warning for the next, I'd say, 45 minutes until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And you can see here, this already has a warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And there is a report of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, golf ball sized hail over here in Kelleher. So this storm does have the potential to be significant. And even if we take a look at the correlation coefficient, you can see what I'm talking about with how the higher density, the lower the correlation coefficient is. So you can see that green in some of these areas. But I do want to take a slice through the storm to see exactly what this is talking about. And you can see very dark red right within some of this area. Let's go to the updraft characteristic, and you can see there is a bit of an updraft component with this storm. If we go to the correlation coefficient, I don't see too much here above the surface here. That would probably be it right there. And yeah, there it is. So there's your hail right within that general vicinity out in front of the storm. And this is some very dense particles up here that's going to be translating to the ground. So golf ball size hail is definitely not out of the question. Teacup sized hail is definitely not out of the question. Which teacup size hail is about 2 inches. So if you live here in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, I definitely think you guys could get some large hail with this. Not just because it's had a history of doing so, but it's still doing it at the moment. So really you're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to progress southeast. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This isn't for the cell that I was talking about earlier. This is the other one here near Shell Lake and Spooner, as well as Baronet and Hurdle. So new severe thunderstorm warning here for Washburn and Burnett counties. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. Now the interesting thing is a lot of people are like, well, a lot of people are asking here in the chat, well, how does this translate from these storms that seem to be by themselves for the most part? You know, they're not connected in any sort of way. How does this turn into a derecho, this long line storm that will produce hurricane force winds? And the answer to that is, well, eventually these storms will continue to progress, but they're all going to kind of expand and then merge. And they're going to all form that kind of line that way. And so similar to what it's been doing here, I'll put the loop here for you all to show you how explosive these storms basically are. As quickly as this has formed, it will continue to form, I should say, and become more of a consolidated line, to which that's where you can see your long-lived derecho, or the derecho, I should say, not derecho, derecho. And that's what can translate your damaging winds across the board. Now, there are a lot of storms that do have special weather statements. So just because you have a lot of these thunderstorms over here in Wisconsin doesn't mean they're not being monitored by the National Weather Service. So I definitely think, well, never mind. There's your new severe thunderstorm warnings. Just got issued as I was talking about it. So let's get into it a little bit. Actually, before we do that, I do want to bring up this note here before we continue to move about. I mentioned this earlier on in the stream, but because we have a substantial amount, well, a lot more people, I should say, than we did in the beginning of the stream, I will have to mention this again. These thunderstorms are very far away from the radar. The one thing that I do not like about covering northern Wisconsin is because there isn't really a lot to cover. We can't really see a whole lot unless if we're really going to have to look at, you know, either weather stations at the ground, spotters who are trying to figure out what's happening by either taking pictures or putting their own weather stations in, or just judgment. And the thing about it is with radars is that they're really far away from these storms. I'll circle again here for you all how far away these radars. We have one radar right here, one radar right here, one of them right here. This one's a crap radar. Don't look at that one. There's one radar right there, and then there's one radar right here. Notice how most of these storms are right in the middle of all of them. And the thing about it is with radars is the closer you are to them, the lower to the ground they actually are. And because, you know, we don't exactly care about what all is happening in the sky, and a lot of people kind of live on the ground, we're going to want to know what's happening on the ground. But if you're really far away from the radar, you're going to start looking higher and higher and higher into the storm. And so that's the reason why I was talking about earlier as to how this could be a bit of an issue in regards to getting the information out, because we don't exactly know what is happening on the ground. We just have an idea of what's happening based off of what's happening higher up in the atmosphere. So with that, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, including the new one for the storm that I was talking about earlier. We were talking about how there was going to be hail that was forming off with that cell, and it could potentially produce a severe thunderstorm warning soon. Here we are. Here's your new severe thunderstorm warning for Rusk County. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. So if you live near Ladysmith, this storm will be around you at about 7:45. So if you live over there, highly recommend you guys get into some sort of shelter, sturdy structure specifically, because this storm can produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts that could topple trees and power lines, maybe even do damage to weak buildings such as mobile homes. And so if you're in a sturdy structure, and if you're in the lowest innermost part of your building with it, you should be safe within your relative area. Then we also have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings off to the east of that. This one for Oneida County in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that one. So if you live over there, highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure as well. If you live near Willow Reservoir, 7:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time is when the storm is expected to come near you. Rainbow Flowage at about 7:45. Newbold and Crystal Lake Scout Reservation at about 7:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So definitely one of those things where you're going to want to watch out for. And then Rhinelander and Woodboro, this storm could potentially go towards you all later on. So I would watch out for this as this continues to move about. And then last but not least here, the severe thunderstorm warning here for Wausau, specifically here for Lincoln, Marathon, and Langlade County. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with that one. So if you live over here, highly recommend you get indoors. So Merrill and Council Grounds State Park, 7:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time is when that is expected to be around near you. As I said, we're getting pretty far away from the radar here. The closest radar actually is in Green Bay. And so if we take a look at that, you can see the storm is a little bit better looking, just a little bit, but we're actually looking up 9,000 feet up in the sky. And that's not at the surface, is it? That's a couple miles, that's almost 2 miles above the surface. So the one thing that I can say though, is that this storm does look to be moving just barely to the north of Wausau. Just barely to the north of it. You guys still might be able to get some action, but I think it could potentially move mainly off to the north of you. But just because this storm's moving off to the north of you doesn't mean that you won't get hit later on. You most likely will get hit by another thunderstorm, and so I would just continue to just watch out for it. Omen with the Omen with the $3 super chat. My bad. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, what will Rosemount, Minnesota get? I have an aunt there. Well, let's take a look here real quickly. First off, thank you for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Rosemount. By the way, one thing that I do have to mention here for most people is a lot of you guys are going to ask for like specific cities and stuff like that. And as much as I would love to get to every single person, there is approximately 600 of you. And if I were to get to every single person to tell everyone if they were fine or not, I probably wouldn't be able to get to the main action of the people who might need it most. You know what I mean? So, you know, I will prioritize people. You know, I'm not saying people have to pay me to do it, but if I get around to it, I might be able to. But there are instances to where if people ask like this, I will be able to get them their information, because I kind of feel, you know, obliged to do it. You know what I mean? So Rosemont, you guys are kind of a bit to the west of this event. Kind of to the west of this main event. So I don't exactly think that you guys are going to be in the main portion, but you guys could still get some activity. I definitely think it's a possibility. Let's go back to Minneapolis here. New severe thunderstorm warning out in front of the cell that's here in Shell Lake. So we got a lot of storms that are really starting to kind of kick off here. See if I can fix this a little teeny bit. There's a lot of flood warnings here. A lot of flood warnings. So I'm trying to see if there's a lot of people are asking if there's a hook. I don't see any at the moment, I should say. There aren't any tornado possible tags in there either. So I don't see too much on a tornado from a tornadic perspective, I should say. But I definitely would want to continue to watch out for this. Speaking of watching out, I do believe I have a sky cam here somewhere. There's Wausau. There's Marshfield. Now you got to remember, I don't exactly live in these areas, so I can't exactly say, you know, with confidence where everything is. But something tells me this isn't looking off towards the north. I'm going to try and get you all something to look at for when these storms do come across. And look at that. That's the Rib Mountain Sky Cam, and that is some pretty gnarly action here that we're seeing. Pretty strong thunderstorm there. I mean, look at that, guys. That is a pretty strong looking thunderstorm here. You can see how dark it is over on the side, but then you also have this massive shelf cloud here, which can either A, produce some strong damaging winds, or B, if this is supercellular, could potentially produce a tornado, which would be probably somewhere within here. But that is a pretty gnarly storm that we're looking at. Pretty gnarly storm. Is it near Baltimore? No. I live over near Baltimore. Well, I don't exactly live near Baltimore, but I live 2 hours, 3 hours away from it. So I have an idea. Oh, so that's Merrill. That makes sense. Let's see if I can get down to that. They just had a giant thunderstorm, and there's your giant thunderstorm. So Merrill's kind of doing its own thing here. Doesn't seem as if they had the strongest storm on planet Earth, but they definitely had something here. Tornado possible on the Rice Lake storms. That would be the one over here near Shell Lake. Yeah, there's your tornado possible tag. And there is a little bit of a hook here, this little appendage right here near Hurdle. So let's take a look at the velocities. This basically tells us, obviously, where the winds are moving. Greens are moving towards the radar, which we're looking at this from Duluth. So greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. Right in the middle somewhere is where the rotation would be. It's pretty... It's not exactly the most well-defined thing I've ever seen. But it's definitely doing... it's definitely looking primed to be a stronger thunderstorm. So I'd watch out for that. I'd also watch out for this storm here near Pine City. This thing does have some recognizable rotation. You can clearly see the couplet. Greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. So right in the middle right here across, this would be, I believe, Interstate 35, and it is. So if you guys live in that general vicinity, even south and east of that, I'd watch out for those thunderstorms. Jeez. Why in the world am I getting pinged across the board in Discord? I do not know why. But I'm just going to let that do its own thing. Will the wildlife smoke limit storm strength? Depends. I don't think it will. I think it'll actually enhance it because of some lightning characteristics. But yeah, I could be wrong. But yeah, smoke does enhance lightning. Something tells me I'm gonna need to have a lot of water here tonight. Oh yeah, I am looking at Discord. We'll do that for right now. Okay. I mean, wildfire smoke. Well, yeah, we're not burning any wildlife. I knew what you meant. Let's take a look. So there's the Marshfield sky cam. You can definitely see the storms out in front of it. Rooftop sky cam doesn't say too much. Wausau downtown doesn't say too much. There's a lot of stuff over here. Plover. We can see a Burger King. Wisconsin Rapids. Any tornadoes yet? Nope, not at the moment. You know what I honestly need to do? I honestly need to make like a map, like a website that has an interactive map that you can click it and you'll be able to have a link like to whatever you want. So you can click a link and you'd be able to see webcams of specific areas. I feel like a lot of people would enjoy that, like for the United States. And it wouldn't just be like a weather thing. Although, to be fair, it's kind of hard if I were to do it by myself. So I probably need like other people to help me, stuff like that. But that probably would be the best thing. What do I use for my radar? This is GR2 Analyst. I love using this thing. This thing is, in my honest opinion, the best radar out there. It's very pricey. I will say that much, but I think you'll get the best bang for your buck with this. So GR2 Analyst is what I get. What's going to happen in Madison? So Madison, you guys are actually going to get some of your strong damaging winds later on this evening. Actually, not evening. Later on tonight, more to the midnight to a little bit past midnight hours for you all. I could easily see you guys seeing sustained winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour in some spots, maybe higher. So if you guys would like to prepare ahead of time, especially since this is going to happen very much so overnight, then feel free to do so. I'll continue to live stream as much as possible, so if you have any questions or if you want to know what all is happening outside, feel free to come back. We do have a report of a wall cloud with the cell that I was talking about over in Pine City. So there you go. Wall cloud report over here. This was 2 miles northeast of the position, rapid upward motion here. So Pine City right here. This does have some rotation. And this could potentially become tornadic. So we're going to have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Huge severe thunderstorm warning over here. Lincoln and Langlade counties until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. This is only the beginning, guys. This is the pretty, this isn't exactly the strongest stuff. This is more or less the weaker end of what we're expecting tonight. So, really gonna have to watch out for that. What is the website? This isn't a website. This is a program. It's kind of like Radar Scope and Radar Omega on a phone. You just download it. Huge severe thunderstorm warning in northern Ontario. That's random. Jeez. So all these red boxes here that you guys see, this is your severe thunderstorm watch across the board. This is your severe thunderstorm watch. And then all these yellow boxes, these are your severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as your little blue boxes here, which are special weather statements. So those are kind of very much so inferior to severe thunderstorm warnings. But a lot of action here across portions of Wisconsin, and we are seeing a lot of activity at that with this. But yeah, there's a report of a wall cloud over here. There's also a report of a funnel cloud here. There's a report of a funnel cloud about 30 minutes ago. I would assume that's 30 minutes ago. And that would be in Westboro. So that's interesting. Let's go back to Green Bay's radar here. Let's go back to Green Bay's radar. Let's take a look at this storm here that's approaching Wausau. And I actually kind of want to go back to the Wausau Skycam, see if I can see anything. So I can definitely tell that this is looking off to the south and east. I can definitely tell this is looking off to the south and east, because you can see everything's all dark over here, but it's pretty bright over out in the distance. So this is looking off to the south and east, 100%. If I can have a better camera. There's Marshfield's camera. Marshfield's not bad. Gamers BG, what's up? So there's Marshfield. I could definitely use that camera later on tonight. I could definitely use that later on tonight. I'm just trying to get a general idea as to what I can use when and how. So from Minnesota's radar here, I'm looking at the enhanced echotops, which tells me how tall these thunderstorms are. And most of them are pretty tall. Actually, this storm here that's over near Pine City is an upwards of 59,000 feet up in the sky, which is very tall. Jeez. Very tall up there. You should put the 4 panels with reflectivity, velocity, echotops, and CC. See, I could, and I would, but the only thing about that is, first off, that's going to go tornado warranty here in a second, 100%. We've been watching that storm ever since it was prior to it being severe thunderstorm warning, but it just takes too much of the screen. I mean, even if I did the panels here, let's do SRV, CC, and NROT. Do I want to do 6 or 7? Let's do 7. 7 is fine. This will give me an idea as to what's happening hail-wise. So here you go. And you see this, and it's just, it takes a lot of the screen up, honestly. takes a lot of the screen up. So I can't exactly say all too much, from a good perspective as to this being, relatively good. But what I will do is I will use storm relative velocity and base velocity, and this will be able to tell me as to what all is happening here. So you can clearly see your classic hook characteristic right within here. Inflow coming in unimpeded. What basically happens with a supercell is it needs energy in order to kind of grow in strength into either form or sustain, maybe even produce tornadoes, as we mentioned earlier. And so whenever you see this little hook, it kind of creates this little mouth for that energy to head straight into. And so you have that hook right with around here, wrapping around the cool rain outflow, your inflow, your warm inflow coming in right within that hook. So right in the middle, right about here, is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if we go over to this side over here, just by looking at the velocities, the red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards this counterclockwise rotation right within here, is what exactly we would anticipate for a tornado. And there it is. A tornado warning now has been issued for Pine and Burnett counties. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over here in those counties, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Now, real quickly, this is in Wisconsin, so I do want to do something here real quickly. I'm going to upload a place file, or a shape file, I should say. And this is basically going to help me tell you all where these roads are going to be at specifically. So if we do that, and if we import this, I have not done any coverage of Wisconsin this year, and this is the first year I've been using this Tiger Roads. So we're just praying that all goes well with this. But here it is. We're going to go back to the one panel here, and we're going to take a timing out here for you all. This is currently near Rock Creek, but it's a little bit further off to the east. So Rock Creek, you guys are in the clear in Minnesota. Areas that are not in the clear include places near Trade Lake. So if you live near Trade Lake, highly advise you guys stay indoors. As I said, underground or lowest innermost portion of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And this will be approaching your area, specifically around State Highway 87 in about 15 minutes. So this storm is moving pretty fast. And even then, not even with the tornado aspect of it, you can look at it in another way. And you do have some hail here within this. So we're taking a look at the maximum expected hail size here. And a lot of these pixels indicate that there could be an upwards of a half-inch sized hail. So even if you're not going to be directly impacted by the tornado, you could still be impacted by something severe weather-wise. So I'd really advise just get indoors. I really would advise just to get indoors and ride this one out, specifically in a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not do it. Mobile home will not do it at all. I'm looking at the spectrum width here, which will tell me turbulence, and tornadoes obviously create turbulence. So this is a good tool to use such for that. And there is a little bit of turbulence here right where the rotation is. If we circle this area here in the yellow, which is higher amounts of turbulence here in knots, 28 knots or higher. This actually says about 29 knots here. So we do have a bit of a lowering potentially with this storm, and this could potentially produce a tornado here relatively soon. We also do have a tornadic updraft with this, so this could potentially mean that this storm is a well-defined supercell, and that this thing could potentially produce a tornado later on along the way. So just to reiterate, this is a tornado warning here for Pine County in east central Minnesota and Burnett County in northwestern Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live in those counties, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This storm will be around Brandstad at about 8:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so something to consider with that. Something to definitely consider with that. And there is a new report of a wall cloud here with a storm that's out near baronet as well. So this wall cloud here, wall cloud to the north about 5 miles, broad rotation, uptick in cloud cloud to ground. So yeah, there's a lot of lightning apparently with these storms that are really starting to fire off, and lightning typically is the kind of thing to watch out for amplification for tornadoes or anything tornadic, more or less. So really something we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through. I'm going to see if I can take a look at these other storms. So let's take a look again at, geez, look at how dark those skies are just to the north of Wausau. So yeah, that storm definitely did pass off to the north of that. There's Rib Mountain. Can I find, let's see. Rib Mountain is south of Wausau. Okay, so that makes sense. So I probably could have just used this thing to find the storm that's moving on through. But you know what? It's not that big of a deal, honestly. I could just use it for later on this evening. Where's Stevens Point? Stevens Point is further south of Wausau. Merrill, I know where it is. Plover, I don't. Oh, that's also further south of... Okay, so that makes sense. All right, I know where this all is. I know where this all is. I know where this all is. Let's go back to the tornado warning and see if anything has changed. I do not see a debris signature, so that's the good news. What I think is happening right now, it's a lot of things that are overlapping at the moment. But what's happening right now is the storm is getting its inflow. It's getting a lot of its energy here, but the issue is that this storm is moving so fast to the point where it might not be able to wrap around the rain enough so that it can actually consolidate the tornado. Because you could still get energy and still have a strong thunderstorm, just not always you can have a tornado. But in some instances to where it can actually wrap its rain around, that's when you can get the consolidation of a tornado. And because it's moving pretty fast right now, I don't think it's actually doing so. But once you start to see it really start to wrap up in nature, that's when I can really start talking about the potential of a tornado to really form. But it just does not look it at the moment. You're gonna see it's pretty linear right within here. It's almost like a right angle almost. But you still got your rotation here. Clearly you got your reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards right in the middle is where the rotation is. Even though it's a little bit broad, you still got it. Still got activity. And so it does not mean you can take that lightly by any stretch of the imagination. As I said, Trade Lake, Cushing, that general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Yeah. What the heck was that? Kind of scared me for a second. I heard a giant boom around me and I was like, what in the world? The severe thunderstorm warning that was near Wausau has actually expired, so that's the good news. There isn't as much activity over there as there once was, or that was severe, but still. Got a lot of activity here anticipated. So for many of you who are maybe new to the live stream, there is a significant chance for severe weather here tonight. A 4 out of 5 has been issued on the severe weather scale here by the Storm Prediction Center for portions of Wisconsin, even into Michigan, as well as some lingering effects of some thunderstorms, even into Iowa, Illinois, maybe even parts of Canada as well. And so we will be covering it. There also is a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued, but it's not ordinary severe thunderstorm watch. It is a particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. So this is the basically the next step up in the severe thunderstorm watch, because I know a lot of people typically get the notification on their phone like, oh, severe thunderstorm watch, we get those every single time. You know, it's not that big of a deal. Now this one's a big deal. This one could potentially have damaging winds in upwards of 90 miles per hour, maybe even higher in some spots. And so it's really one of those things to where with this event that is supposed to be this widespread, we have to continue to watch this as much as possible. And that's the reason why I'm live streaming here this evening, to try and get the information out as much as possible and to try and potentially save some lives. So if you guys want to stick around, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. A lot of people are saying that the new day 2 out or day 1 outlook came out. Do you want to take a look at that? And this is what I was talking about earlier. The red is your 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale there, and you can see it covers most of Wisconsin, and it does also include Michigan. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Or actually not a new severe thunderstorm warning here, new tornado warning here, my bad. This is an extension for the old tornado warning that was over, trying to find my words here, that was over near Rock Creek and Rush City. So a new tornado warning here for Polk County, and that'll be in effect till the top of the hour, until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And as well as the threat for a tornado, there's also the widespread threat for quarter-sized hail that will do damage to areas that are not taking shelter. So if you guys live over here in Cushing, Milltown, Luck, Frederick, highly advise you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take some timings out here for you all. You can see this giant white line that just appeared out of thin air. If you see these little tick marks right here, this indicates 15 minutes each. So this right here is the first 15 minutes. It'll be around Cushing at about 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes. Milltown at about a half an hour, maybe a little bit after a half an hour. Same thing with Luck. So if you guys live over there, highly advise you guys go take your proper precautions. If you're on the western side of the Mississippi River, I do not think you guys will be impacted as for right now. So that is the one thing there that I can give the all clear about. But areas that are in the tornado warning, obviously, highly recommend you take your proper precaution. You live in Wisconsin. When does the storm or storms start tonight? Well, these storms are already firing off across the board here in northern Wisconsin, but depending upon where you live in Wisconsin, obviously it's happening right now here across portions of areas near Barron, Ladysmith, Hawkins, Prentice, Tomahawk, Crandon, north of Wausau. And this will be continuing to move on through towards Eau Claire, Barbaro, Madison, Milwaukee, even overnight tonight, and including Green Bay. But it'll get down to Milwaukee at about 1:30-ish, maybe even 1 o'clock tonight. So this will be a long risk to cover here. But if you are in Wisconsin, highly advise you guys get to a sturdy structure. That way you guys will be able to take shelter if you need to. Is Portage or Partyville in Columbia County, Wisconsin safe? Let me just take a look at Columbia County here. Columbia County, Wisconsin. That's in the middle of Wisconsin. So I would say, as of right now, yes. Later on tonight, you guys could potentially get your strong to severe storms. So if you guys can get into sturdy structure ahead of time, then that would be greatly appreciated. It's pronounced Eau Claire? Well, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know ahead of time. I think you can guess that I don't live here. But yeah, I appreciate it when people actually correct me. I really do. But yeah, we've got a lot of these strong thunderstorms, and the one thing that I do want to show you all here is I do want to show you our infrared satellite imagery. And I was talking about earlier, before these thunderstorms to actually fire up, is we're looking for the temperatures of the tops of these thunderstorms by using infrared. And you know, most of you must be wondering, well, why are you using temperature for thunderstorms, and why is this showing up in general? Well, it's because the higher and higher thunderstorms actually get, the colder and colder the atmosphere in the atmosphere it actually is. So if these thunderstorms keep going higher and higher, it gets colder and colder in the sky. So we use infrared satellite to tell us as to where these thunderstorms are and how tall they are. And you can see how quickly these storms have actually formed across the board. I mean, here near Twin Cities, or actually north of Twin Cities, further towards the east, we've got some big time thunderstorms here. Big time hail makers and damaging wind makers. So, a lot of activity here. A lot of activity here that we're looking at. And I'm just going to leave the satellite imagery up here for a little bit as I take a little drink. Thomas Kohik with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. Says, I'm in Marshfield, Wisconsin, and you're super hyped. I mean, I'm always excited whenever I get severe thunderstorms, so you can only guess to my chagrin of what I'm getting tomorrow with the severe weather that's expected near where I live. Which, by the way, I most likely will be storm chasing, and I most likely will be live streaming myself storm chasing on this channel. So if you guys want to stick around for that too, please be sure to do so. Hit the subscribe button, and I will definitely get the content out for you all. Or at least I will try, pending service. Pending any sort of service issues that might occur as to wherever I'm storm chasing. So, I'm looking at the tornado warning here again, and I'm noticing a lot more things that it's not organized by any stretch of the imagination. What I'm saying here is I'm noticing a lot more things that are telling me that this thing is very disorganized here, and it's not exactly in the best of condition. However, it's trying. It is definitely trying. So, I would not be surprised if this thing tries to really, get its act together, but I just don't see it. This is not really hooking as much anymore. You have a little bit of a hook right here, but it's starting to wither away, and it's not doing as much as it used to. I mean, take a look at this. It had a very well pronounced hook here earlier. You can see that curling motion right within here. If we go to what's happening now, you do have a little bit of a curling here, but it's kind of like a right angle almost. And that's not exactly the way to go. But we do have a little bit of rotation here. We do still have a little bit of a tornadic updraft. We also have a thunderstorm that's starting to fire off over here. So this might try and merge with this other cell, and the tornadic window might slam shut right on it. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Um... Yeah, he's doing exactly what I thought. Well, the threat for tornadoes down through the state, uh, even down to Milwaukee, there always will be a threat for tornadoes all the way throughout the night. However, in my personal opinion, I think that the tornado threat will not be the major threat. I think the wind threat will be the major threat. Um, so here's the good news here. There's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. So the original firing and thunderstorms kind of died down a little bit. They've kind of became a lot more disorganized. But it's still here no matter what. I mean, we have this giant severe thunderstorm warning here with 70-mile-per-hour winds. Excuse me. Double team. um, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning here for Chippewa and Barron counties. And this one does have the threat for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So definitely could see that being an issue here in the future. Definitely could see that. Let's take a look at the live analysis here. See what all is happening from an energy perspective. Let us see. They have not labeled this. All right, so 2,500 joules per kilogram over here. Not a whole lot of energy out in that general vicinity. Yeah, there was a lot of energy. Now there wasn't too much anymore. Huh. That's going to be interesting. So what I'm seeing from this is for people who don't have an idea as to what convective available potential energy is, or CAPE, that's basically the energy numbers for severe storms. And typically you want 2,000 joules per kilogram or above, joules per kilogram being the unit for energy. So we do have about 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE out in front of these lines of storms. But that's kind of like a lot more near the Green Bay area down to Milwaukee. And so there isn't exactly too much. As a matter of fact, there isn't really a lot of CAPE besides that general area. But once this starts to head a bit further south, I think that's when this will really start to fire off. I think that's when you can really start to watch out for this event. Let's take a look at the cell back here in Cushing. We're going to go back to the Minneapolis radar here. And yeah, the rotation is not doing well. It's not doing well by any stretch of the imagination. And the other thunderstorm is going to try and... what in the world? Anyways, the other storm's kind of just eating up on this storm. So they're kind of merging, and they're killing off the main bit of the tornadic aspect. So it's just not exactly in the best situation at the moment. And I will reiterate it again one more time. Where these thunderstorms are actually going is not exactly where the best coverage is for radar. So we're going to try and get as much information as possible for you, but it's not exactly going to be the best when it comes to looking at the ground besides cameras. We have cameras across the board here trying to show you all as to where this all is at. But other than that, yeah. Oh boy. All right, so what we're going to do now is I do have a nice little assistant that I bring on every now and then. He helps me, I help him every now and then. And so we're going to bring him in here. To most of you all who already know him, we're getting Morgan and we're bringing him on the stream. So let's hope that he picks up. Let's hope. There he is. We've picked him up. He's back from the dead. All right, so have you been paying attention to what's been happening at all? Just out of curiosity. Yeah. Right. There it is. Yep. And the thing of it is, too. Oh, yeah, a lot of people can't hear you. That's fun. That's mainly because there was this one thing.
Great.
I know, right? You guys knew that this would happen.
Yeah, now people in your
once.
chat are saying you can't hear him.
you guys knew this would happen once. It's not a typical Nate Snyder live stream without muting something. I actually have a good reason for it. I only have to mention basically 6 letters. I am bot. Yeah, fun times. All right, well,
yeah,
Morgan, go say it again. Go say it again.
So looks to be right now evolving into the widespread damaging wind threat that we had been expecting all along. We had those couple of tornado warnings crossing the Minnesota-Wisconsin border just now. Also noted earlier as I was looking around that they were late with the new day one, but that just turned out to be slight delay on the SPC's part, probably tying into some sort of misconception with the severe thunderstorm watch that we had about an hour and a half ago. But right now you can see a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over north central Wisconsin. We have some damage coming out of Tomahawk, Wisconsin, multiple trees and power lines down in the city. So this seems to be evolving into the wind threat that we are going to be expecting for the next several hours. I also would like to note, Nate, did you see in DMs the sounding that I sent you, the observed sounding from, I believe that might be Marquette? I don't know. MPX, Milwaukee, maybe? I'm not sure. But there is an observed sounding as of about an hour and a half ago that notes that there might be a very tornadic environment out in front of this. So what we might be expecting, and the SPC and the newest SPC outlook does note this, is the fact that this should transition into an MCS segment that will be capable of producing spin-ups all across the line. So basically in any portion of Wisconsin, as it progresses into the southern end of the state and then potentially even beyond into maybe northeast Illinois, southwest Michigan, northern Indiana. So we're going to have to actually keep that in mind throughout the evening.
And the thing about it is, too,
Lance just told me MPX is Madison, so
no,
Madison,
MPX,
Wisconsin. That's
MPX
coming out.
is not Madison. MPX is
Isn't it?
Minneapolis. So that's the thing that I was gonna mention.
Oh wait, that explains the 20 VTP in freaking.
Yeah, I was about
You
to say.
saw that, right?
Yeah, no, I was about to say, because the environment over there is very volatile, very dynamic for things to be tornadic. If things form,
It's just capped.
yeah, well, it's not capped. It's just it doesn't have any kind of push, if you know what I mean. Like things to set it off.
Speaking of, yeah, the VTP is 15, and then you have also a 7 in Northeast Iowa. If only this, and there's so many if onlys. Like if stuff was just slightly off to any direction, this would likely be a much more tornadic event. But as it stands right now, we have a significant damaging wind risk. Did they downgrade to a 5 Tor? I didn't see.
No, it's still 10.
It's still 10. So
it's because of the derecho.
Okay.
Good evening, Clayton. This will most likely be heading off into your vicinity by tomorrow morning. I would expect it at about, say, 5 o'clock in the morning, sometime around that. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. And that will mainly be the priority for that will most likely be damaging winds, some spotty hail. I don't really foresee tornadoes being a risk, so damaging winds is most likely the threat. But yep, that's what I anticipate for your general vicinity in southern Michigan. But yeah, as I mentioned,
I would like to note,
Oh, go ahead.
Would like to note, I see a lot of people in chat referencing New Hampshire stuff. Guys, I appreciate all of that, and that's hilarious, but we have one common goal today, and that's to get info out to the people of the upper Midwest. So just try and keep on topic as much as we can, especially considering the fact that this is going to be likely a very significant wind event.
100%.
What am I...
Yeah, it's a wind event. It's a wind event. I took a look at the damaging wind gust swath, and I was just...
New Tor possible in Minnesota. It's that cell that's been meandering up in the northern portion of the state for quite some time at this point. So, Itasca, Aitken, and Cass counties, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 9:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for 60 miles per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Trained weather spotters have reported quarter-sized hail with this at the Federal Dam, along with a wall cloud. And on radar, there is some kind of rotation going on with that, as well as some structure that might suggest that this is trying to gain tornadic characteristic. So if you guys are in Remmer Hill City, to Big Boy River, basically along State Route 200, north of Longville to areas west of Grand Rapids, you guys need to be weather aware over the next hour as this continues to push off towards the south and east.
Yep. Yep.
Goodness, the Tor died. Holy crap.
Yeah, I'm really convinced that it's just a straight up damaging wind threat. I'm sorry. It's just, I do not see any instance for tornadoes to really fire off. And for anybody who's chasing out there,
unless it's spin ups along the MCS,
I gotta say they're gonna have a pretty interesting shelf cloud. But have fun outrunning it, because that's gonna be
Ryan Hall, y'all.
Everyone's in Wisconsin, to be fair, though. Everyone is in Wisconsin. I'm definitely going to have fun tomorrow, though, guys. As I said, I'm going to probably be chasing tomorrow, and I'm probably going to be live streaming while I'm at it. So if you guys want to stay tuned to all of that, feel free to do so. But yeah, that's my plan for tomorrow.
Derecho composite of 14 south of Minneapolis.
Bruh. As I said, if you guys have anything interesting that you guys want to send in to me via Twitter, first things first, I would have to ask that you guys double check as to if they are, if I can use them on stream, because sometimes people put on their picture or video, do not rebroadcast, which is understandable. They want to get paid. However, I do want to try and, if I do ever get information, I want to try and show people what's happening, because seeing is believing. And if I told people to look at a bunch of colors and tell them to believe me that there's a tornado on the ground, most of you probably wouldn't acknowledge me. But if we had a picture, it could be different. So
Yeah.
if you guys have anything that you want to show to me, even if you take it in person, first off, make sure to call the National Weather Service. Tell them about that. Or 911. Dial 911. That would be good.
Tweeter.
There you go. There you go, Morgan. Starting off strong. Yeah. Either tweet the National Weather Service or call 911, stuff like that. Get into a safe space and then try and contact other people that may not be important, such as myself, friends, family, whatever. That stuff. So, yeah.
And if you, and especially because there's probably a lot of false information going around with this. There was already a lot of false information going around earlier, with the tornado watch, or whatever. If it has no photo or video, please make sure it's a verified source. I really don't want to be in a conflict, or probably Nate as well, where we have info sent in that turns out to not be true. If it's a photo or video of something going on, then it doesn't matter if it's verified or not, because we have the proof of it right there.
Right.
However, if it's just
words, if it's some dude saying, "Oh, there's a tornado on the ground," but he doesn't have like any pictures and stuff like that, it's very hard to take him serious, when it's going to be even harder to take me serious if we're trying to show you radar, and most people probably won't even listen to radar. So,
yeah, and
especially it's all about trying to get the word out by providing evidence with it, because a lot of people, most people are not going to take word of mouth. They're going to want to see what's happening, and if we could show them pictures and videos, then we solved our issue there. But this here, I will say, this is in the tornado warning cell, which is out in Polk County, Wisconsin. Look at this. We got massive wall cloud right within here with our shelf, I guess, our shelf cloud coming around to the side, and very chiseled here. You can see how you have these kind of layers here within this. This tells me that the capping inversion that I was talking about a little bit earlier in the live stream is actually present here. So this is telling me that it's basically in a very not exactly volatile environment, but it's combating with all sorts of different factors to try and stay alive. And that might be the main reason as to why this thing may have not produced a tornado. It still could have, but it probably isn't it probably is the reason why it's not as obvious as it typically would be. But yeah, here's your wall cloud right within here. Here's your cloud base with your shelf cloud as it wraps around. And that's it's a very nice looking storm right there out from Cannon Calton. So I'll retweet that on Twitter. Devin Lindelof with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, can I get a predicted forecast for Nekada, Wisconsin, Lake Pentwell? Yeah, I will get that to you here in a second. Morgan, if you want to talk a little bit about the tornado warning cell here while I look at that, I'll just put a loop of the cell.
Yeah, so at the current moment, the tornado warning is set to expire in 20 minutes. However, we have noticed the structure rapidly deteriorate in the past few scans on radar. We do have some photos that have come in from it, and it did look very good at one point. It almost looked like some sort of Central Plains kind of structure storm, but at the moment, it seems like it has turned into a gusty wind threat. But regardless, if you are in areas like St. Croix Falls, Luck, Taylor's Falls, Milltown, Wolf Creek, Cushing, and Wild River State Park, if you guys are in those areas, that's along State Route 87, and my thing is not helping there. That's along State Route 87, along State Route 35 and 48 up by Luck. heading down towards St. Croix Falls. You guys need to be you guys still need to be in your safe space, regardless of whether or not the structure doesn't look that good on radar. We are looking up 10,500 feet in the sky with this, so we really can't tell what's going on at the surface, and it's better to be safe than sorry in this instance.
Are you on Minneapolis?
Yeah, I am. So
are you on a higher
make
tilt?
sure that I am on a higher tilt. I've had that going the whole time. Are you kidding me?
There you go. Weather professional Morgan J. Fold right there for everyone.
It still looks like a gusty wind threat.
It does.
5,700 feet. Excellent.
There you go. So basically to answer anyone's question about the tornado warning, so just what Morgan said, it doesn't look as strong as it used to. So it's not exactly the best thing in the world. So Nasada or Nakada, either way, however you pronounce it, I'm sorry if I butcher it. I really am, trust me. They wanted a prediction as to when these storms were able to move on through, and I luckily have the information for you to do so. So as this continues to move about, these storms will move into your general vicinity. If I can, yeah, there you go. This will move into your general vicinity at about, I would say, a little bit after midnight, probably around 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock, right around that time frame. And I would anticipate some damaging winds at about 60 miles per hour. I would say so. So if you live over there, highly advise getting into a sturdy structure. I would actually prefer that you get into a sturdy structure, especially for an overnight event. That way, if you are sleeping through this and you're in, like, as I said, a sturdy structure, you wouldn't have the fear of some damage to it, like some sort of mobile home would have due to its weak structure, or say if you were camping or something like that, you wouldn't be throttled by strong damaging winds. Also with the threat of falling trees and power lines, that could also be an issue as well. So that's the reason why I say highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure. And if you are in some sort of strong, severe thunderstorm warning or even a tornado warning, highly recommend getting into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That way, you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Oddball Gaming with the $10 super chat says, "Hey Nate, I'm gonna stay tuned in today as I head to Chicago. I warned my fleet manager and send word to Wisconsin fleets to hold position due to winds and advise Fort Wayne fleet for later tonight." I would do so as well, specifically because it's supposed to get really strong over Lake Michigan. I saw some models that have some damaging wind gusts over triple digits, and I think that speaks for itself.
That's a lot of wind.
That's a lot of wind.
It's a lot of damage right there.
Yeah, so I would hold, especially as it gets more and more overnight. That's the trend that I've been seeing here with most of the models, is that as this continues to progress further and further into the evening, that's when things really start to kind of intensify further and further. So if you guys are willing to stick with us all the way throughout the evening, we're going to get you as much information as we can get out to you all, as well as cameras and stuff like that for you all to witness. Specifically because there's supposed to be a lot of lightning tonight, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys who may not be impacted by this will probably want to see content like that, so feel free to stay tuned. Peppa Pig Skits, what's up? What's up? Long time no see. What software is this? This is GR2 Analyst. Well, this right here, this is Weather Bell. I paid for the for all that stuff, but GR2 Analyst is the radar stuff that I use. Well, obviously I paid for everything. Duh. But
imagine paying for your GR2. Sorry.
Don't make me take it away from you.
You can. I already have the code.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do I plan to stream tomorrow? I plan to chase and live stream tomorrow. So
you never told me you were chasing.
I got my
Get
car
out
back.
of here.
I got my car back, and I got a new
Get
battery.
out of here.
I got my car back. I got a new battery. I got my weather station on top of my car again. So my whole storm chasing vehicle, which I still need a name for, so that I can self-promote my brand whenever I drive, because that would be great. Yeah, I got everything back today, so I'm most likely, definitely, probably going to chase tomorrow. Joe Burnell, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
So I guess I'm gonna have to chase command you most of the day tomorrow.
Most likely. I think what we're probably going to have to do, is for stuff for when I chase, I'm probably going to want to be like 5 miles away from the storm in a clearing, because the thing that I notice is that I get pretty close to storms and I can't exactly get out in front of it. Like I can't spend a whole lot of time with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't risk that.
So I would, for tomorrow, if we were to do that, I would try and find areas that are like really far out in front of the storm.
Well, models aren't doing tomorrow well at all, so that would be.
You mean the HRRR? HRRR is not doing it well.
Huh?
HRRR is not doing it well at all. It's not. Tomorrow's event, for anyone who's curious, there's one model that has gotten a lot of hate this year, mainly because it's been underdoing a lot of activity, and that's exactly what it's doing right now. Now here's the thing. I do want to go to a webcam here. Do I want to go to Marshfield, or do I want to go to another? That is a phenomenal cloud over there. But I'm gonna try. Let's see.
You might want to chase out Western Pennsylvania tomorrow, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, of course. Which is actually what I was thinking about doing, but tornado warning has been canceled. Has it really? Would not be surprised, honestly. Would not be surprised.
It has.
And a couple severe thunderstorm warnings have been canceled as well, so that's another thing. So I'm trying to find. Let's see. Does Medford have a camera here? I actually have a website here, Morgan. If you want to look at it just to get acquainted with where everything is and stuff like that.
Appreciate that.
But I'm trying to see if I can get a decent camera here for you all to see. Obviously, I can't use Wausau because it's looking off to the south and east, and we're going to want to look north. So that's not really going to do us a whole lot of justice. Merrill, I think, already got hit. Yeah, there it is right here. Let's go full screen to Merrill. And look at that. You got a lot of lightning with this cell, too. You can see the flag down here at the bottom part of your screen. So it's definitely having a whale of a time over there. I will say that much, but can't exactly say all too much about what all is happening. If you could do me a solid, Morgan, if you could find other cameras in Wisconsin,
I'll try.
You actually can't see the flag, can you? My big face is in the way, isn't it? There you go. There's the flag. It's having a whale of a time.
Nice.
My big face is in the way. Let's actually go half and half screen. We'll do this instead. There you go. So now you can see my face. Woo! Whoop-de-doo. Here's your flag. And a lot of activity here across the board.
I might have hit the money pot.
Did you?
Maybe.
Try and look up. Someone's been telling me WEAU News 13 as well. Someone's been telling me that as well.
Here, I'll leave you to mess around with that.
Northeast Indiana predictions. I think you guys could potentially see some Damaging winds, but not as significant. It would be tomorrow morning when you guys could see that.
You said what? What? 13 news?
WEAU news.
WEA news.
Car moment.
What am I looking for?
What if I
Yeah,
go-
shush. I'm literally outside. Leave me alone.
Oh, are you now?
Uh-huh.
What about Rib Mountain? Oh yeah, there's Rib Mountain. There you go. Look at that, chat. Here you go. That is a shelf cloud and a half right there. My goodness. Look at how much lightning's with that as well. Jeez. I knew Rib Mountain was close near to Wausau. But look at that. Look at that shelf cloud right there. You can clearly see the pancake layers with how it juts out in front like this. Massive damaging wind gusts with that storm. And look at how much lightning is with that. That is some pretty significant gust front with that. That is a shelf cloud and a half. That's textbook. That is some...
Where's Phoenix Park, if I may ask? Because I have 2 cams.
Phoenix Park. That's in Eau Claire. So that's actually not that bad. Eau Claire's not that bad.
Oh yeah, it's there. Okay, well.
But yeah, that is a pretty gnarly looking camera right here. An amazing shelf cloud at that. So what I'm actually gonna do here is, I think we go back to Green Bay. We're gonna go switch the cameras here so you guys can still see the shelf cloud up above me. But we're gonna also take a look at the storm here, and you can see this massive bowing segment here from the storm that already went through Merrill. There's already been reports of 48 mile per hour winds with this, so not exactly super significant, even though this is severe thunderstorm warned for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and $half sized hail. This still does have a pretty strong signature to it, and even this does have trained weather spotters that have reported 70 mile per hour winds. So I guess it's not exactly completely out of the question for that, but yeah, areas near Wausau definitely could see some pretty strong damaging winds. And I mean, look at this. This says a pretty strong inversion of winds here. It goes from 50 all the way over to 20. That's 70 mile per hour winds right there from the difference. And that's pretty strong winds right there if that's the case.
Hey, what camera are you looking at? Where are you looking?
Rib Mountain.
Which is...
It says Rib Mountain.
Which is where?
This is what, south and west of Wausau. I believe that's what it is.
South and west.
So the interesting thing about this is that I'm actually gonna use the 3D for this. Here's the interesting thing. We can actually see the shelf cloud on 3D. Look at that. See how it drops down? See how it drops down like this to where it kind of like juts out, comes back down, and then it's flat? That's the shelf cloud right there, guys. That's the damaging winds that are pushing in behind the storm right here. So we are getting a phenomenal shot from that camera that we're seeing above us. An amazing shelf cloud that's moving on through.
Just severe warning in DC, which is making me...
But yeah, that is a very powerful storm. Very powerful storm that's moving about. And even with the 3D here, you can see how tall these thunderstorms actually are. They go up to about 55 to 60,000 feet up in the sky, and that is a pretty big time storm here. This is what we were talking about when we could potentially have a derecho.
Yeah, that severe warning for Wausau is the start of it.
Yep.
Can just see the structure it's starting to take on as it's pushing off towards the south and east. Very linear, very strong. It's something we're going to have to be very mindful of.
I'm going full screen here for you all, chat, just to show you all. Just a little bit closer to the shelf cloud. I know you're seeing a lot of the rain out in front, but I have a feeling.
I'll be right back.
I have a feeling that we're gonna have a good idea as to what we can expect with these impacts here, as the storm gets closer and closer. So we're gonna take a look at this here for a second. Cody Anderson with a $2 super chat says, "What does West Salem, Wisconsin look like?" Well, give me a second, and I will provide you with the information you need here. Google Maps. West Salem, Wisconsin, which is just to the north and east of La Crosse. So you guys at the moment are not exactly getting too much activity, or expected to get too much activity. We'll go back to the half and half screen here, and you can see here. Here's La Crosse. Here's Black River Falls. Somewhere around here. Here's West Salem, right here. Now the storms are really far off to the north, but they are expected to move south and even to the south and east. So I would anticipate you guys to get some of this activity here soon, probably within the next couple of hours when I mean soon. Now you might get the edges of it. I definitely think the main activity will be near Marshfield and Watoma, as well as a Montello. That general vicinity I think will mainly be the main threat. But I would still watch out for these storms. I would still watch out for it 100%. Matt Sims with the $7 super chat says, "Hey Nate, love your coverage. Watching from Ontario, Canada. Will this storm be bad when it comes into Ontario, the London area? Thank you." I don't think it will head. Well, I think it will, obviously, but I don't think it'll be that significant once it gets towards your general vicinity. It will definitely be a lot worse once it's a little bit further south, but definitely something we're going to want to watch out for. What's Ithaca County, Minnesota looking like? Well, you guys actually are in a severe thunderstorm warning, if I'm not mistaken, with a tornado possible. Let me take a look and see here. Yes, you are not anymore. This was canceled for your general vicinity, so you guys are fine. You guys did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier, but it was like well far south of Grand Rapids, so that's the good news for you all, is that you guys should be done with the severe weather for now. But regardless, I don't think it's going to be as significant as you guys just experienced.
Whew. Nate.
Yeah.
Northeast of Wausau, there is DBZs reaching nearly 75 embedded in that
Jeez, that's
line.
Crazy. Let's go full. Let's go full to the screen. You can see visibility is plummeted. And my goodness. I think the camera is encountering a lot of issues because it's experiencing some very strong damaging winds that high up in the sky. But my goodness. Is that potentially, could that storm in Wausau potentially be trying to create an appendage?
It might. That's what I'm kind of looking at in confusion. Because whilst that's mainly gusty winds, it's trying to slightly hook, and that's confusing me. It may be surging in RFD.
What's happening in Merrill? Merrill, I think you guys are going to be fine for right now. You're going to get another storm here in a second. I don't think you guys are in a tornado at the moment, but I definitely think you guys are getting some very strong damaging winds here. Sharing the info. Oh my goodness, yeah, I think the camera's having issues. Visibility not only is gone, but it's just, sheesh. Northeast Indiana should be fine. They're going to still get some strong damaging storms tomorrow morning, but let's go half and half. So West Allis, Wisconsin. Let's see if I can get you some information about this. And by the way, guys, if I skip over you, it's not on purpose. I promise you. There's just 750 other people that are trying to figure out what's happening, and it's very hard for me to keep up with every single person. So it might take a couple tries for you to get your message to me. But West Allis, which is near Milwaukee, you guys are anticipated to get your storms at around 1:30 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and I would anticipate you guys to get some very strong damaging winds with that, so I would watch out for those storms. Green Bay, I'm also anticipating you guys to get some strong damaging winds from these storms. There's even a storm here near Wausau that could potentially be moving off into your general vicinity, so I would watch out for that. I would definitely watch out for these storms, actually. I think the storm in Wausau is a supercell. It's separate from the line. I think this thing might actually try to go. Which, if that's the case, Morgan, then we could potentially be talking about something tornadic here. Yeah, the camera's gone, guys. Look at that. Visibility is gone. Can any of you guys see the ground anymore? I don't think I can. I can see some rain droplets. That's pretty much it. New tornado warning? Yeah, it's the Wausau storm. There you go. Ball game. New
They
tornado
actually
warning
tore it.
here for
Wow,
Marathon.
velocities are showing it's actually trying to go. So, do you want me to read it out, or I'll?
I got it. I'll go speed run it. So new tornado warning
Yeah, go
here
ahead.
for Marathon County. That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you guys live over here near Wausau, near Weston, Ringgold, Hatley, Chronowetter, as well as areas along State Highway 153, areas along State Highway 29, anywhere within those areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we take our timing here, this is what this white line is with these little tick marks right within here. So every tick mark is 15 minutes. So this will be passing through the Weston and Ringgold area within the next 5 minutes. You should be in your safe space now, immediately. So just get into your safe space if you live within those areas. Chronowetter, as well as Hatley. This will be within your area within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And then further along towards Elderon, within about, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live over there, you have a little bit of time. You can get pillows. You can get helmets to protect yourself. It's all about putting as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So really one of those things that you guys have to monitor as this continues to move on through. And the interesting thing about it is that I think with that camera that we had, I'll put my face cam back on, but that camera that we had, I think it actually showed the wall cloud within it. I was hesitant to call anything about it, but I saw a little bit of rotation there on the radar, and then I saw a huge appendage there within the actual camera. And so, we'll actually have to see as this continues to move on through. But yeah, Wausau definitely is getting impacted by the storm. I think this is a bit further off to the south and east, so I think Wausau is actually a bit out of the risk, more or less, but areas to the south and east of it, Weston, Ringgold, Hatley, Chronowetter, you guys are not out of the risk, so highly advise you all to really take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Let's see if I can find... is there any other cameras out in front of this? Weston, Ringgold,
This
Weston.
is cranking. Holy crap.
I know, right? It's actually kind of...
I can't tell too much on velocity, but structure is all I need to know. Like reflectivity presence.
Oh yeah, this is downtown Wausau.
This is heading in towards the... basically after it gets past Weston, almost the middle of nowhere for a little bit. Which is the good news, I suppose, but regardless, if you guys happen to reside south of State Route 29 and Schofield Avenue, you guys definitely need to be taking your proper precautions. This is all really strange.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong storm. I'm just trying to look through as much as possible just to see if there's any cameras about. But I pass just south and east, or even east of Wausau, there's not really too much.
So yeah, if y'all have any sources that you're seeing that say this is a tornado, either verified, either make sure it's a verified source or have a photo or video with it. If you decide to send it into one of us, of course, Nate's at Nate underscore N8 underscore Snyder on Twitter. I am at MJFull54. So please do
Yep.
not hesitate to mention us if you do notice or if you do manage to see something that is looking rather concerning here for portions of. Sorry, at a moment. Make sure you guys do watch out, or make sure you guys do have a source if you are sending it in, and a new mesoscale discussion for portions of west central Wisconsin, enhanced corridor of strong wind gusts developing. So they're talking about the western edge of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are starting to congeal into more of a line. They're talking about that having potential to produce some very strong wind gusts, potentially significant severe wind gusts going as it heads off towards the general area of La Crosse, up towards that general area.
So this is interesting here. Someone asked me if Wapeka could potentially be impacted later along, and I definitely think they could have the chance to be impacted by this supercell. But even if it doesn't get impacted directly, I still think it could be impacted by the massive line of storms behind this. So, regardless, I would say be prepared ahead of time. Start making preparations so that whenever you do have to take some sort of shelter, get indoors, I'd say, into a sturdy structure. You know where to go and you know what you need to do while doing that. But yeah, guys, this is some pretty strong storms. Wapaka? Is that really? I love mispronouncing city names. Love it. Appreciate for the people who correct me in the chat. So Wapaka,
60-mile-an-hour wind gust reported out of Wausau Transponder, or Weston to be specific.
yeah, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Inside that, what that tornadic signature would be.
Yeah.
And hey, I'll tell you what, if you look just to the east of that, up by Ringel, there may be a second appendage, and it has velocities with it.
And that's the interesting thing too. This cell isn't exactly textbook by any stretch of the imagination. It's kind of doing its own thing, and it's not exactly following the rules. But then again, when is Mother Nature supposed to follow the rules? So yeah.
Nate, new mesoscale discussion mentioned the 0Z Minneapolis sounding, very favorable for high and damaging wind gusts with extreme instability and nearly 50 knots of effective shear and 35 knots of 0 to 3. In addition, 30 to 35 knots of flow is measured below 1 kilometer with the KMPX vertical wind profile, suggesting winds may have now strengthened to 40. Therefore, in addition with a high and damaging wind potential in the swath, there will also be potential for some embedded QLCS tornadic vortices.
Jeez. Yeah, that's fun.
What is Ringel doing?
It's definitely
Is it doing a handoff? Maybe
I think honestly that it's I personally think that it is, I want to say Battle Week Echo region, but I also don't think it's that either. Because you clearly see that there's rain out in front of it creating the gust front. So maybe on the northern end of the gust front, it's got its curly Q in the back. I guess.
Yeah, tornado warning just got updated. 9:05, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Weston, 10 miles southeast of Wausau, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. So these storms are starting to race off towards the south and east at highway speeds.
Aiden, this is why I love you. Aiden just sent me some sky cams of the Green Bay area. So when that goes along,
How far is it from Green Bay?
not too far actually. The closest radar is Green Bay.
Not too far. And it is moving towards that general vicinity.
66 nautical miles.
Why are you? Oh, because GR2.
Yeah, exactly. Are you about to? You about to ask me why I'm using nautical miles?
I was gonna say, what kind of relevance does nautical miles have to do with anything right now?
Jeez. All right, so someone actually brought up a good point here. Actually, before that, we're gonna take a look at this new tornado warning here. Before we go to the good point, new tornado warning here for Chippewa County here or Chippewa. It's probably Chippewa. Knowing any sort of thing, I'm probably gonna butcher it, but Chippewa County in west central Wisconsin, that'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you live in areas near Boyd and Stanley, highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Areas near Jim Falls, Eagleton, Crescent, and Cornell, you guys could also be impacted as well. So I would really want to watch out for that as this continues to move on through, especially since it's a lot closer to you than Boyd is. So yeah, a lot of activity here with this cell, and I mean there is some signs of it to be tornadic. If we take a look here from the velocities, let's actually put storm motion on this to make it look a little bit more appealing. There it is. So reds are winds moving away from the radar, greens are the ones moving towards. So right in the middle, that's where the rotation is. And so if you guys live in that general vicinity, that's what you're seeing, that's what you're anticipating, and that's what you're expecting as this continues to move on to the south and east. And that's what these storms can do. These storms can produce these little spin-ups just like that along these lines. So I'd really want to watch out for those as this continues to move about. I also want to make a point to note here. The storm that was, or at least the furthest westernmost storm here along this line here, near the Mississippi River, near Center City and Osceola, does look interesting tornadic-wise. It does have a tornado possible. It is warned for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. So this is Chisago, Barron, and Polk counties with a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But I just want to make a note that this does look pretty interesting tornadic-wise, and that I would not be surprised if that actually goes tornado warned either. So
we got a new tour.
Another one?
Chippewa County.
Oh yeah, I talked about that earlier.
Okay.
I also want to mention here.
Got asked to do something really quickly, so I'm doing a couple things at once.
No, that's fine. We just got a new report here, out of Merrill in Wisconsin. A 70-mile-per-hour wind gust report with numerous trees and power lines down throughout the city. So that's another thing to note here, that there is already some widespread damage from some of these storms, and this is only just the beginning. Yeah, the cell in Weston's not looking legit. I'm trying to figure out why it's looking the way it is. I definitely think it's supercellular. Don't get me wrong. I actually think it might have 3 bands that'll swirl into it. There's your outflow boundary, potentially another inflow band on the rear end of it, and then you also have your hook right within here. So that's probably what we're looking at right within this general vicinity. And this might actually tell me that the rotation's out in front of the gust front, which means it could have a good chance of becoming tornadic. So we'll have to watch out for this as this continues to head off to the south and east. Galloway, Elderon, Wittenberg, Rossholt, that general vicinity. Highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. And the velocities might have upticked a little bit, so we'll have to continue to watch out for that. Isn't this like the multiple tornado event that hit the area in Ohio in 1965? It seems familiar, but we didn't use the name Derecho back then. left scorched earth for miles back then. The thing about it is with the Derecho, this is all more or less a consolidated line that'll start to really pick up. And we'll start to see it within the next couple of hours as to how this really starts to unfold. But as of right now, everything's pretty discreet in regards to this event. Everything's pretty discreet into to this event, and once it starts to consolidate, it won't exactly be tornadic. It'll become more of a damaging wind threat, which will be the significance of this event, in my honest opinion. We got a bunch of stuff here, including a traffic camera map here that was distributed here. So, Siler, thank you so much. I'm going to use this as much as possible. Cameras. There's not as much near the tornadic thing as I thought there would be, but this still is useful. This still is useful. People are telling me that it's down on the ground.
Source?
I don't know.
Need a source here, folks.
That's what I'm saying. I can't say that it's on the ground if it's... No, never mind. Meteorologist Audrey Lay from Wausau said, Weston Ringel tornado on ground. Other people are saying no, but this person says there's a tornado on the ground.
If a meteorologist is saying it, then
I would have to go with what they're saying, honestly. Regardless, you should
WSAW.
Regardless, you should treat it as, a tornado on the ground. Whenever you get a tornado warning, you probably should treat it as if there could be a tornado on the ground at any moment, because that's what a tornado warning is. Tornado warning is always going to be, it's warning you ahead of time that there's the potential for a tornado to be on the ground. So, whether or not there is a tornado on the ground or not, you should always treat it as if there is, and you should take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. So I called out these towns before. I'll say it again. Elderon, Galloway, Rossholt will now include Peru and Big Falls, as well as Lola and Polonia. That general vicinity, highly anticipate those areas to be impacted by the supercell that could potentially be tornadic here. Let's take a 3D of this storm here. People are asking if I can take a 3D of this cell. And I will. And my goodness, look at that updraft. Holy crap. Well, this is a clear cave here. This is clearly where the inflow is seeping into the storm. Wow, that caught me off guard. So for most people who may not know what they're looking at, most thunderstorms typically have an area to where they can ingest inflow. It's kind of like a mouth. It feeds, this energy in the atmosphere feeds itself, and this is typically where it takes in its energy. And so, whenever you see this little cave-like structure here, this is where this takes in a lot of its energy, and there's a massive cave here. Massive cave. I mean, if I try and make it as flat as possible, you can clearly see the little indents right within this area. Clearly see the little indents. And the reason why I say updraft, what an updraft, is because all this red right here is heavy rain. And what's creating this little cave here and holding up this rain is the updraft. And so that's the reason why I was like, whoa, that's pretty crazy. Because you can clearly see that, there is this massive cave right within this area. And that's where the inflow is being ingested by the supercell. So very strong storm here. And then, of course, if we try and take a look at how tall the storm is, I mean, it's pretty tall. It's an upwards of most likely 57,000 feet up in the sky, maybe even 60 in some spots. I mean, I'd have to take a look at the enhanced echo tops again, which I will. And there it is, enhanced echo tops. For this actually says it's a lot less. But before, it actually was in upwards of 56,000 feet. So not far off from 57,000 feet. But very tall thunderstorm that's moving about here and is still tornado warned. So I think the cell is trying to regenerate. I This cell is throwing me for a loop with all of my weather knowledge. Yeah, I definitely think it might have produced a meso handoff. The first mesocyclone might have actually just kind of been withering away further and further towards the rear of the actual storm. You might have a new hook that's kind of forming out, basically along the road of State Highway 153. That would be just to the east of Mosony, and yeah, this is definitely starting to kind of churn about and move further down to the south and east. So just a reminder that if you live in Galloway, Rossholt, Peru, Polonia, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space because this storm is pretty strong. So share this live stream with friends and family and on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. By liking the live stream, it gets me onto YouTube's algorithm, and this video can then be put onto more people's recommended feeds, and so that this information may possibly get out to people who may need it, especially if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. Any way to get the information out as efficiently as possible, that could potentially be saving lives. And so I would really appreciate it if you guys would help do that for me, and we can continue to try and get the word out here because these storms, you know, even if it's just this thunderstorm here, is still pretty significant. But there's also some of these other thunderstorms that are producing some very strong damaging winds across the board. And even later on tonight, we could potentially be seeing damaging winds in upwards of 90 miles per hour. And yes, that's right. I said 90 miles per hour. So but yeah, this storm is pretty intense.
I'm kind of confused at the Western tornado warning. That's just not.
It's embedded. It's the only reason. I'm trying to get a better idea. What if I go to the weather cam and I go to Stevens Point? Will I be able to see? No, I won't. Marshfield, will I be able to see? Will I see anything in the distance? I will see some stuff, but I don't see stuff that I need to see. Let us see. What about Fond du Lac County in Wisconsin? Well, I think you guys could potentially see some more of these storms, especially as this continues to go further down to the south and east. So maybe a bit closer towards midnight. Maybe, yeah, I'd say maybe right around midnight. That's when you guys can see some stuff. But I would say you guys are going to be impacted by these thunderstorms. So watch out. The Burger King has became so bright it became the sun. Trying to see if I can see anything here. This is from Plover, and I'm assuming this is looking off to the north and east because there's obviously a lot of lightning here. And yeah, there's a lot of lightning with that. So I don't see too much from this camera, so I don't think we should probably use it all too much as of right now. Namaste with the $5 super chat says, wow, Milwaukee discussion updated. Cape is at 4 to 6 kilometers. Well, 4 to 6 joules per kilogram. Jeez. Never seen it that high. I mean, areas around here really getting very high amounts of Cape. Yeah, look at that. There's some pretty high amounts of Cape here in Illinois. And that could probably advect or move north towards these storms. So maybe an extra amplification with this later on this evening. But yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. And then Christina W with the $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys give me here. So thank you so much. That does not look like it. That's definitely not it, because it's definitely in the middle of the day. And this is obviously not in the middle of the day, is it? What pen do I use to draw on my screen? Epic Pen. Tweet has been deleted. Unfortunate. Oh, here it is.
Are you looking at velocities now on the freaking town name? What's the town? Wausau.
Oh, the
whatever. Yeah,
the
that thing.
The Wausau County.
What? Yeah, what was the Wausau County?
I kind of am. And it's really interesting, honestly. New tornado warning has been issued out in front of the cell now.
Yeah, that just came up on my screen too.
Yeah, so Portage and Marathon counties, that'll be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm's moving southeast at 40, so pretty interesting. But the good news is what has been noted from the National Weather Service. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Portage. So, I mean, besides the fact that people live near North Star, Galloway, Rush Holt, Shantytown, Holt, and Polonia, there isn't really a whole lot of people that live in this general vicinity, so that is the good news here. So I actually have no clue where this... Oh, wait, this is in Madison, isn't it? Is this in Madison? Yeah, this is in Madison. That's the state capital right there. So we have more cameras here. I appreciate all the people who tweet me all that, because then I can actually put it up and have it so that I have more cameras to look at for you all. Windy for projected wind speeds. It can be in upwards of 90 miles per hour in some spots, but I'd say consistently about 50 to 60. I know it's a giant jump, but I mean, that's what I honestly think. All right, I think the old hook has been enveloped in the new hook, and now we have a giant, ugly appendage that might be trying to either A, gust out, or B, trying to be tornadic. But this cell is really it's really strange. I mean, it's not textbook by any stretch of the imagination.
What we do know at the moment, however, though, is that the wind threat is starting to evolve more and more by the minute.
Right.
Particularly on the west end of this, you can see there is a big segment that's starting to form and push off towards the south and east, which the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center had noted with the mesoscale discussion about half an hour ago. Mm-hmm. So the wind threat is definitely evolving for these areas. So anyone really in central and southern Wisconsin needs to be very weather aware for the foreseeable future, even going into the late overnight hours. Excuse me.
Ooh, new report. Just got a new report. This is from Weston. 78 mile per hour wind gust.
Jeez. Yeah.
That's an ouch.
From via social media from WSA WTV7.
Yep. That's an ouch. Mason's weather with the $2 super chat says, y'all need me later on since I'm going to get hit by this. You're not going to be hit by this, to be honest with you. Or not by the main storm, I should say. You're probably going to get, like, probably the outskirts of it, to be completely honest with you. But, I don't know. I guess I'll have to contact you if I need help. I guess that'd be another question for later on this evening.
Nate, check your DMs for a minute.
By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, that's Mason. He's a good friend of mine. But yeah, I know it's unfortunate, but you know, it's just this is mainly going to stay within Wisconsin, honestly. Glad we don't have that down here in Florida. Well, you guys have hurricanes and stuff. Although you guys didn't have a whole lot last year, specifically in the peninsula. Can confirm the win in Wausau. Yeah, it's pretty gnarly over there. Pretty strong across the board. Also have reports of street flooding over there as well. That was via MPing though, so it might not be as reliable, but still. I'm gonna play a loop of this storm here. I'm gonna try and figure out. Yeah, this storm is really strange. This is probably one of the weirdest storm formations I've seen in a while. An update on Durham. Let me take a look here. I'm gonna see if I can find. Are you talking about Durham, North Carolina? You're talking about Durham, North Carolina. They really don't have a whole lot of activity over there. I'm looking on Google Maps though, so it could be wrong. Could easily be wrong. Anything expected in New England for the system? Not too much, if I remember correctly. Isn't that right, Morgan?
Hmm.
For the system, when it moves down through further east, not expected to go through New England a whole lot, right?
Not New England, no. What we should note is that tomorrow the remnants of it do have a slight risk of severe weather for the mid-Atlantic regions, but that is looking out into the day tomorrow, and it won't be as significant. Nowhere near as significant as today.
That's great, Todd. That's an accurate statement for I guess any person who lives in any state. It's just, oh, how are you gonna pronounce this now? Oh, you got it wrong. You thought. I love Flasty. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly, I'm not gonna lie. Let's take a look here. Outage map. Oh, power outage map here in... Yo, this is not half bad. So we now have an outage map here for Wausau. That's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. So, just by looking at this, that's a lot of people are out of power. Here, let's see if I can find. There's another one that I use here for power outages. A power outage, U.S. Here's Wisconsin, and yeah, Lincoln County. Goodbye. Just so happens that
Numbers.
60% of the population is out of power. 13.3 thousand or 13.3K is living in that county, and 8,000 is out of power. So that's
That's unfortunate.
That's pretty gnarly.
And this is just the beginning of what's to come, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep that in the back of your head.
What time should Marion, Ohio have storms tomorrow? Probably by sunrise. You guys should have some storms. They won't be as significant as what's happening right now by any stretch of the imagination, but you guys could get some activity, and then you could get another line of storms that could move on through later on in the afternoon. So yeah, there is still this severe, not severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, tornado warning. There is still this tornado warning here for Portage and Marathon counties that will still be in effect until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If I were to give you an answer as to what it's doing, I would say yes. That's just, at this point, this thing, it looks, it looks great, all right? From a radar perspective, it looks like it's super cellular, looks like it could produce, like, be tornadic and stuff like that. Here's the only issue. It's kind of elevated at the moment. And what I mean by that is the rotation in itself is a lot higher in the atmosphere than it needs to be. If it's going to be tornadic, it's got to be a lot closer to the ground. And fortunately for the people who live there, it isn't. So that's just the good news there for anyone who lives within Marathon and Portage County. Now, Chippewa, that tornado warning over there. Let's see what the closest radar is. I think it's probably La Crosse. La Crosse is probably the closest. Yeah, it is. It's, jeez. Radar data is kind of coming back a little wonky, but I think we'll have to deal with it. I think it'll be fine.
They'll manage.
Yeah, I think I'll manage. I think this isn't tornadic anymore, honestly. I mean, if it is tornadic, it'd be near Throp. I think Throp would be where the actual tornadic rotation could start to translate. But otherwise, I think this is the beginning of the massive line of storms, because you have a massive bow echo right here. You can see this kind of arcing characteristic right within there. And even within the severe thunderstorm warnings, you have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail warned with it. Even 70-mile-per-hour winds warned with that over there, too. And these storms are now starting to approach Eau Claire as well. So we can even, we're probably going to look at those live cameras here soon. Actually, what was that? You sent me something from Eau Claire, right? There's traffic cameras. So there's Phoenix Park, and there's Hastings. Phoenix Park.
They just updated the tour and kept it.
That makes sense. So here's Hastings Way Skycam, which has a Walgreens next to it, and potentially an Advanced Auto Parts across the street. I don't see a whole lot from it. I think we'll probably have to see once it gets closer, but there's a lot of activity here, say that much. It'll be really interesting, to say the least. New tornado warning. New tornado warning just got issued. This is for St. Croix County here in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour.
Something that's close to a radar, thank goodness.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. I mentioned about 45 minutes ago-ish, I said we need to watch this this end of the line here. And
Yeah, it is poking out.
lo and behold, we got a couple areas here that could most likely be tornadic. So Star Prairie, New Richmond, this general vicinity near Boardman, Baldwin, even areas north of this would be I-94. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This will most likely head over to the Baldwin and Hammond areas at about 9:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So there's still a little bit of time for you guys. But if you were to get anything, if you were to get anything past that, it'd be a bit too late, if you know what I mean. So just take your proper precautions ahead of time. As I said, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And if you haven't already, I would probably also get some pillows and a helmet if you're really far out ahead of these storms. So guys, we need to share this with other people here, because this is a massive line of storms. I mean, the thing of it is this complex of storms are most likely going to merge into each other and produce some very widespread conditions. I mean, the Storm Prediction Center has already listed that we can get up to 90-mile-per-hour winds in some of these areas. So we need to share this live stream with everyone, friends and family, social media, Facebook, Twitter specifically, because a lot of people go over there, label it as Wisconsin weather or something like that. Wisconsin needs to, take shelter or something, because that's going to be the case here. Most of these areas are going to have some very strong damaging winds, and if you're in a weak sheltered building, that might not be the way to go.
You need to find a sturdy shelter in that instance, especially if you are in one of these 3 tornado warnings that we have ongoing right now.
Right. And it's just, I don't want to say that you're probably not the safest in, any sort of building, but if you're in a weak sheltered building, you're probably not the safest. You got to think about safety here in this instance. So, guys, we got to share this video with friends and family and on social media by liking the live stream. That actually gets me onto YouTube's algorithm, and that gets my video, my live stream, onto more people's recommended pages. And that way, we can get this information out to more people who may need it, especially if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives in these areas, because this is a pretty widespread event. I mean, a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center, and it's been a while since one of those have been issued, so these are very rare.
Last PDS anything, I believe, was with those series of tornado outbreaks in March.
Yeah.
So, shows the significance of what we have going on right now. Oh my God.
Someone in ham radio just said over at Clear Lake that their weather station had a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust report. Which I wouldn't be surprised.
The threat is evolving.
Yeah, I mean, this thing is starting to become a lot more widespread. It was 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now it's starting to get heavier, 70-mile-per-hour winds, even closer to 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's really starting to kind of kick up a notch. So we gotta watch out for this as much as possible. I'm going to look back at this tornado warning here again. And the one thing that I see about this, we're going to do a little bit of in-depth analysis with this. We have this little bowing characteristic here within the tornado warning. What this tells me here is that you got a lot of strong damaging winds moving in behind the actual storm, creating a bit more of a gust front characteristic, more or less, maybe even a bow echo characteristic. A bow echo basically is just a line of storms that are kind of curled to look like a bow, and right at the middle of the bow echo is where the most significant winds would be. And so right about here, right about there is where I would anticipate that. And this tells me that this isn't exactly the most tornadic thing in the world. It's more or less more of a damaging wind threat. But if this thing can fully wrap around its reign a bit more, then you could potentially see a tornado right within this here.
Nate, can I get a word in here really quickly?
Go for it.
Ashley, Audrey Lay, same meteorologist that said there could be a tornado on the ground, said winds likely near 100 under tornado warning by Stanley and Russell. It's the one furthest to the east.
So I wouldn't say they'd be in upwards of 100. I could definitely
They
see
could definitely be.
90.
They could definitely be upwards of. Yeah, they could definitely be upwards of 80 at the moment.
80, I definitely think is a possibility. 90 is kind of the ceiling, in my honest opinion. 100, I'm not sure. I
Not yet, at
I
least.
I wouldn't say yet because this is a supercell here. It's not the actual line.
Sam Kaufman reported a wall cloud with that cell as well. 6 months
Yeah,
ago.
I saw that too. So there's a lot of things too, and even
So
the
it
localized
is
flooding
still
threat.
doing it.
There's even a localized flooding threat too. Look at Wausau. There's a lot of reports here. Street flooding occurring across the board here via MPing. A lot of MPing things actually. Weatherman Plus with the $50 donation. Holy crap! Nice to see you again, Mark. Holy sheesh! Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Good to see you, brother. Keep up the good work. Heading out before the storms. Yeah, I mean, I would try and get as much as you can to try and protect yourself if you are in the path of these, I should say. But my goodness, this is a pretty strong, widespread event, especially with all that's been reported here. But thank you so
Nice
much,
drop
Mark.
in there for you, Nate.
Thank you so much, Mark, for coming back to the live stream. And it's good to see you. Good to see you again.
What the heck is this thing doing in West Wisconsin?
Yeah, I would have to say that this cell here near Rosholt probably isn't up to 100. But I could see it going up to 80 or 90. Can you get a link to the guy on the mic? Yes, you can. Morgan, be surprised. You got asked to the link of your channel.
Why would anyone want my crappy content?
I mean, you do live stream whenever I don't.
Yeah. Here, let me pull this up here.
I already got it. There you go, Morgan. If you guys want to go subscribe to Morgan's channel, please be sure to do so. He's 4 subscribers away from 700. So
You just got another 50 from Mark.
Mark, my goodness. Thank you so much, my friend. You live in Milwaukee. Well, now I know. Now I know. Whenever stuff happens near you, I'll be sure to say hi. Thank you so much, Mark. I really do appreciate it. God bless you, my friend.
Yeah, stay safe.
Yeah, stay safe 100%.
Especially considering this will be moving off towards you in the dead of night.
Tornado warning that was in Rosholt got canceled.
That got
Or
got
did it
goofed,
expire?
as well as
Did it expire?
expired, as
there you
well
go.
as the thing in Stanley.
Now we knew that that one was probably gonna go. I mean, for the fact
that one was on its way out.
70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that one too. That's a massive storm that's really gonna start firing about. Anyone use the AWIPS radar? Not too many times. It's very hard to load sometimes, but
Yeah, it's very slow on occasion.
yeah. Ryan Hall needs to be here. Ryan Hall is actually
He's
chasing.
I think.
He's chasing out there, which, you know,
Which I can understand the thrill of it, but it's the dead of night. It's going to be embedded tornadic
he's already
rotations
up
that'll
there,
drop
to be
and
fair.
lift.
To be fair, he's already up there. I would do the exact same
Yeah.
thing. I'd run into
Yeah,
it
well,
full send.
Yeah, well, you're going to be chasing in daylight tomorrow is the thing.
That's true. I will be chasing in daylight. Here's Ryan Hall, y'all. Look at him. He's got his own car. He's chasing a shelf cloud. He's chasing a shelf cloud. I think that's the only thing I can say. He's chasing a shelf cloud.
Interesting. It is an effing cloud.
Lovely.
Yes, I'm doing my best not to curse on stream, and I'm actually not doing a terrible job.
Yeah, I know, right? Youth society, man.
tornado warning has been updated for Central St. Croix until the top of the hour.
That was for all the anyways. I don't know what to say besides the fact that we got some widespread storms here once again.
Rain.
Widespread storms, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is there any actually cameras in Eau Claire that are looking at these storms? Am I going to live stream? I most likely will be live streaming on YouTube, so yeah. Ryan was live streaming on Facebook and got disconnected a while ago. Well, that would have to make sense. Although, to be fair, it's like 9:48 over there, so it's pretty dark.
TTV Hockey Boy NA.
Stop it.
Tornado warning may actually be gaining a little bit more structure. It does look like it is hooking rather predominantly, and the RFD might screw itself over. It's really surging. Might actually beat itself out.
I definitely think tomorrow will stay 5% tour. Definitely. If it goes 10 sig, if it even goes 10, I'm gonna lose.
If it goes 10, then I lose faith in humanity.
I lose faith in myself because I'll be chasing it by myself.
I could understand maybe if models can come into a bit more clearer view on storm mode if they go 30 wind, but 10 tour would not make sense.
Especially since models can't even figure out whether the activity is going to be. That's the one thing. You miss Morgan's full name to subscribe. It's Royal NYR 54. I'm gonna go back to Green Bay's radar here. Wausau, Wisconsin, horrendous thunder and lightning literally lit my whole house up. Oh yeah, no, this is a big timeline of thunderstorms here that have been moving on through. The good news is that once this thunderstorm passes about, then you guys really won't get another big thunderstorm again. You guys might have some thunderstorms, but it won't be as significant as it once was.
Yeah, nothing more significant. One thing Saw's getting another thing as we speak. One thing I will note is if these storms that we're looking at right now, and I'm actually going to switch to lacrosse radar. The storms that we're looking at right now, there are a few evident segments. So there's one particular segment that's off towards the west of Green Bay, and then there's another segment that's just directly north of lacrosse by several miles, and then there's one just to the east of Minneapolis. If those all can congeal, we will get very, very significant wind gusts, likely to 80, 90 miles an hour. And that's just something that you're going to have to keep in mind as you go off towards areas like La Crosse, Beaver Dam, Milwaukee, areas of southern Wisconsin, potentially northeast Illinois, but I wouldn't put money on that. It's really going to be the moderate risk does extend into portions of southwestern Michigan and the very northern and western tip of Indiana. So they're expecting it to maintain over Lake Erie, which may or may not happen. We'll have to see. Time will tell on that. But if these storm lines can congeal, we will be looking at a more dangerous situation.
Morgan.
Even more so than right now. What?
I actually have 2 cameras here. One of them being in Appleton and then another one being in Oshkosh. So if this does
Oshkosh existed.
So if this actually does head further southeast, we'll be able to have a camera, I believe, to at least look at this. Now, obviously, if they're not looking north, then it's not really going to help. But still, we'll at least have an idea as to what all is happening. And if you guys actually have, if you guys have any cameras that you know, like our sky cams that we can see, or if you have any pictures that you've taken and stuff like that, feel free to send it to us on Twitter.
Nate, break. Bomb dropped by the SPC. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts likely and ongoing and expected to continue for the next 1 to 2 hours. They're talking about the segment that's currently along Chippewa, Eau Claire, and Clark County lines heading off towards La Crosse.
Okay. I see it.
So,
and the thing about it is, too,
this is
with
really...
that one, I was actually watching near Throp. There's actually the backwards curlicue that you might be able to see for tornadoes. Right along near Throp and Longwood, there might potentially even be a tornado warning here relatively soon. But the only issue with that is that it's really far away from the radar, so it's very hard for the National Weather Service to be able to diagnose what is happening, especially since they're looking pretty high. It's pretty high up in the sky, but yeah.
Okay, La Crosse's radar is on the good stuff, if you know what I mean.
If you get the storm past midnight, what should you do? Well, and this is for
all
anyone.
Warnings. Yeah, if past midnight, you won't be able to see anything. You won't really be able to hear anything other than the thunder and rain. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, really in any form, because these winds are going to get more significant as we go into the night. Quite frankly, you should treat them as if a tornado is ongoing. These winds are going to be getting towards and even exceeding tornadic wind speeds, well above hurricane force. We're expecting. The National Weather Service has tagged the severe thunderstorm watch with wind gusts up to 90 miles an hour likely as we go on through this evening. And there's a new tornado warning, Nate.
I called that one.
I don't know if it is for your storm. Never mind. If a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued for you later on this evening, you guys should honestly just do yourself a favor and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. Just to ride out the storm. Yeah.
Take a look at that video there real quickly. This is off near the Mississippi River, just to the east of Twin Cities. And it kind of looks a bit like...
That was an hour ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was an hour ago, but like, take a look at that. That is a pretty gnarly looking...
Nice. Holy.
Whether it's Scud or Tornado. I mean, that is a pretty...
It looks like it's rotating in the video.
That's what I thought, too.
Why did they tornado warn this?
Which one?
The newest thing.
Give me a second.
The one for Portage and Wapaka.
Oh, that one. Maybe because if you look in the upper parts of the atmosphere, it's kind of crazy, like Tilt 1.
Tilt 1.
Just
you
Tilt
don't
1.
need to call me out. You don't need to call me out for the fact that I was using Tilt 3 for half the thing today. Like, please. Like, leave me alone. Please.
Jeez. WKBT News 8 La Crosse has a camera. Oh, really? I actually have to look that up here in a second. But Cody Anderson, thank you for the $2 super chat. I actually really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, I'll look that up here in a second.
Oh.
Caledonia, Michigan here. You're going to be up all night waiting for these storms. I have to say, best on the live stream, much respect. Well, I really do appreciate it. And it means a lot to me. Trust me. New tornado warning. Extension. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry. I can't laugh at. I can't. Why did that get extended out of like?
It's a new tornado warning for St. Croix.
Yeah, it looks like it's just out of spite. It honestly doesn't have, other than the structure going for it, it's about to oof itself.
Look at velocity and make sure
I'm
it's
waiting
on 0.5
for Minneapolis to load.
Its velocity is actually pretty good. I'll just say it right now.
Okay.
It deserves an extension. So Baldwin, anywhere near I-94, near Hammond and Woodville, you guys really need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. One thing I want to make a note of for people is that I want to take a look at the enhanced echo tops here real quickly. And this tells me how tall these thunderstorms actually go up into the sky. And what I'm seeing right here is these thunderstorms go up to 62,300 feet up in the sky.
Sheesh. Yeah, that may end up being the next point of observation because there is a tail with this line. We may need to watch that.
100%. And the thing of it is, too, is that if I take a look, let's pull up the 3D. Look at this structure. I mean, my goodness, you have the updraft keeping up all the rain up here. Look at this. A lot of this rain being kept up mainly because of the rising
Wow,
motion in the atmosphere. You also have the
that's
little
much better than it should be.
you also have the little appendage here that I'll show you in a second. Yeah, there you go. So here's the cave, the inflow notch that we look for supercells to either take in its energy, form, sustain, make tornadoes and stuff like that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of activity right within here.
That's much better than it should be allowed to be, considering it just looks like it's a tail extending out towards Minneapolis. Doesn't even look like it's much of...
Yeah, this thing could potentially just put it into second gear, and we could be talking about some more things that could be tornadic with this. And you know, that's what we're anticipating with anything that's close to Minnesota, mainly because there's just a lot of energy over there. I mean, there is a lot of energy over there that could just basically eat up as much as possible. Or these storms could eat up as much as possible and become really severe, really significant. But yeah, most of these severe thunderstorm warnings have 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. Actually, every single severe thunderstorm warning has 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts on it. Now, of course, there's other severe thunderstorm warnings that are not in this severe thunderstorm watch, but there is still quite a lot of activity here within this. So,
now we got street flood reports out of Weston earlier from the storms that moved through that general area. The storm that is producing the tornado warning now. There's a lot more rain going through that area now. We could need to watch that for a potential flood statement.
Scared the crap out of me.
What?
I had a notification and it just started.
I was gonna say, crazy. What did I do? What did I do?
Yeah, you do typically scare me a lot, don't you?
Yeah, well, never mind. Not right now. I was gonna make a comment about Clash Royale, but not right now.
Yeah, exactly. So, the thing of it is that most of these actual tornado warnings, besides the one that is currently ongoing in St. Croix, these other ones haven't really been all too organized. You know, even the one that was near Wapaka, that general vicinity, maybe even Amherst and Lola, it hasn't really been all too organized structurally. So we can't exactly say that this has been, you know, the craziest thing in the world, but Tilt 2 from Radar Omega on Green Bay, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Oshkosh Big Air Show, hundreds of RVs, planes, and people. Oh, in Oshkosh? That's not good. There's a giant airport over there, too. That makes sense. I'd assume that's what a National Guard base? Yeah, holy, that's a, that's pretty crazy. I'm not sure if I'm able to, put up virtual Railfans live streams on my channel. I really do not want
copyright problems you might honestly run into.
Yeah, I really do not want to deal with my channel getting taken down. Feel people, especially since
if it does, you can come over to the Royal NYR 54 channel.
This is why you don't have nice things. So Wapaka, the thing about it is with this cell here, I've mentioned before that this is not organized all too well. I mean, it's just, it doesn't look appealing at all from a tornadic perspective. But Regardless, this thing does have some large hail, some very strong damaging winds with several trees down across the board reported, as well as 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. One thing that I do want to pull up here, so I'm going to bring out METAR station. I'm going to bring up wind speed here. And hopefully this will give me an idea as to how fast these winds have been right within this area. So there's actually a METAR station right here near Wapaka. They don't own the trains, but they own their YouTube channel. That's the thing. And they make money off of it. So 3 hours ago, the air show was canceled. Oh, that's the good news. But wouldn't there still be like RVs and stuff like that over there? Which, if that's the case, that's not.
That's the case, and that's rather unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate. They gotta tell people to get out of there. You know, Wapaka and St. Croix. That would make sense. For whatever reason, any name that is French-based is not French-based anymore. Although this isn't
Hey, you're
technically
from West
French,
Virginia.
but this isn't French-based, isn't it? It's kind of Native American-based name, isn't it? Sounds a bit similar from origins, culturally. How long has the stream been going? It's been going for about 3.5 hours. 3.5 strong. And we're anticipating this to continue all the way throughout.
Yeah, I'll either be here until the stuff ends, until I fall asleep, or until my hands freeze and fall off.
Yeah, that's right, because you're currently doing this from outside.
And I am just going to check really quickly on my front. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna check something really quickly for entertainment value.
No. Let's actually take a look at the satellite imagery. Look at this. Things have actually just exploded here. Huge thunderstorm activity all within a line. Sirens just sounded off in Wapaka. I wouldn't be surprised, because they are in a tornado warning. They should be getting some hail here relatively soon as well. But I think the storm is starting to structurally decay. Starting to become less and less tornadic. And becoming more and more hail-oriented and damaging wind-oriented. And we'll start to see it start to push through.
All right. I mentioned I was gonna go get some. Just gonna go find out something for entertainment value, and the entertainment value is I am sitting out here for the sake of the content today.
Of course you are.
It is 50 degrees. I am wearing shorts. If this doesn't deserve a like, I don't know what does. I honestly don't.
He's harnessing his inner hockey player. There you go.
Yes.
So this storm up here in the St. Croix County vicinity, the rotation has actually moved a bit further to the east. And so it might actually be moving out of the polygon before it even touches I-94. So Wilson, Knapp, and Glenwood City, as well as Woodville. I'd still think Woodville is in the mix with this cell. So if you guys live within that general vicinity here in Wisconsin, highly advise you all go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. That'd be the smartest thing to do here within this cell. And the other thing about this too is that within this line of thunderstorms here, this was all going to start to connect in within each other, and this will be this giant line of storms that'll be moving on through much of the state here. And once that starts to consolidate, that's when we're going to start talking about our 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe even higher in some spots, maybe even higher. So I mean, it will cross over 95, but it'll be out of the polygon before it does that. Let's see, do we have any cameras here of interest? What about Appleton? What is Appleton looking like? Oh, there is lightning out in the distance. So we could watch Appleton. What about Oshkosh? Or anything? I can't tell. Any confirmed tornadoes? Not from the Storm Prediction Center or National Weather Service, but there has been some tornado warnings. I haven't seen any that has been confirmed via radar, so that's one thing. But I think Appleton's the way to go here. And that is a lightning bolt and a half. There you go. Sheesh. Pretty strong lightning bolt. People told me to check Twitter. As I said, if you guys have anything that you want to send to me, whether it's pictures, videos, even links to weather cameras and stuff like that, feel free to do so. At me, at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That would be greatly appreciated. Message is intended for the people of the EAA grounds. The National Weather Service is predicting a severe thunderstorm expected to arrive in Oshkosh around 10:30. Main threats are damaging winds, large hail, torrential downpours, and tornadoes. Please seek shelter immediately. If you need sheltering assistance, please go to the EAA museum, which would make sense. And that's huge too. So, you know, if you know anyone who lives over in Oshkosh, or if you know anyone who's currently at the event, I would highly advise sharing this live stream with them. That way they can try and get all the information they may need, because this is pretty crazy. I mean, with them all being up there and everything. But my goodness. I mean, it's possible that it could have had a tornado, but I don't think it consolidated enough for me to say for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty concerning. That's really concerning.
Public reports estimated gust is 60 in Thorpe, Wisconsin.
So Morgan,
reported Brewster's Bar.
Morgan, the cell has started to materialize. Look at velocities.
The what? The Wapaka thing?
Yeah, the Wapaka cell is starting to
yeah,
rotate.
It's trying, as long as it doesn't kill its inflow or oversurge its RFD.
Mm-hmm.
New severe warning for it too.
Yeah, so for people who are actually at Oshkosh, here's the thing. All right, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning over your area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. But there also is a tornado warning for this same cell as well. Now, in regards to where the actual tornadic portion of the cell is going, it will probably go to your west, but only by, I'd say about 10 to 15 miles. So it's very close. And seems how the everything east of the actual rotation is typically damaging winds and hail. You guys are most likely going to get that aspect of the storm. So if you haven't already, you got to seek some sort of strong structure. All right. Because if you're in some sort of mobile home or RV, these storms will push over that stuff. And it's not fun, because it's a hassle to get back up, and it's more money down the drain. Especially if you get injured too. So, yeah, more than anything, I would try and take proper precautions now. Now, these storms will be in your general vicinity in about 40 minutes. That's what this is. That's what this is most likely going to do. It'll start to head up into your area in about 40 minutes, and so within that time frame, that's where you got to start, making plans of action. Head to the museum if you have to, like the National Weather Service said. The Wapaka camera just went down. Would not be surprised, honestly.
Yeah, they just got oofed.
Yeah.
Wall cloud report by Kaufman. Again, he's still sticking to this storm.
And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Lightning out in front of tornado warning storm through Wapaka County. It's a massive lightning strike. There's so much lightning with that, actually. Phil DeCastro's getting a lot of action. It's very blurry as well.
Boy.
Did you see that?
Jeez, look at the lightning. We're getting some big weather here in Utah. You guys getting some what? Flooding and flash flooding and a couple severe thunderstorm warnings every now and then, right? Yeah, you got a couple flash flood warnings over there. So the big thing about flooding over there, flooding in any aspect, is turn around, don't drown. All right? That's a lot of people are like, well, here's the thing. We can drive over all the flooding, so not that big of a deal. Well, two things about that. Number one, the flooding makes the water look a lot shallower than it actually is. So the first thing is, if your car gets stuck, you get stuck as well. And that could be either A, because the water just overtakes your car and you just drive right into it, sink. Or B, if you do manage to continue to drive through it, water gets into your engine, electrical problem, car's dead. And you're sitting right in the water like a sitting duck. So, that's the thing right there. Really gotta heed those warnings from the National Weather Service whenever they do issue a flash flood warning. Because typically whenever there's a flash flood warning, it's not just water, it's moving water. And that makes it a whole lot harder for you to try and dodge it if you're driving through it. So we just advise not to drive through anything. Just turn around, don't drown. Yep, to all the people who subscribe to my channel, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I do content like this. I'm coming back because I've been absent for quite some time, but I'm coming back. I'm doing a lot more content, and I'll be providing you with so much more stuff here.
And then you're going on vacation.
I'm going on vacation for a week. There you go. I'll be in Massachusetts. I'll be keeping you guys up to date with where I'm.
Wait, is that when you're going to the Patriots game?
Yeah, I'll be going to the.
Another time?
Yeah, no. I'll be going to the Patriots football team game. So if you guys are going to the preseason game up in New England,
football team.
The Patriots Washington football team game. If you want to come meet me, I'll be over there.
You're gonna run into more of your friends this time at a football game and not a baseball game.
Well, yeah, I actually met into, surprisingly here, chat, while we're at it, first, well, actually, you know what? We'll get through the reports here, and then I'll tell you about something interesting. There's been a couple reports here from Spotter Network of trees down, including a significant tree damage adjacent to adjacent homes at the intersection of County Highway MM and A. So that would be just to the east of Stevens Point. So just one thing to note there for any of you who may live over there. The interesting thing I wanted to talk to you about is I actually went to a baseball game in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and surprisingly, one of you all actually recognized me, and we just had a nice little chat there. So, I mean, I never knew that, talking to people in person, that I didn't even know would be so exciting, but here we are. So I might do more instances to where I can have more meetups. I might. So people are asking if these storms are starting to congeal or not, and my answer is yes, because if we take a look at one of the radars here to where these storms are actually heading off towards, a lot of these yellow is touching. A lot of this yellow is touching a lot. And actually, the thing that I'm most concerned about here is this cell here in Black River Falls. Look at that bow echo. My goodness, this is a very significant damaging wind threat here. You can see this classic arcing characteristic where right at the top of the arc is where the most significant damaging winds is. And right there, boom, that Azari went through Nailsville, Marillion, general vicinity here near City Point and Black River Falls. That is where you can anticipate where these storms are actually going to move on through. And anyone who lives here along I-94, just to the north and east of La Crosse, highly recommend you guys go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into a sturdy structure. Lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, until these storms pass. That's what I would highly recommend. But my goodness, there is a lot of activity. What about Oak Creek? Give me a second. I will get that to you. Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Oh, that's Milwaukee. So that'll be later on tonight. It'll most likely be from 1 o'clock. Right around the 1 o'clock hours is when you guys can get that. Virtual Railfan and Wapaka is really good. So here's the thing. I'm not sure if I'm able to actually live stream that because I really don't want my channel to be taken down. It seems how they have a YouTube channel that actually makes money off of cameras that watch trains. I'm not sure if that's probably the best way to go. I guess I'll have to see on another day. Yeah, just look at this. This is significant damaging winds if I've never seen it before. How fast are these storms moving off to the south and east? 60 miles per hour. So these things are moving at highway speed. What in the world? No, Bixby, go away. No.
How did it activate?
I don't know. Technology's taken over.
Now you need your weather radios to go off sporadically.
Jeez. Let's see. So the thing about it is I don't know why this tornado warning here in St. Croix is still up. I think they might be letting it expire, which would be another 10 minutes, but I think this thing is honestly kind of just... I think this is kind of just a tornado warning that's more or less a sitting duck, if you know what I mean. But is Oak Creek gonna have any tornadoes? It's kind of hard for me to say for sure because it's very far out, and tornadoes are a very, very small thing to predict. It's very hard to predict very small things, as typically is in life. But I do think that you guys could get some strong damaging winds across the board. Probably severe wind gusts as the ceiling, or maybe as the floor. As the floor. Most likely as the floor. So, the Wapaka storm is still looking interesting. It still has decent rotation, but I think the actual outflow, the rain that's coming behind the storm here, so you see you have the little hook here, and how it just kind of wraps around this rain. I think what's happening here is it's trying to make it so that it's actually surging out, but in the process of doing so, it's becoming a bit more of a damaging wind threat. So I would have to say that this isn't, you know, as huge or significant as it once was. But it definitely looked pretty scary for a second. When will storms hit Lacrosse? I'd have to see here in a second.
2 hours, maybe.
Yeah, I'd say probably 2 hours. Will Milwaukee get hit? Highly likely. Let's see. Updated. This. If I butcher these names, I'm sorry. Short-term memory, I guess, or just so many town names that I have to try and figure out.
It's not short-term memory. You just don't know how to speak English. That's
that might
all
be
it
true.
is.
Updated Nesida forecast, planning to drive up there from Chicago. So the thing about it is that they're about to get slammed by a very strong, damaging wind threat. If I were to give you a time frame from when that would be the case, you'd have to give me 2 seconds. About a little under half an hour. So, if you guys live anywhere along I-94, near La Crosse, or even north of... anywhere north of I-94, I would highly advise that you guys get into a sturdy structure. Nasida? Is that what it is? Alright, the general consensus is Nasida. Nasida. Trying. But yeah, I'm very confident that this will most likely head on further south into Milwaukee. So if you guys know anyone who lives in Milwaukee, or even anyone in Wisconsin, mind you, like Madison, further up north to Sheboygan, well, not exactly Green Bay. I think Green Bay might be spared a little bit.
Green Bay might get lucky here.
They might be. Tornado warning for the Wapaka cell just got, what was it, canceled? Yeah, it looks like it got canceled. It still looks like it could try and do something, but it's not.
It still looks good. It's just the polygon wasn't.
Well, they'd have to create a new one.
Storm has weakened below severe limits. Yeah, okay. Not on my screen, but
This look like for Madison, is it going to weaken by the time it hits? Unfortunately, no. I actually forecast this to most likely stay the same, if not strengthen a little bit, mainly because it's heading into more of an unstable environment. So I would still try and prepare ahead of time. It's a lot of lightning. Anything in Oshkosh? Doesn't look like it. Look at the Hastings cam people were asking. That's a lot of rain. My goodness. What about Phoenix Park? Oh yeah, there's Phoenix Park. Wait a second. Wasn't this... Oh, that's Eau Claire. That's right. That was in Eau Claire, wasn't it?
yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if the eastern edge of this is really going to get much of anything.
Damaging wind threat, probably.
No, what I'm saying is like the eastern end of the moderate. Northern Indiana, Southwest Michigan, because it doesn't seem like a whole lot's extending out that general way.
Um, what's happening in Clover? You mean guess, not forecast? I mean, it's about the same. About the same word in the weather community. So, I mean, guess and forecast is interchangeable, I'd have to say. But according to the models, including most of the professional companies, that's the reason why I came to a consensus as to why I think it is what it is. Um, there's a map. So there's La Crosse. There's Toma. Wait, so can I actually... I could potentially see the, okay, hold up. Let's see if we can actually see the, can the webcam show... Probably not. What's this? Truck restrictions. I don't really care about that too much. Eh. No Skycam. No dice. Unfortunate. Use Google to learn the names in Wisconsin. See, I would, but I'd have to like mute my background audio. And I have someone here with me at the moment, so probably not the best in the world.
So you should pull up every IEM bot station and just let it. What?
Yeah, if anyone has any Skycam pictures or links, feel free to send it to me on Twitter. That way I may be able to show you all as to what's happening. Yeah, that's what Timmer said. There. Paca. 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts on the west side of the line. That's from the radar. Sheesh. What radar is he using? Eh. It just looks like the radar is kind of folding with itself. So, I can't exactly say that it's 100-mile-per-hour winds. Can't exactly say that. WKBT News 800 City Cam. Let's see. WKBT News 800 City Cam. Let's see. That is definitely not live. Yeah, I don't think that's live.
Nate, I'll be right back.
Yep.
If I don't fall backwards, Jesus.
Will Elk Creek need to take cover? Also, any tornadoes? Well, not as of late. You guys still have quite the amount of time to adapt as to what all may be coming. But if I'd have to say that you guys are most likely going to have to take some form of shelter tonight. But as long as you're in a sturdy structure, you should be fine. If you're not, then you probably should. For anywhere in Milwaukee, I should say. Because this is an overnight threat for you all. It's supposed to be coming around at about 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little bit earlier. Here's some tree damage here in western Wisconsin. And that's a pretty big tree, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty big tree. Alrighty. $70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that cell. Jeez. Let's just play the loop here. Look at this. You can see how fast this thing progresses here. It does look like it's slowing down a little bit. But, yeah. Do you know about the Wausau tornado? I mean, the meteorologist said there was a tornado on the ground over there. But there's just no evidence to support it. So, honestly, can't really say it was on the ground. Although, any tornado warning there is, you gotta treat it as if it's on the ground anyways. Do I have a Patreon? No, I do not. The only way I get paid is if I make videos and put ads on them. Or if people, donate or become channel members. Because channel members is kind of like a Patreon version for YouTube. I like that a whole lot better, honestly. But I like doing this stuff. I like doing weather. I've been doing weather for a while here on YouTube. Even though I've been taking a break for about, a month and a half? Something like that. So, yeah, I apologize for me taking a little bit of a break. It's gonna change here. Gonna be making videos here again. So, yeah. Get another water bottle here. Drink some more water. Are you uploading a video in the morning about tomorrow's severe weather? So, here's the thing about that stuff. I'm probably gonna start... I'm gonna change up my schedule a little bit. So, what's gonna happen is, from now on, I'm probably gonna post my videos in the evening. Probably at around the 7 to 8 o'clock Eastern hours. Probably 8 Eastern. 8 Eastern. And if there's ever any severe weather on that day to where I can't upload a video, I upload a video in the morning. So I upload a video in the evening, and then 12 hours later, I upload a video in the morning, and then I live stream. So it's going to be a little bit complex, but the thing of it is that I just cannot function in the morning. I'm not a morning person, and I've tried to adapt. Tried as much as possible. I just can't. I'm sorry. Tried it for 3-4 months.
Yeah,
just can't.
Then I can attest he gave it a good effort, and I was in VC with him some mornings. It just did not work.
It's my mentality deteriorated over and over again to the point where I contemplated sometimes. I said, "Hey, do I really want to keep doing this YouTube stuff?" I did not want to do it in the morning. So,
Yeah, because especially he wanted help with it, and at that time, there's not a lot of people to really help him.
And the thing of it is, I would do it in the morning. All right, I would do it in the morning if I had help. If I had people who would help me set up my my PowerPoints so that I'd be able to record it, boom, gone, done, it'd be fine. Everyone wouldn't have to wake up as early as they do. But the only thing about it is that I live on the East Coast, and most people who watch me live in Central Daylight Time. That's 1 hour behind, and I'm pretty sure no one wants to wake up an hour earlier than they have to. So I'm going to settle for uploading in the evening. A lot of people are typically on in the evening because it's after work. Not a whole lot of people are on during the mornings. So, it's probably better if I upload in the evenings. But have I checked for a sleeping disorder? No, I have not, but I'm pretty sure my parents would have told me by now. Or at least my mom, at least, because she's in the medical field. She has a bit of a knowledge. I wouldn't say she's like completely educated because that's not exactly like in her expertise, but she has to know the general of that for where she works. So but I couldn't handle doing it in the morning. So I'm gonna be doing it in the evening here. Um now someone just knock on the door?
That might have been me moving the chair on my porch.
That sounded really realistic. I'm not gonna lie, it made me look to my door. Check Twitter. Yep, I will check Twitter. I need to clear out most of these pages here. Outage map, Twitter. There we go. Yeah, pretty gnarly. News SBC meta discussion about the watch being expanded. Would not be surprised. Increasing threat for
Expanded
severe
in what direction?
into Minnesota, as well as lacrosse.
Yeah, there is a bit of a freaking segment there. God, I'm cold.
Jeez, yeah. I'm trying to think about it, but it's just that's a lot of lightning there. Holy. So that was nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sam Kaufman's just been
all over it.
Yeah, he's been putting in the work. So people have been
He's a
saying that
trail of wall cloud reports along United States 10.
I know, right? So the thing about it is with this cell over here that's heading towards Oshkosh, the actual tornadic portion of the cell is heading a bit further towards the west near Berlin, Red Granite, Borth, Tustin, I should say. Sorry.
Didn't know we were in Germany.
But on the other hand, Oshkosh will most likely get some hail and damaging winds with this. So I still advise that you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. especially if you're there for the show. Jeez, yeah, this thing has been trucking on through, and it's been really this line here that's been paralleling I-94. This is some pretty significant damaging winds here. They're probably going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning here pretty soon. That'll include like Friendship and stuff like that. Mauston, Linden Station.
All right. I'm going to mute for a little bit because I am going to have chips and I don't want to blast your and your viewers' ears. So,
sounds good.
If you need anything, I will be listening, but I'm going to be muted for a little bit.
Sounds good. Sounds good. The one thing about this set of storms is that we were mentioning how once this consolidates into a line, that's when this is really going to start to uptick more or less. And the thing of it is now since it looks like that's what's happening here, it's all kind of going at its own pace. So you have this part of the line that's really starting to kind of move its own separate way. You have this part of the line that's near Eau Claire and southeast of Minneapolis that's kind of just doing its own little thing, not really moving as fast as these other thunderstorms. Those thunderstorms that are up there near Eau Claire is moving southeast at 40. These ones over here near Black River Falls is moving at 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour in some spots. So it's got its different timing, but this also can influence as to how quickly these storms could get to specific spots. What's the max wind gusts in the storm? So people have said that it's almost in upwards of 76 miles per hour. I think I remember seeing something of that. See a 43 mile per hour wind gust, a 31 mile per hour wind gust. See a bunch of wind gusts here. Yeah, 43, 36 mile per hour wind gusts. So, I mean, in specific spots, it's probably a lot higher. But otherwise, it's not exactly going to be as big. Anything in weather? Jeez. Stop. Large hailstones falling in Scottsville in Virginia. So that's different. That is definitely different. I'm gonna see if there is any sort of live cameras here. Any other live cameras, I should say. If there's any live cameras that you guys can see, feel free to @me at Twitter. Send me a link, that would be greatly appreciated. So that didn't work. This west, northwest, north, east, south. Doesn't really look all it. That is one heck of a tower cam in Madison. One heck of a tower cam. Jeez. Oh, Kilbourne Avenue in Milwaukee. So that'll be interesting. Nope. Lake Owen, Alaska. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I'm really trying to find something here for you live because there isn't really much to look at. I'm not really going to sugarcoat it here. There just really isn't. Observed tornado in Richmond, Wisconsin 15 minutes ago. Started suspicious lower, and you can see the ironic video. Power flashes were observed. I reported it as it was happening. Love how you use the Minnesota one.
Oh man, that looks really suspicious. Everything looks suspicious at night. That looks really suspicious over there.
I mean,
oh man, that looks really suspicious.
Where's this Richmond? Richmond, Wisconsin. So Richmond, Wisconsin. No way. There is no way. There wasn't even a storm over there. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe he messed up. Maybe he messed up where the where he got it from? That doesn't make any sense. As I said, I might not be able to use virtual railfan. I really don't want my channel taken down. I really do not. That would be unfortunate. We are 21 subscribers away from 12,500. That's absolutely insane. Appreciate everyone who's helped me out get this far. I really do. Starting to pick up in Oshkosh. Yeah, there you go. So there's the thunderstorms that's really starting to kind of fire about. We'll take a look here at Oshkosh. That might go tornadic here soon. I'd be surprised if they didn't issue a tornado warning. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think it's starting to go, honestly. I think this is probably the next storm that could become tornadic. So if you live near Poughkeepsie, Borth, Auroraville, Berlin, Waucow, Pickett, that general vicinity, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure. Because I actually think, I would not be surprised. Oh, they switched the direction. Nice. Nice. Hold up. Let's see if I can find it. Oshkosh. Do I not have it anymore? Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, they switched the direction. Is that in the direction that we want to see, though? I can't tell what's going on. It's just a lot of lightning. How can you send me a video? Got a great view on the north side. So you can either send it to me on Twitter. You can either send it to me via email, which would be so it'd be hockeyboyinnate@gmail.com. I'm being told to look at my DMs. look at, you live in Ontario, Canada. Will you get some storms tomorrow in your area in the afternoon? You could potentially get some activity. You could potentially get some activity over there. Yeah, I can't exactly zoom in, can I? It's not exactly giving me the best of looks. But yeah, I think this storm most likely is going to go Tor warned again. Probably going to have another tornado warning here for this cell. And this is the best it's looked all evening. Had a spectrum width drop. If we see a debris signature, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I really would not be surprised. Gonna go to bed. Keeping you on TV just in case it hits your area after midnight. Good night for now. Yep, good night. I'll still be on. Zaitlin, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. If you guys are new to the stream, by the way, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like actually gets me onto YouTube's algorithm so we can get this information out to more people who may need it. Especially if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives in these areas. You know, we have the potential for another tornado warning here. And that is not exactly the best case scenario here, specifically because we're in the middle of the night and not a lot of people are going to be able to see this, so, or see the storm coming, I should say. So be greatly appreciated if you guys would like the live stream so that we can get this onto YouTube's algorithm, as well as share this with friends and family and social media, Facebook and Twitter. A lot of people go onto Facebook and Twitter for information. You know, there's so many times where I've seen my local city have this little group chat, and you know, they always talk about what's happening, whether it's weather, whether it's, you know, construction within the city, how they complaining about God knows what. I see that all the time on Facebook and Twitter, and so good places to share this, get that information out would be on those platforms right there. Yeah, I'm pretty concerned for the cell right here. I really would not be surprised if this thing just kind of just goes. I'm going to take a 3D of the storm. I'm going to take a 3D of the supercell here. There's a lot of rain. There also is a massive inflow notch here with the storm. So yeah, this thing could definitely be trying to wrap up a bit more. I would not be surprised, but we clearly see a massive cave right here where this supercell, this strong thunderstorm, would be able to take in energy, take in inflow. And I would not be surprised if this thing really starts to kind of ramp up here relatively soon. Very worried about the campgrounds in Oshkosh. I would be too, honestly, which is the reason why I'm saying we got to get this information out as much as possible. I mean, you know, if you are even over there too, and if you know people who live over there, you know, share this video, you know, nudge them, tell them to, like, say, hey, you know, this stuff is happening. Probably should watch out for it. You know, that is also interesting too, because we do have, yeah, that might be a little bit of a spin up that's trying to form here near Modena. Modena, there's actually a little bit of a rotation there as well. Little hooking appendage right within here. You can see the little inflow coming in, but it's just the surging of winds, the difference of strong damaging winds moving one way and the slower ones. So it's kind of like this overlapping characteristic. That's basically what's happening within these storms here. Severe thunderstorm warning for Warrens and Toma been canceled and or expired. Which, you know, I had to say, you know, seeing that 100-mile-per-hour winds on radar on the Twitter feed, I didn't think that was kind of right at all. I didn't think it was true, which is the reason why I didn't make such a big deal about it. I was just like, huh? Huh? But yeah, I definitely am watching that cell right there. But I think the main priority here to watch out for is the cell near Oshkosh. 100%. Would not be surprised. That's another 3D. I'm sorry. Yeah, would not be surprised if this thing really started to congeal. Yeah, I think this thing could probably produce a tornado warning here within the next couple of minutes. It's definitely trying to get its act together. And it's, in my honest opinion, it's looked the best it has all night. I think the cell is looked the best it has ever had all night. I mean, you have a clear hooking characteristic right within here. Your inflow where the warm, moist air seeps through into that storm. That's exactly what you're going to want to look for something tornadic. And yep, you got it. That is definitely something we really have to watch out for. 100%. What site is this? This is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is, obviously, nothing is ever free, but this thing is the top of the line material here. So, you know, if you're considering this as a profession in the future, then, yeah, I would recommend getting this, but it is, $250, so will do a dent in your wallet if you are considering to get this. But regardless, still a lot here. Still a lot here. Timing for Three Rivers, Michigan. Let's see. So Three Rivers, Michigan, you guys are most likely going to get your activity tomorrow morning at about 3 or 4. 3 or 4 is when I'm anticipating you guys to get your activity. You know, it's not going to be like, you know, as bad as it once was, but you guys are still going to get something. So, used to go camping in Warrens. Sheesh. A lot of people are living within here. Nice to see I got the local people who are local here to help me out with figuring out how to pronounce city names and county names and stuff like that. But I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate everyone who came out to the live stream, who's been helping me out. Named video. Oh, look at that. That was in Baldwin, Wisconsin. Sheesh! Oh, yeah, that's a shelf cloud right there. Look at that. Easy shelf cloud. Very strong damaging wind surging behind this. Yeah, this is a very good video here. You know, of course, it's kind of be, you know, flashing all over the place because of how much lightning there is. But yeah, this is a shelf cloud and a half. You can clearly see how it just juts straight down. Clearly see that. That's a really good video right there. Thank you, D-Rock. Appreciate that. That is a crazy video. Train spotters report 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts near Nelson, Wisconsin, in Buffalo County. Signs blown off at a gas station. Sheesh. That's pretty gnarly as well. Airshow grounds and campers at Oshkosh have been evacuated to shelter. Good. As I said, I'll be continuing to watch through these storms, even as it continues to get to Milwaukee. So it'll be well past Oshkosh by then. So if you guys want to stick around, feel free to do so. These storms should pass. That's another... Oh, that's very interesting as to what this storm just did. these storms in total should pass within the next hour and a half because there's another line after this one thunderstorm. So, I'm still going to cover this 100% all the way throughout. Clayton, nothing has changed. It's the same as it was before. Yeah, I'm going to continue to watch out for you all, especially as this continues to get to Milwaukee, closer and closer. Even into Madison, we'll be watching that. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cover what's happening in Grand Rapids because the span of it being over Lake Michigan is like a good hour or two. And I'm not sure if I want to just straight up cover Lake Michigan because, I'm pretty sure the one guy who's on a boat would appreciate it, but I'm pretty sure that's not entertaining.
Water wedges.
Water wedges. That'll do it. That will do it right there. Didn't hear you the first time I was at a meeting at work, so 3 to 4, actually I'd say about 4 o'clock in the morning. So 3 to 4, right around that time frame. Damaging winds, large hail, tornado not a huge threat, if any. Morgan, are you actually back from the dead to stay around for a little bit?
Yeah, enough.
Take a look at Oshkosh.
Oh. Well then.
Yeah, it's definitely
I guess that's cool too.
Is it going to miss Sheboygan? Well, the thing of it is it looks like it. It looks like this cell, or these lines of thunderstorms are going to miss Sheboygan. It's missed Green Bay, except for this. There's going to be another band of storms that'll be potentially moving into Green Bay later on this evening. But it looks like Sheboygan might be spared. Yeah, watch out for the flooding on the lake. You don't see the stuff making it to Michigan? Well, I'm watching this stuff up here. Once this stuff comes down to Grand Rapids, then that'll be interesting. What about Hartford? If you're talking about Hartford, Connecticut, they're potentially going to get something tomorrow, but like nothing significant. Wapaka in the clear. As soon as you guys stop getting rain, then yeah. Which will be this band of thunderstorms here.
Ow.
Yeah, that cell over there, I'm really watching that closely. I'm watching for a debris signature. I don't see anything as of right now, which is the good news. I would have to say, if there was a tornado confirmed by radar tonight, it would have to be this cell. Because I'm not joking when I say this is the best it's ever looked this evening. I'm a firm believer that this thing is...
Oh, it's gonna try. It just coupled.
That's what I'm saying. It's looked... Oh, I think it's already going. I think we might actually have a weak tornado on it at the moment, on the ground at the moment. According to spectrum width and the way base velocity is positioned, yeah, we might actually have it. Monka S from Aaron J. Jack. Good shot here. Yeah, Aaron J. Jack's got a fantastic shot. Love me some Aaron J. Jack. He's one of the real ones out there too. That's an amazing shot though. Of this what looks to be a shelf cloud. Looks like a shelf cloud at least. Could be a little bit of a mesocyclone though. Typically when you see something that juts out like this, might have a little bit of a mesocyclonic feature to it. So, I mean, there might be something. But yeah, I mean that is a fantastic shot. Okay, that is... Yeah, that's telling me that this thing is really starting to try. I mean, that is a good hook right there. If I didn't know any better, I probably would have said that's not not going to try, but this is definitely 100%. I'm not retracting my statement. I think this is probably the cell that goes tornado warn. And this is probably the cell that's probably going to be the confirmed one. I mean, just the way it looks based off of the presentation. Yeah, Spectrum with the turbulence factor agrees that this thing does have a lowering within it. And typically tornadoes produce turbulence. So if there's a high amount of turbulence within that one specific area, boom, you got it. But regardless, Borth, Auroraville, Berlin, Waucow, if you live in those areas, highly advise you all to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Because I really think this is... I actually have no doubt that this is probably going to go. Real quickly, I'm going to actually put the Wisconsin shape file up here and try and get specific roads. Because maybe you guys can understand where this is at if I name specific roads here. So, County Road XX. Just, near Berlin, even closer, yeah, just that general vicinity north of Berlin. Oh yeah,
oh boy,
ball game.
Here we go.
Ball game.
There it is. No CC on it yet.
It's probably on the ground right now. That's ball game. It's this needs to go tornado warned here. 100%. And this is what we've been watching for quite some time. We've noticed that this thing has upticked in its development. We've noticed that this thing has became a bit more significant in its structure. And yeah, that is some very strong rotation within this. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. That's what the winds are showing. We got some very strong winds right within it. Sorry for blinding half of you all. And we got some velocities that are in upwards of almost 90 miles per hour. This is I would have to say, you know, even if this isn't a tornado warning, I would treat it as a tornado warning. I would have to treat it as a tornado warning. We got no debris signature. Ooh, wait. This new thing just came in, but nothing of interest right now. But this right here is something that we got to treat very cautiously. I mean, spectrum width is showing a lot of turbulence right within that area. So right about here where this yellow and orange is, that's showing some high amount of turbulence. Your velocities are coupled right within each other, very tightly compacted, which is what we would want to look for something tornadic. This is a supercellular tornado, most likely. Don't see a debris signature just yet, if there is one. I'm going to actually take a look. The interesting thing about this is that there is trees around, so it could potentially pick up debris, but I wouldn't say that it's going to be doing it right now. And yeah, the spectrum width is still showing. Yeah, spectrum width is still showing that it's definitely could be trying to go. I'm looking at the upper portions of the of this cell here too, with the velocities, and this thing does have the tools it needs to potentially become tornadic. And I still think this is a tornado. I'm not retracting my statement. The one thing about it is that this severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag on it. And of course you need the tornado possible tag on it anyways, because this thing has had a history of tornado warnings. But yeah, I just have to say that this is probably as close to a tornado, if not a tornado, as you're going to get tonight from a supercell. So it's got to be right around State Highway 21, State Highway 21's right around where I'm thinking this is at. Next 18 seconds, there probably will be a new update. Check CC. I don't see anything on CC quite yet. Omro, Waucow, Berlin, Pickett. That general vicinity. If you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Guys, we got to share this live stream out with more people here. We got to share this live stream with people who need it. Especially, it's just Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You know, just people typically go onto the internet for their information. They won't have the news in the middle of the night. They'll have this. You know, they'll have any sort of information and stuff like that. So we got to share this with friends and family on social media and stuff like that. And even by liking the live stream, that gets me onto YouTube's algorithm, and it gets me onto more people's recommended feeds. So, just any way to get the information out. Yeah, Storm Relative actually helps a little bit better. Oh, is that it? Little mini anti-cyclonic thing. That's kind of funny. New severe thunderstorm warning outlining the rest of the storm with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's interesting. Maybe this severe thunderstorm warning here... Does it get canceled here soon? Oh no, it expires at 11:15. So yeah. Check West Bend. West Bend, Wisconsin, which is just to the north and west of Milwaukee, more or less north of Milwaukee. So, you guys most likely will be impacted by these lines of thunderstorms, most likely. So I'd watch out for this a little bit later down the line. A lot of people are asking me to take a 3D of the storm. I guess I'll probably have to here. Still don't see a CC on it. I think it's losing a little bit of its structure, but it still has the supercellular characteristic to it, so I don't think it's dead. I think it's going through a cycle. Here's a 3D that you guys wanted, and the interesting thing about it is that you guys can see the inflow notch. I mean, this is crystal clear as day. Supercells typically have an area, a little component or cave, if you will, to where it can actually ingest energy and be able to sustain, maybe even intensify further. And this is exactly what we would want to look for here. And even the size of it, it would be able to determine as to what type of supercell this is, whether it could be a tornadic, whether it could be a hailer, a gusty wind threat, stuff like that. Point being is, this thing does have an inflow notch right here, and just by me looking at the rear flank downdraft right about here, that's where the rear flank downdraft is, so I'll just color it in. There you go. That's what it is. Just by me looking at it, this tells me that this is most likely tornadic. Maybe even damaging wind threat here. It looks right about here that there isn't as much heavy rain wrapping around, so it might lose a little bit of that hook component. A little bit. But regardless, this thing looks absolutely phenomenal. And if we go over to take a look at it from a 3D perspective, you can just see not a whole lot because a lot of these colors are covering. That's phenomenal. There you go. You can see the hail core and how high it stretches up. And it goes up to 50,000 feet in some spots, which is pretty crazy. I mean, you can see right here is about 50,000 feet. This line goes through and it goes right through some of the yellows and reds. So it's a lot of activity here. A lot of activity that's really kind of firing about. Yeah, this thing is really just recycling. I will say this storm has not had a well-pronounced updraft to try and consolidate itself officially, so that might be the one thing that it might not be able to continue. All right, we got a video here. This is out of Wisconsin here. And we're probably going to be seeing most of the same across the board, so it's not going to be... I mean, of course it would matter as to where it is specifically, because you could tell what storm it is, but probably seeing the same exact thing across the board here in Wisconsin. The constant lightning, lot of rain here. I mean, we can count between lightning strikes here. 1, 2, 3. There's another one. And there's another one. Boom, boom, boom. Just constant lightning across the board. So much activity here. And this could be signifying that the storm could potentially be intensifying. Usually when there's a lot of lightning, that could tell that you have a strong storm, a strong thunderstorm. And that's exactly what you have right here in Wisconsin. Can I cover Oshkosh? Yes, I can. We'll go back to the video here in a second to finish it up. But Oshkosh here is still in a severe thunderstorm warning, and they're actually on the outskirts of a giant thunderstorm, or a strong thunderstorm we like to call a supercell. And so the thing about Oshkosh is that they're actually not in the main portion of the cell, the main portion of this thunderstorm. However, they still could potentially get some spotty hail out of this. As a matter of fact, within the next 5 minutes, you guys are most likely going to get some spotty hail. Not anything significant by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, I'm only anticipating that this goes up to about 1 inch of hail, which is the reason why you guys are severe warned. Well, because of that and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are a bit further to your west, near areas like Berlin and Ripon and Pickett, as well as Wauchow. But Oshkosh, you guys could definitely see some spotty hail within your area. And there's even a threat for tornadoes off to your west. I still think that that's going to stay off to your west. So that's the good news for you all. But as of right now, I would continue to watch out for this as much as possible. New update just came in. And it looks like the line's starting to catch up with the supercell. So I think this is going to start turning into a gusty wind threat here soon. It'll kill off the supercell, and the chances for tornadoes will probably diminish with that one supercell. Which would mean that the one chance for tornadoes, if there wasn't one already, is probably gone. Which I did mention earlier in the beginning of the live stream that this would mostly be dominated by wind. The impacts will be dominated mainly by damaging winds. It won't be a huge tornado threat, even though there was a huge tornado threat according to the Storm Prediction Center. I just didn't see a whole lot of that. I really did not see a whole lot of that, but... Appleton, Wisconsin. The good news about Appleton is that you guys actually are kind of spared by this storm. The main portion of it really went to your west, and now it's to your south and west. So, that's the good news with this. I can't say for certain if you guys are going to get any other thunderstorms later on this evening. My instant thought right now, without looking at any other weather models, I haven't looked at the models in about like 3 hours, so I'm not exactly up to date, more or less. But I thought that after the line moved on to according to the models, it said you weren't really going to get a whole lot of activity. So I would have to say that you guys are kind of in the clear from this event for right now. But I'll continue to watch out for this because I'll have my radar here for Green Bay still set up. Is Kiel in the line of any danger? Kiel, Wisconsin is over there. So Kiel, I think, is in the same book here as, yeah, it's in the same book here. So I don't really think that's going to be impacted similar to Appleton. I think it'll be a bit further out of the way, but you guys still could get rain. You guys definitely can still get rain. Maybe even some spotty hail in some spots, but it'll be like very small hail. I think you guys will be fine. Let's see. Can I cover Lake County, Illinois? So Lake County, Illinois could also get portions of this as well later on this evening. And as I said, as soon as these storms get to Milwaukee, even down towards the northern portions of Chicago, well, I should say I will be covering this as this continues to head on through down to your general vicinity. So, you guys can come back if you really need to. Say if you have something you want to do, or if you want to go to sleep, feel free to do so. But feel free to come back around if you need any more information, or if you want to watch this stuff live with me, feel free to do so. I definitely will be covering this as much as possible. I feel like I owe it to you guys to come back and stick around. Is Kenosha going to get hit? Most likely, I think they're going to get some severe thunderstorms. Some strong damaging winds. Would not be surprised. Is the storm still the same strength? That's a good question. And to answer that, I'll have to answer it in two different ways. First things first, from a damaging winds perspective on a widespread scale, I'd have to say no. It was a whole lot stronger earlier, but the thing that I have to mention too is that this is heading into a more favorable environment for it to intensify. And so to think that this will continue to stay the same is highly unlikely at this point for right now, but it's still a possibility. Pine County, out of the woods. If you're talking about Pine County, Minnesota, yeah, I'd have to say they're out of the woods. Out of the woods, I should say. Is it going to hit Chicago? It most likely will hit Chicago. Let's actually take a look at the models here for you all. Now, one thing I do want to make a note of here for you all is that this time right here, this is in Eastern time. So if you want to figure out what's happening in Central, you're just going to have to subtract it by 1 hour. So let's set it up here for what's happening right now. So here's the massive line of storms that we were talking about as this continues to progress. And as this continues to move on through, you can see it'll get to Milwaukee at about 3 Eastern, I should say. And the thing about Chicago, too, is that it gets a little bit of these storms, but not too much. And these storms actually curl off. So they were going to go due south, but then they just kind of veer off. So to the people who thought that they weren't going to get anything in Michigan, boom, there you go. You got your activity there at about 4:30 to 5 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But Chicago could see some remnants of this. Lake County could see some remnants of it as well. I definitely think Milwaukee is going to get portions of this event. Now, to the extent of what it was before, probably not. I think once it gets closer to Lake Michigan, it seems to be this kind of effect on storms that allow it to deteriorate a bit more. But yeah, and this was the previous run behind it. So this, you can see here that you even had some storms that were supposed to even go into the northern metropolitan areas of Chicago, right at the border of Illinois and Wisconsin, heading into that general vicinity. But these models have been very inconsistent as of late, so we're just going to really have to wait and see as for when this really starts to kick off. Speaking of waiting and seeing, this cell over here near Waucow really is really impressive with this. Clear hook right within here. Inflow seeping in so that this thing continues to take in energy. And yeah, this cell is really looking impressive again from a structural standpoint. Is there still chances for a Derecho event in areas like Michigan? Well, if this thing continues to move across Lake Michigan, then sure. The risk for potentially significant severe winds, large hail, a couple of tornadoes continues across the watch area. Yep, I'd have to agree. This cell here in Waucow is really trying to prevent the storm that moved into the rear of it, the damaging wind threat, to not kill it. Because it's trying its best to survive. And it might be trying to rejuvenate because of this.
A new meso discussion, it appears. Risk for potentially significant severe winds, large hail, and a couple tornadoes continues across the watch area. That extends to the Wisconsin-Illinois border. They're saying strengthening warm advection associated with a 40-knot southwesterly low-level jet and moderate to strong mid-level cape over the downstream environment. Over much of the discussion area will continue to result in a favorable downstream environment into the overnight time frame. Current expectations are for storms to continue moving along south-southeast along an instability gradient over far southeast Minnesota, southern Wisconsin, perhaps extreme northeast Iowa through 7Z. Thank you, Bunting.
That would make sense a bit. Starting to hear thunder. Heal thunder, jeez. Losing my mind. Starting to hear thunder, huh? Well, when thunder roars, stay indoors.
Starting to heal thunder.
Yes, true facts. If you guys are new to the channel, please be sure to leave a like on the live stream. Leaving a like on the live stream actually gets this video out to people who might actually need it, because this information definitely could be useful for some people who live in the path of this. I mean, we have a supercell that could potentially produce a tornado here soon with large hail and upwards of quarters. We also have some other areas in Wisconsin that are having damaging winds and upwards of 70 miles per hour winds. Widespread damage as well with that. Even a report of damage in Buffalo County, Wisconsin, with signs blown off of the gas station. Jeez. That's pretty crazy. So, point being is that this area here in Wisconsin most likely will be impacted by these strong storms. And if you could help me out by sharing these streams, sharing the stream, sharing this, well, whatever, that would be greatly appreciated. Anything is helpful. Anything is helpful. Yeah, I think the cell here in Waucow is really trying to materialize rather quickly. I definitely could see... Maybe there was a brief tornado there. Northwest of Waucow. I definitely could see that. Might be rear flank downdraft though. Might be. But some very strong damaging winds with this storm here. Is the line starting to get more organized now? Kinda. The stuff over in Toma and Mauston is it's became a bit more of a linear segment, but it's not as significant of a damaging wind threat. That's the one thing about that. Is Kendall getting hit? Kendall, Wisconsin is most likely going to get hit here in a second. So yeah, I would say Kendall is getting hit by the line of storms. This one's not severe. It was severe way back when, but it's not severe anymore. So I'd continue to watch out for it.
Velocities just died on Green Bay
Not on my screen.
on Wow Cow. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the what's its face? Yeah. That inflow is kind of, well, the outflow I should say is kind of gone. It's
Look, you want entertainment? Look at Enrot.
you should totally 3D the Enrot. It's quality content right there. New scan just came in. Yeah, my goodness, these velocities are pretty strong. 50% chance of a potential tornado according to RAP and satellite analysis. So there you go. Only the the sounds of gunshots in Chi-Town.
So fun.
Unfortunate. We have crossed 12,500 subscribers, everyone. Congratulations. We did it together. Appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you all for helping me get up here. So I just want to make a note that there is an inflow band that's going into the inflow notch. And the inflow is pretty strong and upwards of 95 miles per hour. Ouch.
What?
That is...
Eric Fox reports multiple trees damaged along the highway. That is State Route 21, southeast of Borth, right where the thingy passed.
That is some pretty significant winds with this storm right here. And in the upper parts of the atmosphere, it's up to 90 miles per hour. Seems legit. So this is an actual tornadic storm right here. You read the thing by Eric Fox, right? I couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was this cell is defying all odds. I'm not gonna lie. Ventilation is correct.
Should upgrade the severe soon, and it's now starting to read wind gusts up to 90 on a more widespread basis.
Jeez. "45-mile-per-hour wind gusts over near Sparta, as well as Camp Douglas too." So there you go. You got a couple strong storms that are pushing on through there as well. Yeah, this cell. You think the miles per hour will be when it gets to Orkeisha?
Wahoo.
Town Waukesha.
Ow.
Honestly, well,
Hard to say at the moment.
yeah, it's really hard. I'd have to say the floor is 40 miles per hour. What's the winds looking like in Oshkosh? Pretty high. Actually, it's not.
Actually,
as high.
not. No, not really.
It was like 20s to 30s.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Enrot is having the greatest time of its life.
It's doing loop-de-loops.
Waukesha? Oh, Waukesha. Waukesha. Jeez, I cannot pronounce anything to save the life of me here today. Well, jeez. Apologize for that. Yeah, the velocities are trying to do it again. They're trying to, it's trying to be tornadic. Trying.
Tornado warning, Winnebago County.
That's
There
the
it is.
smallest tornado warning I've ever seen. Well, I mean,
it's still 12:15. How is that going to stay in there until?
well,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
as Morgan just
Velocities
said.
are enjoying themselves.
Oh yeah, this thing is most likely going to be tornadic, 100%. I mean, look at the spectrum width. Look at the spectrum width.
Yeah, that, and you have a direct couplet of 27 on 78. That's another thing.
Waukesha. Wisconsinites be particular about their cities. I can understand that. I can understand that for any state, though, so I can't really blame you all. I can only blame myself for not knowing. But yeah, new tornado warning here, Winnebago County. As Morgan said, 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time is when this thing expires, but by the time
And it just died again.
it'll probably leave the warning box by the time it happens. But this is a
I'll leave the box within the next 5 minutes.
yeah, within the next 5 minutes it probably will. But this is a very prominent storm here. You can clearly see the hooking characteristic with this. Clearly see it becoming supercellular. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind.
Speak English.
Supercellular. And so I definitely could foresee this potentially producing a tornado along the way. I definitely could see it. I think it already has. There's actually been reports of damage to tree branches down. Winds estimated 60 to 70 miles per hour. Which would be just to the south of Borth. So, yeah, I could foresee this thing potentially doing it again.
What did I? What?
But yeah, guys, we got to tell people to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of their buildings. If you know anyone who lives here, Rosendale, Pickett, Ripon, or Ripon, anywhere near Brandon, Lamartine, that general vicinity, even Fond du Lac, that general vicinity could potentially get some strong storms as well. I would just get into some sort of shelter.
Why does the spectrum width is still there? Why does this thing keep rising from the dead, dying, rising from the dead, dying?
This thing
like,
is really cyclic.
Cyclic?
Close enough.
Nate, you make even me feel smart sometimes, and that's bad.
Well, you grew up in New Jersey. I grew up in West Virginia. What's your point?
That's true. You grew up in a Catholic school in West Virginia. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Makes everything better. The point being is that this thing cycles a lot, and it doesn't really have enough time for it to commit to one single thing. So, upgraded to an 80 mile per hour wind. Where? Oh, there. Right over Oshkosh. That severe thunderstorm warning now, and there's the new tornado warning again. So this is for Fond du Lac County.
Oh, that's a jurisdiction issue, I think it was. Green Bay issued the top one, and
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
They
yeah,
gotta update the severe south of everything.
Well, yeah, I'd have to say so. There's some
Ugh.
that right there is what we've been watching for quite some time. Is Milwaukee's radar closer or is it Green Bay's? Let's see, 420, 42K, or 4.2K, I should say. And that's 5K. So Green Bay is still the closest. Green Bay is still definitely the closest radar.
Yeah.
It's very broad right now. The rotation's very broad. You're in Wausau. I also get really mad if you say Wisconsin instead of Wisconsin. Wait, is it? So it's Wisconsin instead of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
You, as a New Jerseyan, you really love to make people mad.
Yeah. It's my only purpose.
There you go.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. That's big time thunderstorm there that's continuing to just move about. I kind of want to take a slice through this storm. I'm going to take a cross
why not?
section here. Let's see if I can find anything of interest.
Could lacrosse's radar load?
I don't see too much. That might be interesting, but I don't see too much from this. Maybe if I take a northwest to southeast cross section. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I have a little teeny weaker ZDR column. But it's just the thing of it is that consistently this evening, the updraft has not been able to sustain things that are tornadic. What were the lapse rates supposed to be?
Mediocre.
That makes sense. If it was supposed to be mediocre, then that would explain why everything is fumbling. And yeah, this thing is super broad, so I can't say that this thing is officially... I think this thing is gusted out. I'd have to say this thing is gusted out big time.
I don't understand lacrosse's idea in not severe warning this big complex that's heading right towards them. But
My hand is hurting. Sheesh. That's fun. So it seems how the only real activity is over here. Let's stick with just Green Bay's radar. Yeah, I think this
Oh,
thing is
they
officially gusting out. Let's take a look. How about that lightning show? Oh yeah, that's a lightning show and a half. Look at that. That's an Oshkosh.
Incoming F-off wind. Holy crap.
Pretty gnarly. Excuse me. Already yawning. Can confirm it was 100% a tornado taken near New Richmond, Wisconsin. All right, where's New Richmond? New Richmond, Wisconsin. Oh, that was over near Minneapolis. So that was during the tornado warning over there. Sheesh. There you go. Tanner Charles doing the Lord's work over there. Holy. Someone loves their caps.
You love your caps. Washington Capitals.
Do I though?
I mean, Columbus oofed himself, so what do you have left?
That's true. Trees started to snap under this intense winds. Green Bay Highway 21 west of Omro. Yeah, look at that tree. Not to mention visibility is gone, although I can only assume they're in the middle of a field. But jeez.
Sheesh.
Some big time wind damage right there. Sent you something on Snapchat, probably won't be able to look at it until after the stream. Most likely. Will we see a tornado in West Bend? I have to remind myself as to where West Bend is. West Bend is once again north and west of Milwaukee, so I remember. You do have a supercell that's heading off into your general vicinity, so that's the one thing. But the other thing is, it's kind of deteriorating from a tornadic perspective. From a damaging wind perspective, it will be there. It will be very strong damaging winds, most likely. Whether or not that will hit you directly head on, that's a little bit more of a question that we'd have to try and answer later on. But
Nate, I will be right back. I'm gonna go defrost for a minute and get something to drink.
imagine. Anyways.
You shut.
But yeah, this is a pretty gnarly storm that's heading off to the south and east. It'll be heading off towards West Bend here relatively soon. Um, Jeez, that's a storm and a half over there. But it's also YouTube stuff, so I probably will get copyright claimed, of course. Eh. Oh well. We're already this far deep into it. If we die, we die. We are tornado warning, sirens not going off. What the heck? So the thing of it is, sometimes they don't have tornado sirens within specific cities. So if you do get like the notification, they kind of, I don't think it's like expect you to go into your safe space, but they kind of expect you to go to your safe space. Yeah, underground, lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, that's kind of what we've been mentioning before. The thing about this is that this is a lot more of a damaging wind threat now. I can clearly tell it's a damaging wind threat. Spectrum width has this little arc here. Usually when I see that, that tells me it's a lot more of a damaging wind threat than a tornado threat. And I don't see this becoming anything more than that as of right now. I can't see it. I mean, look at this. This is a very strong bow echo right here. This thing is really gusted out. I think it's, I think that from a tornadic perspective, this thing is kind of folded. And there isn't even anything updraft worthy to hold it up, so. What's differential reflectivity? So the differential reflectivity basically shows rising water droplets in the atmosphere, rising motion in the atmosphere. So I watch the Olympics. If so, what's my favorite Olympic sport? Ice hockey. Will Iowa get severe weather tomorrow? Probably not. Probably not. They might get, chance for some thunderstorms, but probably not. That's why I watch YouTube weather, so I don't die. Jeez. See if I can find. So there's Wisconsin. So we have a Milwaukee sky cam here. Grant County Courthouse. Where's Grant County? Grant County Courthouse. It's all the way over there. That's not going to be helpful. What about Sherwood, Wisconsin? It's on the opposite side of Oshka. That makes sense. So we have cameras here in Milwaukee. There we go. Most people in Milwaukee are pretty familiar with where this is all at. Pfizer form cam, there you go. This must have been a popular live stream to watch after the Bucks won. Wisconsin.
He.
But yeah, that's the dealio with these at the moment, I'd have to say. Let's go back to the storm here. As I said, I think it's gusting out. I honestly think it's gone. It's done. I don't think it's gonna be tornadic anymore. Very strong gust front that's just continuing to surge on through. So I'd have to say no dice. Be just a strong damaging wind threat at this point. There was a report of a funnel cloud between Highway 91 and Rush Lake Road, relayed via emergency management. So the potential for something was there. Keyword was. But here we are. What about Madison, Wisconsin right now? It's 79 with a humidity of 89%. Looks like it's going to break up due to the humidity. Probably not. It's not exactly how that works, more or less. Honestly, is it getting into more of a capped? Nah, it doesn't look like it. It might just be running out of what about P-watts? Doesn't the RAP satellite analysis have P-watts on it, or no?
It should.
Can't remember. Oh yeah, it does have P-watts. 2.1, 2.3. Looks like it's decreasing as it heads south, so that might be the reason. It's also decreasing as you head east too, but honestly, I think it's because the line of storms just really has lost a lot of its traction. Besides the stuff that's on the eastern side of Wisconsin. Could a lone tornadic supercell form away from the action? I would have to say no, honestly. If it were to have its chance, it would have been earlier on in the day. I think as of right now, it's not as significant. That's what I would think. Anything happen in Colma or Westfield? Or Westfield, I should say. Jeez. Westfield, Wisconsin. It's over there. So you guys are currently getting some strong storms over there at the moment. Not exactly like super intense, but you guys are getting some strong storms in upwards of probably 50 to 60 miles per hour, most likely. Now, if you guys continue to wait it out, probably for the next 10, 15 minutes, you guys will be out of the action. Maybe a little bit less than that if you're closer to Colima. But you do have a lot of activity over there. Starting to head towards West Bend. Yeah, that's the one thing I did notice. These thunderstorms are starting to take more of a eastern trend. Or a southeastern trend, I should say. Will anything happen in Chicagoland? Probably not significant. Could get some thunderstorms that could move across. I mean, it might be a lingering severe thunderstorm, but I think it will probably not be more than anything. I love how there is a report of 37-mile-per-hour winds in Oshkosh. Just a casual 37-mile-per-hour wind gust report. SBC says that a few tornadoes are possible in severe watch. I mean, I still think it's unlikely. I did say that the damaging wind threat was going to take the cake, so anyone who really thought that this was going to be a major tornado threat, I'm sorry. It's just, if it's going to be elevated, that just tells me golden
Wind.
Golden wind right there. Just the go ahead to say nothing but wind. Will it hit Beaver Dam? Let's see. Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, which is right there. Yeah, I think you guys could definitely get some thunderstorms. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, so I'd say yes. Wind really picking up in Fond du Lac County. Yeah, you guys are definitely starting to get your strong severe storms now. But as I said, tornado threat's practically done for the most part. Spectrum width is already kind of like this arcing characteristic, if you will. So, yeah, I'd have to say, yeah, the tornado warning just got canceled. Gone. So now we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, but it just so happens that these severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty damn huge.
Watch your effing profanities. Nate cursed before I did. How about that?
Most people don't consider that to be a curse word. No cap.
Eh.
But the point being is that these things are pretty large, and there is still the threat for damaging winds. What does
Point is, my
Reedsburg
internet
look like?
is.
Reedsburg, Wisconsin. It's further to the west. North. It's over there. So Reedsburg's currently getting impacted. I mean, they're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. I think they're going to get more or less 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. But as of right now, I'd say nothing too significant. Toledo, Ohio, tomorrow morning you guys are expected to get some severe storms. Nothing too significant though. So that's the good news for you all. That is the good news. Can I check Oak Creek? Yep, I can. Oak Creek is on the southern end of Milwaukee. And so, as I said, you do have some severe thunderstorms that are going to be moving off into your general vicinity. I am going to be covering that as soon as it gets to Milwaukee. And then once it heads over Lake Michigan, I'll be turning it in for the night. But I will be covering Milwaukee as these storms continue to approach. What do I think the day one outlook will be? I don't know, but it better not be a 10% tornado risk. If it is, if it's even a 10 sig, I will drive into the tornado when I live stream tomorrow.
I'm probably going to wait up for that and then head off because I have to be up tomorrow morning, unfortunately.
The thing of it is I actually think that these storms will go over Michigan, or Lake Michigan, I should say, by the time that comes out. So you have a little bit. Forecast for Western PA tomorrow, please. It's going to affect the Pittsburgh region tomorrow. Or will all the energy be spent? The time system mover through this area by then. Yeah, most likely these storms will be over at your general vicinity. Let's see. We're going to go to Pivotal for this. We're going to go to Pivotal Weather, which is a good weather model site for anyone who's curious as to what it is.
It's in case you don't want to spend like $5,000 a year on weather models like some other weather YouTuber that I would happen to know does.
You see, it's not $5,000 though. So this is pretty interesting here. I definitely could foresee this to impact Western PA. Probably won't be as significant. Lapse rates are pretty strong at the surface, though. I will say that much, but yeah, I just don't see that being like overly powerful for you all compared to the opposite side of the state. So that's the good news for you all. I'm gonna look at the Siggy-Tor parameter because I can, and I want the mean machine. And why does this event have a 5% chance for tornadoes again? What about the NAM 3K? NAM 3K never fails to disappoint. So let's see.
8.
NAM 3K says everything is a lot worse. Mistakes have been made. Mistakes have been made. NAM 3K wants everything to just absolutely erupt. What is this? Morgan, help me.
Why are you looking at STP is my question.
Because
Do I have to check the new NAM 3K because of your?
It's not legit. It's not legit. It's not
Okay,
legit.
let's see this. Excuse? What the?
That's not legit. That's not gonna happen tomorrow. There's no way.
No, it's not.
There's
No, it's not. You were
way.
correct.
There is no way. This is not. The NAM 3K is on, dude. If I
It's on
could
the
get,
good stuff.
if I could get what the NAM 3K is on right now, I
Yo,
would be a
wedge
happy
supercell that goes through Logan's face. That's hilarious.
dude. The NAM's not any better. What is this?
Folks, this is what we call BS, because I don't want to blow my thing of not cursing yet. I'll wait for a little bit later till the new day 1 comes out and they go 10 Tor, and then I'll say, what the F? But
The rap thinks Erie, Pennsylvania is going to go crazy. The rap also likes Southern Virginia for whatever reason. Check DMs.
lee.
Let's see. Let me check DMs. Radar scope showing 115 mile per hour at the front of the Hook Echo. Tornado possibility getting blown out again. From the Sprout doozy though. Appreciate it. The thing of it is though, is that radar scope actually doesn't correlate its velocities correctly, so it over exaggerates the velocities, which is the reason why I don't like using radar scope a whole lot. I try to tell other YouTubers to not use radar scope unless if you really have to, but yeah, it's not the way to go if you use radar scope for velocities. It over exaggerates it.
I just want to make a point here. If you happen to be in areas south of La Crosse, basically along the tri-state border of Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, to the south towards the border of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois, you guys should still be taking this seriously. I don't know why there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning on that, but there are some strong wind gusts moving through La Crosse as we speak. So if you guys are in those areas, please be sure to continue to monitor the weather.
How many people have lost power in Wisconsin? That's actually a good question.
A lot.
32, actually almost 33,000. Almost 33,000. So a lot of people have lost power here. Specifically in Marathon County.
Delicious. Yo, high key, chat. If you are making granola and you have maple syrup, put it in granola. It is bonkers. And then vanilla ice cream, some granola as a base. Chef's kiss.
No politics in chat, please. We're talking about weather. We're not talking about politics. It'd be great if we had had a common courtesy.
Yes, Mason, can I help you?
Madison, Wisconsin, Skycam.
This ain't no cooking stream. I mean, hey, take cooking recommendations from a 16-year-old any day. Illinois getting hit? Probably not. Probably nothing severe by that point, if I had to be honest. If this is barely severe, then that probably will not be.
Page can't be found. Amazing.
knows, feel free to email
Oh
them.
no, 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 no. I will decline. Kindly decline.
What?
Something. Bell time camera. Yeah, there's like no sky cams in Madison for whatever reason that I can actually use. What else are you gonna do outside in a tornado warning besides grill outside and drink beer? That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Site cannot be Jeez. If I read this, I'll give you a
Ow.
cookie. Seems legit. Morgan's like, where's my
Tropical
cookie?
cyclone formation is not expected during the next 5 days. By the way, to anyone who thought that 90L would be a thing,
Yeah, I kind of questioning life about
like,
that too.
it was formed, it was a thing because of a trough. Do you really expect that to form into much?
Well, it depends upon where the trough is moving. If it's not moving southeast like it was, then, you know, sure.
For sure, but it was moving southeast.
Exactly. It's not exactly the best case scenario.
So the trough will go into it and oof it.
Uh-huh. All right, now let me just start deleting some of these radars here. So we still can use lacrosse. Yeah,
Yes, I'll cook outside when we're in a tornado. Thanks. No problem.
Those winds are not significant whatsoever into lacrosse. So that's the good news there.
Are they really not?
No, they suck.
Huh. Because it looks a lot more significant on lacrosse radar.
Well, yeah, but take a look at the velocities.
They were better a little while ago, just in northern west of lacrosse.
They were, but now they suck. Where's this headed? South and east, towards Milwaukee specifically. So areas near West Bend, Watertown, Beaver Down, Hustisford, Hartford. That general vicinity.
I think I can start using Milwaukee radar at this point.
How's Columbus, Ohio looking? They're looking fine for the rest of the evening.
Tomorrow's looking epic for their general vicinity.
Might get some stuff.
Oh. All right, time for the daily dose of the HRRR. Let's see.
Anyone know any sky
Wow, it
cams
doesn't
down
want.
here?
Wow, the HRRR doesn't want anything to happen
the models
tomorrow.
are so conflicted as to what's going to happen tomorrow. It's not even funny.
The HRRR's just been generally bad lately. Like, with outputting parameters, stuff like that, composites, values, it's just been terrible.
Yeah, if anyone knows of any sky cams down here at the southern portion of Wisconsin, that would be greatly appreciated. That way I may be able to continue to watch these storms, because I'm pretty sure everyone's kind of tired of radar.
Funny model doesn't even want to do anything.
Oh, that's Marquette. This is Madison. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's rest. Ooh. Well, that's all the way up there. Crap. I could have used that during this. Jeez. There's West Bend. Ooh, some lightning in the distance. Is there anything else here? No, it's just West Bend. That's interesting. Ooh, interesting lightning shot. Probably Marquette University. I mean, this is the local news network for Milwaukee, so I'd have to think it's Marquette University. I'd have to think it is. By the way, I just want to say I appreciate everyone for coming out to the live stream. All right, I know it's been a little bit of a long live stream, but I appreciate everyone who is to welcome me back onto the YouTube setting here. I will be uploading more YouTube videos here. They will most likely be in the evenings, unless if there is a significant severe weather event the next day, or on that day, in which I'd upload it in the morning. But luckily tomorrow there isn't a significant severe weather event that's forecasted, unless if the Storm Prediction Center just straight up says otherwise, which we'll find out here within the next 40 minutes. But yeah, I'll be up here on YouTube more. I'll be getting you guys more information. So, if you guys are willing to stick around, please be sure to do so. I really do appreciate it.
No, 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 no.
What do you mean, no?
I mean, I opened Amazon Music and did not mean to do that. No.
If I see a 10 sig tomorrow, I'm going to.
If I see a 10 sig tomorrow, I may just sleep the entire day so I don't have to witness what the hell goes on.
That's for real, too. I mean, that's just.
Alright, daily dose of GFS.
Hearing thunder and seeing lightning in Milwaukee. There you go. I mean, it's right here at your front door. What in the world?
Sheesh!
I think these other storms here near Baraboo and Prairie du Sac, I think these could potentially go severe warned here soon as well. So they might actually be might actually get some more activity as this continues to move on through to the south and east. So I know I haven't been self-promoting this a whole lot, although we did have quite a few people who decided to join the server, so that's great. If you haven't joined my Discord server already, you really should. I mean, I'm there every now and then, probably there more than I should be. I'm on Discord more than I should be, actually. Let me retract that statement. I'm on Discord more than I should be. So if you have any questions whatsoever about weather, about, what's the day in the life of yours truly, like anyone would care, then feel free to contact me on Discord, all right? The link is in the chat right now. The link is in the chat. But if you would like to communicate with me in any way, feel free to do so. One thing that I do have to mention is that you do have to go to the rules and you have to hit the check mark. If you hit the check mark, then you will become a uh, an official member, more or less. That's how it works to prevent hackers and stuff like that. They have to agree to the terms of service. That way, if you break the rules, where you can just basically go up to them and say, "Did you read the rules?" And then if they say no, then we just say, "Well, goodbye." So
Agree to this. Never mind.
go away. So
One thing I will note on that regard, though, I am a moderator. Make sure you read the rules. Don't make a mistake, because if you do, you will get oofed by me. True facts.
if you have any complaints, go to the complaints representative. Make his life a lot worse
Breeding
than it already
license.
is. If you have any complaints, go to the complaints representative. Make his life worse than it already is. Oh boy. But yeah. So that's what we got here. Widespread reports of trees down across the board. Yeah, I think this line of storms really have kind of just deteriorated a bit more. The tornadic threat I've mentioned is gone. No way that's coming back. A lot of people were seriously using Milwaukee for that, bruh.
God, the risk today kind of oofed itself. I mean, I know it's early, all things considered, but
Yeah, you still got Michigan over there. To be fair,
if it gets there,
it's going to get there.
I mean,
It's going to get there. Don't worry. Storm reports across the board. I have to mention. All right, I have to mention. There is 74 filtered wind reports, and I'm pretty sure half of them are in Wisconsin. There's one in California. There's 2 in Utah. There's 2 in Colorado. There's 2 in Texas. There's like 7 or 8 in Georgia. There's a couple in the Carolinas. Actually, when I mean a couple, I mean like 15. Something like that. There's a few in Virginia. There's one in DC, and then there's like 3 or 4 in PA. I think there's been at least one tornado today. At least one. But as for right now, nothing super majorly tornadic. So that's the good news.
it's all gusty winds. It's getting the northeast treatment.
Unfortunate.
I am bot. Thunderstorm wind gust of 45 in La Crosse County. Nice.
Why are they bringing up these reports? 45?
Because they can.
I literally thought you were going to say because yes.
I'm not Logan. Thank God. Tornado warning in Wisconsin.
What? What? What is this?
Embedded bull. That's what this
What?
is.
Well, regardless, a tornado warning has been issued for Columbia and Dodge County. And that'll be in effect until
Severe
1:15
thunderstorms capable of
a.m.
producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located along the line
I
extending from near
expected a severe
Cambria to near
thunderstorm
Rio.
warning. I did
going
not
southeast
expect a
of
tornado
40.
warning. I'm
Oh
sorry.
crap! I have a friend in Beaver Dam. Hold up.
Yeah, that's kind of a storm and a half right there. It does not make any sense, though. Why would they tornado warn that? It's very,
Because yes.
yeah, I just don't know. All right, well, point being is they think it's a tornado possible, and their opinion matters. So you need to get to a safe space if you live here. Rio, Doylestown, Fall Rive, Columbus, Beaver Dam, Fox Lake, Friesland, Cambria, and Randolph. If you live over here in Wisconsin, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground and get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
What tornadic rotation?
Yeah, I don't know either. I really don't. At this point, it's just kind of lost its brain. Let's see. We are 18 subscribers away from 12,550. So that's greatly appreciated from you all. I really do appreciate that.
I'll be right back.
And new day one just got issued.
What is it?
I don't know.
Enhanced risk?
What?
They did not.
Stop.
They did not.
Stop.
They did not.
They just did it. They just went enhanced. Why? 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 Why?
For you in South Jersey, Baltimore.
If they go 10 tour, I swear, I'm losing it. I will actually go over there and I will tell them.
Associated with wind damage and a risk for a tornado? What does that mean?
Yeah,
5 tour. Giant 5 tour.
It is
still,
a giant
but
5 tour, but why? Why?
wind? Question mark.
They'd have to be wind. There's no way it's hail. There's no way. I'm trying to refresh it. Hail is 15% over me? What? What is this?
Across south central Illinois. Wind.
Yeah, it's got to be the 30 wind. If it's 30
it's the-
sigged wind, I'm going to just. I'm actually.
It's
It's
not.
30. It's just 30.
It's not.
Thank God.
It's
They have
30
enough
non.
sanity to do that.
Wait until 13Z.
What? What? Why?
Speaking of why, there's a TVS signature on the tour.
Why?
I'll be right back now. Give me 2 seconds. I need to go ram my head into a wall.
I wouldn't blame you at this point. Well, it still seems as if I'm going to be storm chasing tomorrow, chat. I'll be updating a lot of this on my Discord server and on my Twitter. I won't be giving snippets on YouTube a whole lot, if any. I really don't think actually it will give. I will give snippets on YouTube about what I'm chasing, but later on in the evening, if I do actually end up chasing and I do find thunderstorms, I will be live streaming this on the YouTube channel. So make sure you guys subscribe and turn on notifications if you are excited for that. All right. Now, it's not a guarantee that I will be live streaming or if I even will be chasing of that matter. But the likelihood, according to this, is somewhat high. And I have to chase every single 5% tornado risk around my area anyways. I've made that as a personal notice because I rarely get this stuff. All right. I live over here in South Central PA. We really don't get a whole lot of activity. But whenever we get a 5% chance for tornadoes, that's kind of usually the beacon call for whenever I've kind of noticed across the board for whenever there's a 5% chance for tornadoes that have been issued, that you at least get one tornado within the vicinity. So as of right now, I'm going to be watching that. It's going to be pretty interesting, and we'll be live streaming that as well. So most likely. So if you want to stick around, feel free to do so. I've definitely got more where that came from. Hopefully. Yeah, there's no way they go above 5% chance for a tornado. There's no way they do it. I think they're gonna keep it as 5. And they should. As they should. If they don't. Like, if they go even 2%, I will be okay with that. But sheesh.
All right. Status update. My friend in Yeah, Beaver Dam says sirens are going off. So, just to reiterate, if you guys are in Beaver Dam and vicinity to the west, north, and south, particularly towards Columbus, Fox Lake, Randolph, along United States Route 151, up Fox Lake along 33, paralleling on that's also 33, you need to be in your safe space.
Look south of the main tornadic rotation. There's another one.
Oh no.
It just appeared out of thin air. Yeah, that just appeared out of thin air,
80
south of Rio and Doylestown. There you go.
80% watch prob.
What?
Northern Illinois and Indiana, go die.
Jeez.
Threat for at least scattered damaging wind gusts should continue overnight. Okay. Yeah, I'm still not all too confident that something like that will persist.
I think it will. I think it will. I think it will.
I just don't know how much confidence I have in that. Especially considering how bipolar the line has been already.
Don't ask Echo Tops. There's a casual 50,000 foot Echo Top in the middle of 30,000 Echo Tops. Take a look at it from Milwaukee. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Oh, 54K. Nice. That's
Right in the middle of
thing.
30.
There's 61K north of Beaver Dam.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
Not on my... Oh, never mind. Yeah. No, I see it. Yeah, these stones are pretty tall.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, don't mention it.
Shiitake mushrooms.
Yeah, the point being is that there's kind of a lot.
Water wedges.
It's pretty tall. Pretty strong storms, too, but... Anybody see a TDS? I don't.
We ain't found something I can't say.
The Spaceballs reference, so I see. It's that part of the evening to where we're just trying to survive the evening. We're waiting for this to end. Cover everything as possible.
Yeah, there's already day one enhanced for New Jersey. We're honestly just trying to get through the evening at this point.
Is the tornado warning coming for Waukesha? According to this, it's supposed to move a bit further to the north of that, so I would say no. There is a cell over near Martinsville that is looking interesting, though, so I could potentially see something from that, but we'd have to see as this continues to move out. I'm streaming until 5 in the morning. I'm not streaming 2 hours straight of just non-stop Lake Michigan coverage. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it.
What, you have to cover the one guy on the boat out there. Come on.
I have to cover the
Dedication.
one buoy that's out there.
Dedication, Nate.
No.
Come on.
No. No. I will do a lot of crazy things, but covering water is not one of them. Oh, crap.
Water wedges.
It is. That's weather. Never mind. I take it back. Everything is water.
You're the one that preaches that tornadoes are just water, and that's how you use it to make sense of everything.
I mean, it is true. Condensation's water.
Air is not water, though.
Well, but you see, air is everything, to be fair.
So that's like saying 0 equals 1. Like.
But it does.
But it does. Oh, God.
That's a great video.
I know, right?
Dude, we really got to create that podcast for We really got to create that YouTube channel for sports and stuff like that, or even just podcasts in general.
We
That
could
would be-
start towards NFL preseason, second week of August or something like that.
We could start at the end of the week. We got NHL free agency.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, go take a look and see what all has happened. Give me a second. That's a
will.
long paragraph. Local department don't get to use less. I really want to get these spares trucks. To get help where it's needed quicker to avoid losing fitness. Get into the letters, training, let know what we're right at. Yep. That is an easy question for me, so
All right, let's see what. See if Frege has dropped any bombs today. Honestly,
and this is I'm gonna put this out in public. Here, people are asking about what's the best radar program out there. I honestly have to say, as of right now, for mobile devices, Radar Scope is not. Radar Scope is the top as of right now. But if you want to be a little bit more technical and it's cheaper, I would personally recommend, me personally, Radar Omega. Radar Omega right now is, in my honest opinion, you know, a lot of people are going to say Scope is the best, just based off of ratings and stuff like that. Radar Omega has just came onto the scene here. Doesn't over exaggerate its velocities. It has level 2 and level 3 data. If you fill into it a little bit with extra money, you can get all sorts of perks like models, satellite stuff, extra watches and warnings. You can even see the cones of the National Hurricane Center if you're like trying to track hurricanes and stuff like that. For PC, you can get Radar Scope for $30. You can also get GR level 3 for $80. That's level 2 data. And then if you want the best radar out on the market for the money it has, $250 if you can put it into I almost said Radar Scope. Jesus. If you can put it into GR2 Analyst, I would highly recommend that. I use it all the time. You can customize it. You can add as many stuff as you want to it. GR2 Analyst is the best out there. But Radar Omega for mobile devices, it's a little bit cheaper than Radar Scope, only by $1. So,
all right, Nate. Question:
sir,
Have you caught on to anything going on today with free agency or not?
besides the fact that the Jackets have signed Corrali, no.
All right. Well, I'll just go through a bunch of things here, and if there's something going on with the weather, interrupt me. Aaron Dell and Craig Anderson both to Buffalo on 1-year $750K contracts. So Buffalo gets their goaltending there. Minnesota Wild signed Dmitry Kulikov to a 2-year $4.5 million deal. So Minnesota adds another defenseman, which their core has been decimated this year. Coyotes have traded Darcy Kemper to Colorado for a first-round pick and Connor Timmins, which is one of their defensive prospects, I believe. Derek Ryan signs a 2-year deal in Edmonton, $1.25 per year. Washington reacquires Vitek Vanacek from Seattle. No word on the return on that front. Stefan Matteau, a 1-year 2-way deal with the Avs. Bruins trade goaltender Daniel Vladar to Calgary in exchange for a 2022 third rounder. Bruins also signed Mike Riley to a 3x3, Derek Forbort to a 3x3, Eric Holla to a 2x2.375. So they get a bunch of depth on that part.
Jeez.
Suter goes to Detroit. 2 years, 6.5 total, which is a huge overpay for him. Will Butcher's cap gets dumped on Buffalo. Will Butcher in a 5th round pick to Buffalo from the Devils. Linus Ullmark signs a 4-year, $5 million average annual
break! New
contract
tornado warning.
for Beaver Dam.
Columbia, Dane, Jefferson, and Dodge counties. That'll be in effect until
Oh, wait, it's not for
1:15
Beaver
a.m.
Dam.
Central Daylight Time. It's south of Beaver Dam, and it's actually the cell that we were talking about earlier on the southern edge.
Yeah, it's that embedded thing.
Yeah, so if you live anywhere near Richwood, Marshall, Lake Mills, Watertown, I would highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
There's also another one behind it, off to the west of Madison.
Yeah, I actually see that at Cross Plains. I do. And both of those actually
So
have spectrum
Milwaukee-
width drops.
Yeah, so Milwaukee definitely needs to be watching this.
Oh yeah.
Very important that you guys are aware of what's going on and heading towards your general area.
Yeah, so if you guys know anyone else who lives near Madison or just to the west of Milwaukee, I'd use this time now to warn them. Call them up, tell them, hey, you got these strong, severe storms that are potentially producing a tornado or two, and I would just try and do the best you can to try and inform as many people as possible. And if you really want to go the extra mile, if they don't believe you, feel free to send them my live stream. I'll be able to convince them that this stuff is happening. Of course, we're talking about hockey right now, obviously, but as for right now, we're kind of in this mode here to where all of this stuff is popping off right at the last second, and it just so happens to be getting closer and closer to populous areas. So this is where we really got to start to take things a little bit more seriously. Of course, we always take things seriously for the most part when it comes to dire situations, but
Yes.
you never like to see it when it gets into a more populous area. So, don't think Iowa will get a whole lot of chances for severe weather tomorrow. Is that a mini supercell out in front of the main line near Hartford?
Out in front of the...
No, that's the
Where you look-
remnants. That's the remnants of the old tornado warning that was near Oshkosh. That thing is still alive?
Where are you looking? I don't even see where you're looking.
Look out in front of the line, north of Hartford. Like near West Bend. West Bend is obviously out of this main portion of the risk, but look to the west of West Bend. It's a mini supercell. Yeah, so as I said, a couple tornado warnings here. A lot of rotation here to talk of. I'm actually going to just go ahead and show you all where most of this rotation actually is. One of which right here, which is north of Marshall and Waterloo. This is some pretty strong rotation. You got your reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You also have another one, which is off to the north of that, but not exactly in the tornado warning. This would be near Beaver Dam. And so I'd want to watch out for that. You also have another storm that is rotating a little bit, but it's not exactly in a tornado warning, so it's not as significant as, say, the other ones are from the north and east. But there is one here near Cross Plains. Reds moving away, greens, even bright greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where that tornadic rotation would be. You even have a couple instances where you can see that on normalized rotation. It just basically tells you how well-defined the rotation is. And there even is one spot here, the one north of Marshall and Waterloo, where it actually goes into the second step, the green series here. And so that's definitely something that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through to the south and east, and especially as this gets closer and closer towards the Milwaukee populous area. So really you're going to want to watch out for this as this continues to move about.
60,000 state outages in Wisconsin now.
Jeez. We're 8 subscribers away from 12,550. Let's go, guys. Perfect. Guys are killing it. Sheesh.
Sheesh. I'm sorry, I have to do that every time you freaking. I'm too white not to.
Of course you are. Oh yeah, I'm looking at that one near Marshall and Waterloo very closely. That one I'm definitely looking at a lot.
Look at the one by Madison.
Yeah, that one's kind of trying to rejuvenate itself. A lot of these brief spin-ups that haven't really condensed at all yet, but we're still watching for it 100%. Exact location of rotation is just north of York Center, which would make sense a little bit. Yeah. I was gonna go chase this one, but it looked like it was gonna move past Madison before he could get there. I was upset that I made the choice. Here's the thing. This is in the middle of the night. And so, I mean, I know everyone could be, fantasizing over storm chasing at night. It's not worth the risk, honestly. And it's a lot
Ryan Hall,
and
y'all.
and it's just one of those things to where I would just not risk getting hit in the middle of the night trying to look for something that I can't see. Which, of course, I know lightning would help illuminate it a little bit, but I just would not take the risk. Really would.
Update to the northernmost tornado warning. At 12:49, a severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage was located along the line extending from near Fall River to near Columbus, moving southeast of 40. So they do definitely see some tornado potential continuing along with that line as it heads off towards the south and east.
I think Juno. I like the play of Juno for something potentially tornadic. I'm definitely gonna watch out for that. But Hockey Boy Nate, I'm back. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of surprised myself. Check spectrum width on the Marshall cell. The Marshall cell isn't as organized as it once was. Not as much turbulence there, and the velocities aren't exactly that organized either. So. That's the one thing about that. Pretty sure my power is going to go out soon, though. The storm is almost to me. Well, that makes sense. Good luck with that. Check weather for Aurora. I mean, I personally think these cells won't be able to be significant once it gets down that far. I think it definitely could produce some thunderstorm activity over in Chicago and that general vicinity, but I don't think it'll be like as significant as it is here in southern Wisconsin. I think it'll deteriorate by the time it gets into that portion of the metropolitan area of Chicago. Yeah, Madison is getting ready to get absolutely trucked. That is a cell and a half. Embedded line.
Won't be shocked. Won't be shocked to see a tour there soon as well.
Yeah, I'm counting down the time to which there's a new tornado warning for that. Heard a crash of thunder near me in New Berlin. Seems a bit random given that the line is still west of me. I mean, if I believe thunder can extend up to 15, 20 miles, depending upon the intensity of it. Something like that. So, I mean, you might be able to still hear it, even that far away. Would not be surprised by any stretch of the imagination. What about Detroit? So the thing about Detroit is that will most likely be the major impact for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning is most likely when they are going to get the strong, significant wind gusts. So I would try and monitor it when it gets a little bit closer in that general vicinity. But I think damaging wind gusts is the main threat for you all. Yeah, the storms are really kind of pushing off. The other thing too is that I'm noticing that there's a lot more stronger velocities at the surface near Waterloo and Marshall, and this is showing 82-mile-per-hour winds at 1,644 feet above the surface, which is really close to the ground. I mean, you think of it that way, you know, it's just, it's about, what, a quarter of a mile above the ground? Maybe a little bit less than that? It's about that. Something like that. So this is some very strong damaging winds here that are moving through. And it's even stronger in the upper parts of the atmosphere as well. Looking up 2,600 feet, it's up to 94 miles per hour. So yeah, we got some very strong damaging winds at the surface.
Winds are also
here.
starting to rip near Juneau. 78 at 1,800 feet.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. It's very strong across the board. I'm kind of surprised that they're not issuing a 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for all of that. Because this is some pretty strong rotation heading into, well, not rotation, pretty strong straight line winds heading into Milwaukee. I mean, just to get the information out, you know? Even if you over-prepare, it'd probably be a lot more worth it. If you guys know anyone who lives here in Milwaukee, I highly recommend telling them this information as much as possible.
Where's Mark?
Yeah, well, Mark, I think he's already left. But...
Well, yeah, I know that.
yeah, no, if you know anyone who lives in Milwaukee, highly recommend telling them to get into a sturdy structure, getting into the lowest innermost part of their building.
Ugh.
Because you do have some very strong storms that could produce some 60, 70, maybe up to hurricane force winds in some spots, 100%. And if you know anyone who would like to watch this type of content, please be sure to share this live stream with them, whether it's on Twitter or Facebook. I know I'm actually going to tweet out my stream here, kind of self-promoted a little bit on Twitter. But feel free to share this with people as well. Appreciate it, appreciate it. But yeah. Strong, severe storms with a history of wind damage and tornado warnings approaching Milwaukee, Wisconsin. There we go. Do that. Boom. Probably gonna take a. Do I take a picture of this? Here. File. Save image. Radar. Sure. It'll be a nice hook. Go over to Twitter. Do that.
Beaver Dam tornado warning has expired. Winds continue to pick up south and east of that general vicinity, however.
This is gonna take forever for me to scroll down. There we go. Boom, we got it. Like, if you guys would like to retweet this, feel free to do so. That would be greatly appreciated. So Ohio planning to get any severe weather tomorrow, Cleveland area. Yeah, you guys might actually be able to get some activity. Severe thunderstorm watch 400 has been issued. And this is
8 a.m.
for
Central.
This is for Chicago. So Chicago's in a severe thunderstorm warning. If this actually continues to go down to Chicago, I might have to continue to stay up. But boys and girls, it is now the top of the hour, 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central Daylight Time. My name is Nate Snyder. The background is Morgan J. Fold, other known as Royal NYR 54. We are currently covering the severe weather outbreak that has unfolded over Wisconsin. Those include widespread amounts of damaging winds, including widespread reports of damage from these winds. And the potential for some more severe weather is possible, especially as this continues to move further and further south. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for that general vicinity, and a new day 2 convective outlook has also been issued. So there's
Took
a
a little
lot
bit.
of...
I'm
Yep.
gonna look.
But there is a lot of activity here across the board.
Crap.
And so if you would like to stay tuned, if you'd like to share this content with friends and family and on social media, that would be greatly appreciated. By liking the live stream, that actually gets me onto more people's recommended pages. So that way people who are looking for information may be able to get it. That would be greatly appreciated.
Day 2 marginal. Took them that long to issue a marginal.
There we go.
Day 1 enhanced, though. I mean,
Oh, what? Okay,
watch it go moderate.
I thought I just saw something. Go away, Morgan. So the thing about it is that I'm kind of concerned about how the storm near Lebanon looks. I'm not gonna lie. I see 84 mile per hour winds at 1,335 feet above ground level, and I also see the cell north of Johnson Creek that is starting to tighten up with its rotation. So you might actually have an embedded tornado within that as well. So we really got to watch out for this. Boys and girls, we finally hit over 12,552 subscribers. Congratulations, everyone.
Mazel tov.
Surprisingly, we're also only 19 likes away from 800.
Why is there 85 at 1330 south of Kleiman?
That's what I saw too. I was like, bro, that's some pretty strong damaging winds there.
That and there's a little embedded thingy southwest of Watertown.
A lot of people are starting to get the severe thunderstorm watch on their phones who live in Chicago.
Chirac.
Yes, that's what Fancy always calls it.
I mean, he is right. He lives there.
He's also not wrong.
Yeah. All right. Probs on
That's
the
a report of a wall
2010
cloud
70
in
30.
Madison.
Yeah, thank you. Like, come on.
Sam
It was.
Kaufman.
It's been. Bro, my guy is levitating. What the hell is this?
He's actually going about his day all over Wisconsin. Yeah,
And he's getting everything. Like,
I know, right? There is not a tornado warning in Madison at the moment. There is a tornado warning to the east of Madison, however.
I will say, though, this is heading off towards Janesville, and potentially further down the line, this might head off towards, Mason, don't hurt me, Woodstock. If it actually manages to travel that far, it may head off towards that general vicinity or just to the west. So if you guys are in that area, Janesville, Evansville, we've seen several cells rotate, recycle, revamp, and repeat. So it's very important that you guys monitor the skies, so to speak.
85-mile-per-hour winds now, according to radar, 1,300 feet above the ground.
Well, thanks. I already saw that.
You saw 83.4, I believe.
I saw 85 at 1330. That is what I said. And you can go back on the stream and find that.
I'm too lazy to go back on stream.
We know you're lazy. We figured that out already. All right, I'm gonna add a dislike. Just kidding.
Gosh. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board still. I still think they need to go 70 here.
I don't think they'll go from 60 to 80.
No,
unless it's August 10th.
Possibly. But it's close enough.
Honestly,
just came back because you're very nervous. I mean, it's all right as long as you stay in a sturdy structure in the lowest innermost portion of your building. You will be fine. I guarantee it. Do you think that the tornado potential might pass through Milwaukee? Definitely looking like it. Definitely looking like there could be the potential for something to move through Milwaukee. Might even be a little bit further south of Milwaukee. Might even go to Kenosha. Or at least the tornado threat. The damaging wind threat most likely will head through Milwaukee. 100%. I don't doubt that at all. Is Racine, Wisconsin most likely going to get it?
I heard you under your breath, like, what the?
Yeah, I kind of was just like, it's either Racine or Racine, but I think it's Racine. So is Racine, Wisconsin going to get it? Most likely. They're probably going to get the severe weather that'll move on through. I mean, you're not far away from Kenosha, so I think you guys are going to get it. It's 1 a.m. A severe thunderstorm watch just issued through your area. Where is the Derecho heading next? Most likely through closer to your area if it sustains. I get that a lot, Chris. I'm not gonna lie. Well, for him. But
Whoever you have shot in the background sounds like he said, "Bruh, I am younger than Nate and have a deeper voice than he does." Like,
I mean, but it's true though.
Giant moment.
But yeah, that's Racine. So I was right.
Raccoon.
Go away. Go away. You're not helping.
60-mile-an-hour wind warning for the southwestern end of this line.
Unless if I didn't say Racine, then
I'm going to stand by my pronunciation of it being raccoon.
go away, Morgan. You're not helping.
When am I ever helping?
Could get a chance for a tornado, but it's uncertain.
Racine.
I think it's a bit further south. That the chance of the tornado. Yeah, now you can tell I don't live here, so I apologize if I
Racine.
offended
So now
anyone.
everyone's saying Racine.
I'd have to assume so. Is your friend in Middleton good to come out of shelter? Let's see.
Giant tour for the radar site. What is this?
Yeah, what? That's an
Wait. Watertown.
I think Middleton
CC.
could stay down for a little bit more.
CC drop. Southwest of Watertown.
Oh, ball
CC
game.
on the ground.
Yeah, ball game. All right, well, there's your tornado. That's the first tornado of the day that we've actually confirmed here. Yeah, that is a that's what we've been
That's a
looking for
discrete
actually.
thing.
That's the thing that we've been looking at for quite some time. But yeah, this thing had a lot of convergence more or less, and it created that vorticity almost immediately. You can see spectrum width there ramp up rather significantly within a short period of time. That is a confirmed tornado here south of Watertown, north of Johnson Creek, north of Interstate 94. And this is a particularly dangerous situation for anyone who lives over here.
Yeah, and particularly as this moves off towards areas of the west suburbs of Milwaukee. This is going to be heading off towards very populous areas. And we're really not going to want to take many risks at all with this. So if you guys are along State Route 16 near okay, forget it. Lac La Belle, Ixania, Monterey, Akachi Lake, Stonebank, Shenandoah, Nashua, Heartland. You guys need to be in your tornado shelters now. You guys, this is not a situation that you're going to want to take any big gambles with.
Give me 2 seconds. I think I found some.
Webcam?
No, not a webcam. I think I noticed something. Yeah, the Watertown bypass. If you guys know where the Watertown bypass is, it just went right over that. Right over the intersection of the bypass and State Highway 26. Yeah, it just went right over that. And
I hate to be that guy, but this might shape to be another Chicago. It's doing exactly what it did. Vorticity max. Boom.
half-mile wide debris signature. That's the one thing. Oh, jeez.
For right now. Need a new
Velocity
frame. Haven't
just
got
killed
one
itself.
in 4 minutes.
Velocity just killed itself, so that's good news.
Did it really?
One thing I will say here, delta velocity was 85 knots, other known as, this would appear to be
Close to 100 miles an hour.
98.4 mile per hour delta velocity. That would be what? A EF1, if that was true.
Be an EF1, yeah.
So that is a tornado right there. And the thing that we look for on correlation coefficient, if we see this little blue dot right here, this is a good indication of there being debris being lofted up into the atmosphere by a tornado. And so another thing that we can look for is ZDR. And if we see this gray in the middle of all of that, ZDR looks for rain droplets. And so if it's not picking up rain droplets, it typically will show up in this gray, and right within there shows some gray as well.
Yeah, you see it? It actually did have a ZDR column right there.
But yeah, that is some debris that is being lofted up into the sky, and it's being kind of spun out.
Why have I not gotten a new frame in 5 minutes?
I'd watch for just to the east of Johnston Creek as well. They could potentially get something there as well, looking at some sort of spin up or rotation within that. But yeah, you can still clearly see the debris in the sky that has been lofted up by the tornado. Definitely not on the ground anymore by my calculation. But this definitely was on the ground at one point. It definitely was doing damage. So we're just praying to God that no one was severely impacted. It looks like there was an area that did get hit by this. I'll place a marker right here. And it looks like it did go over a couple residential, like not residential areas, but like rural areas with farm land. So that's the good news. Not major impact with this, but there is some people that did get impacted by the storm. So that's just unfortunate. We're praying for them.
My GR2 is having a stroke. Come on.
Yeah, you can. That's definitely a tornado. That's confirmed. You can see the debris that's starting to fan out. So the debris is starting to become scattered instead of consolidated because, well, tornado isn't consolidated anymore. It's kind of just dissipated a bit more. So, yeah, I think this is a bit more of a. I think this is a bit more of a quick spin up with this, and I actually would have to disagree with you, Morgan, mainly because if you take a look at the actual overall structure of the storm, it's on the northern edge of a QLCS. So, can't exactly.
4R. There you go. A little bit late.
Yeah,
But
that's the reported tornado by the National Weather Service. So there's your confirmed tornado.
Ooh. Tornado-producing storms were located along a line extending from near Lac La Belle to 6 miles east of Johnson Creek to near Jefferson, moving east of 50. So these are racing
There's the pink
off towards the
polygon right
Milwaukee
here.
area.
There's the pink polygon. That's the first time we've seen it all evening. So, boys and girls, this is a serious situation. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to Milwaukee, and we've got a tornado that was on the ground briefly. There could be multiple instances of this happening again. And
The tornado warning behind it has expired.
yeah, that cell off to the west of Concord, east of Johnston Creek. I'm really watching that very closely. That could be potentially the next line or the next thing to go. Maybe another tornado. I wouldn't have to say that it's on the ground right now. I think it's a little too tough to tell.
Helenville looks interesting as well.
I definitely see a spike in vorticity. I will say that. Spectrum width does indicate that there could be something. But I can't say as of right now.
There's also a couplet east of Johnson Creek and then northeast of Johnson Creek. There's a bunch of stuff going on there up in the long United States. Sorry, Interstate 94.
The northeast one was the confirmed tornado.
Marine warning. There it is.
But I can't say that this is officially a debris signature.
What?
The one that's east of Johnson Creek.
The one east of Johnston Creek?
One east
No,
of Johnson
not yet.
Creek. I can't say that.
No.
Spectrum width is pretty strong as of right now, but I can't pull the trigger on it.
Just to the northeast of Johnson Creek, there's a pretty nicely defined little ball there.
Report of 70 mile per hour winds from the National Weather Service employee, estimated wind gusts there. So there's your rear flank downdraft. Most likely.
Need a new frame. Come on, velocities.
3 seconds and 2. New velocity frame just came in. I'm questioning life. We're very close.
Oh my god.
I'm watching out for the one south of Concord now. That's kind of... We're so close to the radar, it's very hard to tell.
Nate, here's the issue with that, though. There's a well-defined little area of CC. Reflectivity is enhanced over that slightly, but it's still there. Spectrum width indicates something. This might be very serious.
I mean, regardless, if you're in this tornado warning, you should be in your safe space anyways. All right, we've had confirmed tornadoes before. All right. So just...
Yeah, particularly areas like Oconomowoc, Summit Corners, Delafield, Buena Vista, Nashita, Okachi Lake, Shinakwa, Heartland, State Route 16, Interstate 94. It's going to be intersecting perpendicularly State Route 83, State Route 67, Summit Corners, Buena Vista. You guys need to be very, very weather aware. There are numerous, and I mean numerous, rotations up and along this line that can be depicted.
Oh, yeah.
One west of Sullivan, one northwest of Sullivan, one over Concord, and another one northwest of Concord. There are several right now that all could be capable of producing tornadoes as this races off towards Milwaukee. If you guys know anyone in the Milwaukee area, you guys need to be in your shelters now.
I think there might be one. I'm half and half in saying this because I'm not entirely convinced, but I think there might be a tornado over I-94 right now. If you take a look at CC and then go up to 0.9 tilt. I think there might even be two. There might even be two tornadoes. Now, I'm not entirely convinced, so I'm just speaking right now what's in my head. But regardless, this has had a history of producing tornadoes. This has had a history of producing tornadoes. So if you live in this tornado warning, even if you live out in front of this, you need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You won't have enough time to try and find out where this thing is just by trying to look outside. It's too dark outside, and even though there's a lot of lightning, these storms are moving fast. I mean, they're moving highway speeds.
Yeah.
As it would be too fast to the point where the cops wouldn't be able to catch him to pull him over. It's that fast, guys. And so we need to take this seriously when we say that these have had a history of producing a tornado.
Tornadoes, potentially, plural.
Potentially tornadoes, yeah, that's true. Maybe multiple. But we definitely have seen one.
Need a new frame. Come on.
We definitely have seen at least one. I don't think that's Is it?
I really hope Mark knows what's going on right now. He should. He's a smart guy.
I can't. I'm convinced, but I'm not convinced. I'm looking at CC right now with the new scan.
I don't have a new frame.
I can't say it. I can't say that it is. I think it's radar interference. I think it's radar interference. As of right now.
It can't take that risk though.
I can't take that risk. That's true. All right, 100% can't take that risk. That's the reason why I'm saying if you live over there, you need to get into your safe space 100%.
Because at this point we don't even know. Like
it's too close to the radar. Way too close to the radar. Yeah, you just need to.
My radar is taking the fattest duker at the moment.
If you guys live anywhere near I-94, all right, this is the one thing that we do know. If you live anywhere near I-94, whether it's north or south within a 10-mile radius, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that's the guarantee right there. You need to do that, because if you don't get into a sturdy structure, you will get slammed by very strong damaging winds in upwards of 70 miles per hour. And if it's in localized areas, you could potentially even see a tornado that will have stronger damaging winds than that. So you need to heed the warning here. I can't say this is debris, but regardless, if it is a tornado on the off chance, say that it's, I'm wrong. Need to get into your safe space anyways. That's the play here. It is confirmed because we had a tornado earlier Yeah, that was 3 minutes ago. So 3 minutes ago, there was the tornado that was over there. It hasn't updated yet. The actual warning box has not updated. But regardless, this is a pretty scary situation here, especially as this gets closer and closer towards Milwaukee. Any suburb of Milwaukee is most likely going to get impacted by the storm. And this is the reason why I said we're going to continue to stay up through this event.
Tornado observed will continue.
It's too
Tornadic
close to the
producing
radar.
storms.
It's too
Yeah,
close
we
to the
need
radar.
it to move a little bit. We need to move it a little bit. I can't make any official calls on that, which sucks. Anywho, at 1:20, tornado producing storms were located along a line extending from near Lac La Belle to near Oconomowoc to near Jefferson.
I'm gonna take a risk.
Moving. Okay. What's your risk? What are you thinking?
Cross section.
Ooh.
It's the only thing that will probably help us if it's up to date right now. For God's sake.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Illinois, including Rockford.
It's not up to date right now. It hasn't went over the...
And Mason, you're not in it. Inhale copium.
Regardless, I gotta say, for being up 280 feet above ground level, this thing has 91 mile per hour winds. No, I'm sorry, 97 mile per hour winds. 97 mile per hour winds.
Forget if there's something tornadic going on. Extremely strong straight line winds currently moving through the Sullivan area.
Oh, 100%. 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
Particularly,
jeez.
Since there were people talking Waukesha, this is moving off towards your general vicinity right now.
Waukesha.
Waukesha, because yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is a storm and a half. It does have a little bit of an inflow band. I will say that much. On the lower levels of the storm, I can make out an inflow band. I can make that out. So maybe if I continue to try and look for that.
Yeah, giant tour possible for Milwaukee, and then that severe warning for northern Illinois anticipating the storms.
I just don't see a spectrum width drop within that. I can't say for sure.
You gotta wait until it's further away from the radar to really make any educated assumptions, which is really unfortunate because for all we know, there could be something on the ground right now.
Wait a second. This is a gamble. Yeah, it's a gamble. This is a gamble. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm out of options.
What are you doing?
I'm going to TMKE. Oh. Wee woo. That is a pretty gnarly rotation that just went through Duzman. My God. And that's a pretty gnarly... Yeah, I think this thing actually probably could have been on the ground. Ow. Ow.
Wait.
Ow.
No.
I think it probably was on the ground.
No. You're not. Tsunami warning. Tsunami warning. 8.1 mag. 60 miles southeast of Shignick, Alaska. This is 11 miles depth. Yeah, this is it.
Didn't we predict that where it would move up the coast that way? Didn't we say something like that, Morgan?
Tsunami watch for Hawaii as well. Oh my god. Oh no.
We got two different things to watch out for. We got Milwaukee, which most likely has another tornado on the ground here. Or that was briefly on the ground.
Oh my god. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to pull something.
Yeah, pull up
here.
the tsunami warning thing too. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, no, that definitely looked like it probably was on the ground. You're near Duzman, it ain't bad. Well, I highly recommend staying indoors until the time being.
Holy crap.
How high are they expecting the waves to be?
No, you're not helping me, IEM-bot.
Is Racine...
This message is issued for information only and support in the UNESCO/IOC Pacific Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System and is meant for national authorities in each country. An earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 8.1 occurred in the Alaska Peninsula at 06:16 UTC, which was 15 minutes ago today. Based on the preliminary earthquake parameters, widespread hazardous tsunami waves are possible. Hazardous tsunami waves from this earthquake are possible within the next 3 hours along some coasts of... And they're still investigating that.
So potentially, you know what we could do, Morgan?
There could be U.S. impact.
We could stay up for that, and we could try and watch it.
That sickens me because they're not going to get information out on that quickly.
Well, I'd have to look into it. Let's cover the Milwaukee thing until this gets over Michigan, and then we'll be able to look at it.
What?
The cool thing about this chat is that I also do have something that helps me with this too. So there's the 7.3, which apparently got up to an 8.1.
Yeah, it's an 8.1 prelim. Radar indicated Tor.
So it's not confirmed anymore. That's the good news.
No. I am shaking to the bone. Yes, this is for Milwaukee.
So here's the earthquake thing that I was talking about, chat. I have this. This updates me for whenever there's an earthquake that's popping around. So we might be talking about earthquakes later on tonight. New tornado warning for Milwaukee, Racine, Walworth, and Waukesha counties. So they extended the tornado warning, and now this includes the city of Milwaukee. That'll be in effect until 2:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live in these areas, you got to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But widespread, it's just the Earth is upset right now, guys. The Earth is actually upset, and they are taking it out on us. They got tsunamis, got tornadoes that are impacting populous areas. So we'll be covering this for quite some time, guys. So in about 4 to 5 hours, that's when the waves are going to start hitting Hawaii. In about 3 hours, oh geez, these waves are crazy. Tsunami where? Most likely for Hawaii and everyone else along the Pacific.
Potentially even the U.S. coastline.
Most likely will be the U.S. coastline.
I can't imagine, though.
Everything is setting off right now, guys. As I said, there is a tornado warning here for the city of Milwaukee. If you live in any of the suburbs around Milwaukee, from Waukesha to North Prairie down to Burlington, all the way over to the coast, Lake Michigan, need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. It is highly recommended. Thank you guys so much for getting over 800 likes. I really do appreciate it on the live stream. I also appreciate you guys getting me over 12,550 likes, as I mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. Back to being an 8.2 magnitude earthquake. Well, jeez.
Is it actually? Yeah, it is an 8.2. Oh my god.
Yeah, there it is. That is one of the
That is one of the largest in recent history. Hands down, one of the largest in recent history.
You guys can hear the dings, right, chat? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, jeez.
That's terrible, man.
And look at how large the ring is on Earthquake 3D, Morgan. Look at how large.
I don't have 3D open. Hold up. Oh my good Jesus.
It's so large.
Hold up. Shoot.
Thing is massive. .2 and a 6.2 in the same spot.
Okay, Nate, really quickly. Statement from National Weather Service Seattle. The tsunami threat for the West Coast is still being evaluated. There is no watch, warning, or advisory in effect for the Washington coast at this time. Stay tuned. So they don't know yet.
Jeez. Well, which
makes it even worse.
We'd have to watch for the buoys, no?
Yeah, maybe. What's out there?
Darts.
And there was just a 6.2 aftershock.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's crazy. Sirens are going off in Milwaukee, as I said. Tornado warning for the city of Milwaukee. The good news is this looks a lot more linear. A lot more of a linear threat. Guys, I'm sorry. We're kind of going through two different things here because we just had breaking news. An 8.2 earthquake has struck the peninsula of Alaska and has caused potential tsunami, or is causing a potential tsunami for the coast of the U.S. as well as Hawaii and other places around the Pacific. So we are getting.
There goes my night of sleep.
We're getting more information for you all as time continues to progress. But on top of the 8.2 earthquake, there was also a 6.2 magnitude aftershock on top of that. So after these storms move off, we're going to go full to the earthquake coverage. We're going to go full to the earthquake coverage, try to get as much information as possible. We have a new tornado warning for the southern portion of Wisconsin. This is for Rock County, and that'll be in effect until 2 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Radar indicated rotation.
I believe that's what we've been looking at for an hour or two.
Yeah, that was the one that went through Madison, but it just kind of didn't get its act together. And so it ended up reforming near Janesville and it actually weakened by the time it got over there. So not exactly the strongest thing to look at in the world, but it did have a decent signature earlier. So Layton, Janesville, Orford, Footville, Beloit. If you guys live over there, especially the intersection of I-43 and I-39, highly recommend you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Check Twitter. You sent me a buoy map. I thought I had a buoy map in my thing earlier, but you know what? Might as well look at it anyways. Yeah, there's the buoy map. Yeah, there's the buoy map right there. So there's Dart.
Nate, I'll be right back. I need to contact some people really quickly.
That's fine. Just updated. I'm probably gonna update the 4, 5. So that's a 5. A 5.6 aftershock. A 5.6 aftershock. It's rumbling. That was a 5.6 aftershock. So you had an 8.2. You had the 6.2, and then you had the 5.6 right afterwards. Will the tsunami hit Vancouver Island? It could potentially. We'd have to see. I'm going to be watching this very closely for you all. I'm going to be watching this very closely for you all with the buoys. And if I get an answer for you, I could potentially be able to determine as to how significant the waves might be able to be. But this is it's one of the strongest earthquakes we've had in recent memory. I'm gonna tweet that out. Boom. Will the tsunami hit California? It could potentially do so. Here is the image of the tsunami waves as to when and where they will actually hit. If you're going to ask me about heights, I would have to look at the buoys to figure out that specifically. But the interesting thing about this is that this line right here, this is the 3-hour line. So you can see that it's still right at the end of Alaska, the Alaskan Panhandle, right within there. Right about here at the 4-hour mark, maybe a little bit after the 4-hour mark, that's when it could, 3 to 4 hour mark, that's when it could hit the Vancouver Island into Washington, right around that time frame. And then about 4.5 hours in, it could potentially reach down to San Francisco, as well as the northern areas of Hawaii. And then further on through, down further south, about 6 hours, that's when it gets down to San Diego. A little bit earlier than 6 hours, probably about 5 to 5.5 would have to be, that's when it gets down to LA. But that's what we're seeing here. Massive widespread risk across the board. And we're going to continue to watch out for that as this continues to move about. I'm going to actually close La Crosse's radar. We're going to go back to the tornado coverage here because we do have tornado warnings here in the United States. This would be here for the city of Milwaukee. There is a little bit of rotation there within this storm, so we're going to have to watch out for that. But if you live in any of these tornado warnings, whether it's Rock County, Milwaukee, Racine, Walworth, Waukesha, Jefferson County, whichever county you're in within those, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So yeah, we will continue to be watching not only the tornadic activity, but we will also be watching the tsunami activity too. So stay tuned for that. I'm going to try and get as much information as possible for you all. Oh, look at that. Waves definitely having a whale of a time, I will say that much. So they're bobbing up and down. Meters. Let's convert meters to feet. Oh, crap. So if it's bobbing up and down every 1 meter, 3-foot waves right there. Tornado reported here. Tor reported with this tornado warning, damaging tornado. Radar confirmed west of Waukesha. I would have to look for it a little bit closer. I do not see it. Oh, it's right there. It's this small tornado warning, tornado right here. So confirmed tornado that just went near the city of Waukesha. As I'm saying, there's multiple instances where there can be quick spin-up rotations that can produce tornadoes right within the area. So if you live in any of these areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So as I said, confirmed tornado that was has been reported by the National Weather Service via radar. The radar has actually shown that it is on the ground. And so really one of those things where we have to heed the National Weather Service's warnings and please get into your safe space. Oh, wow. So there's the wave height station. Yeah, that's from the Dart. And it's off by a lot, actually. Holy crap. That is a significant wave height. So this this Dart that's right here south of the peninsula, just
What is it reading?
it jumped from 4,480 meters to 4,493 meters.
That's not good.
Now, the only thing about it is that the other darts aren't as significant, but this one's the one that's closest to the earthquake. So that's the thing about it right now, is that this buoy right here shows a significant spike. Significant spike.
First of all, forget that. It shows a significant drop and then a significant spike. Like, this wave has material.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
That's a big time wave right there caused by the tsunami.
And that is heading off towards Hawaii, and it might end up continuing to expand. Now, the other thing is it might just be a matter of the thing hasn't reached the other darts yet. God.
Jeez.
How the turns have tabled. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Hey, look, it's agenda-free TV. But that is a yeah, that is a pretty big dip in the wave right there. I'm gonna tweet this out real quickly.
Yeah, I already put out a tweet. Excuse me. It's funny how the National Weather Service Seattle's tweets went from nice day on the lake to tsunami threat is still being evaluated.
Yeah, I mean,
This is just stuff you hate to see, folks. This is honestly just not. Yeah, Hawaii's in a tsunami watch. 'Cause they still don't know. And if they can't manage to figure this out quick enough, 5.6 aftershock. They
yeah.
can't manage to figure this out quick enough, this is going to be serious.
I mean, that's just that's crazy.
Terrible turn of events this evening.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is, and Anish just pointed this out in Storm Central. This is the most significant earthquake worldwide since 2018.
Yeah.
Like, forget along a North American coastline, worldwide. Which just makes it that much more daunting. Like, I don't want to fearmonger, particularly with what I'm saying. But if they don't figure this out quick enough, and one of the darts is already saying there was a quick drop and rise, then we have issues. Crap. Reload this. Dart system.
There we go. All right, I just updated the title. We got that.
Yeah, it went from around 4480 to 4493.
Jeez.
Which is really not what we're looking to see.
Kodak Island being evacuated.
Kodak Island being evacuated?
Apparently.
That's Alaska, correct?
Uh-huh. It sure is.
Oh, man. Hawaii discussion. Thanks, Weather Prediction Center. Ah, man. This sickens
I
me
check
too,
Twitter.
because I
Yes, I
didn't notice
can.
any. I didn't notice any, like, really noticeable.
Oh, so apparently you could feel it in Kentucky as well, with the seismographs.
You.
That's how significant this was. Is you could literally feel it in Kentucky.
I can imagine it was felt all over the country too. Then all over the West Coast.
I couldn't feel it. Although then again, I'm kind of stupid. So.
You're not. You're. That's like saying I can't feel it. Thank you. What makes this even worse is that this was a thrust quake.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's divergence. And stuff
Tsunami
like that. It's not
warning
like
now in
something's just
effect for
sinking.
Alaska.
Yep. It's not like this is. Yeah, it's had a tsunami warning for a bit.
Yeah.
It's not like this is just some sort of. It's not like this is just submerging, because if it wasn't, we wouldn't be having these issues.
Right.
This just thrusted up.
This is some big time.
Tornado warning for rock will be allowed to expire.
Yeah, so it's the only
They're
thing.
not going to have. Oh my god, they're not going to have time to evacuate.
I'm going to abort the weather coverage for tonight. It's starting to head off the coast, but I'm still going to keep a radar up, obviously, to be able to cover it with you all. I am.
But there's this
I'm
has
very
gone
interested.
linear, and there's more priorities at this second. At this point,
I'm very interested in something else at the moment.
did you update the title?
I did.
Reload. Oh, goody.
I mean, this is crazy. So, we gotta go to the USGS. It's probably the best thing to do at this point.
This is sickening, especially considering the fact I should have seen this. There was like no activity over Alaska over the last week. I should have seen that. Why did I not see that? Not to mention there's been no activity at all, really. Of any notability north of the California-Oregon border.
Yeah.
Since last week.
Check DMs. Estimated tsunami start times for selected areas: Sandpoint, Unalaska, Kodiak, Homer. Yeah.
They may have time to
It's impacting Kodiak now.
Island.
Or Kodiak, I should know.
If it's jumping the estimates, then this is even worse.
I think the best thing to do is just keep looking at the buoys.
Yeah. They don't update all too quickly, which is an issue.
Well, I mean, that buoy that was right in the Gulf of Alaska, south of Cordova, like 188 nautical miles southeast of Cordova, had a meter spike of about 5 meters.
And the issue is it will grow.
Well, the only other thing is that these other areas, these other buoys, are not as significant as that. Are only 1 meter, which is an extra 3 feet. So that's the only thing about it. There's 2 of them that are saying right now that it's significant. The other ones are saying that it's not.
Which adds the uncertainty element.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, where's Dutch Sense when you need him?
Oh yeah, that's right. We got Google Earth Pro. We got that stuff there too. So that helps.
Oh man.
But this is
This is slightly terrifying for me because I have a bunch of people that I know in Alaska and then down along the U.S. coastline.
Trying to take a look at all.
And there's not a lot that...
Isn't there a there's a website for water depths, right? Tsunami stations, tides and currents. There we go. New earthquake.
Oh my god. Nate.
Is that a 4.7 at the surface?
Is that?
It is a 4.7 at 0 kilometers.
Where?
At Alaska, it's an
Same
aftershock.
place? Same places at the surface?
Yes.
Really?
At 0
Okay, the
kilometers.
5.6. The 5.6 was at 5 kilometers. So, I mean,
Holy
also
crap.
Nate, check DMs. This is slightly chilling. Yeah, there's the
What?
4.7.
You can hear oh, jeez. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good at all. Holy crap.
They test those every so often for the sake of testing them. They're not supposed to be used,
No.
but... And I think we had a quake up around this general vicinity of like 7.1, 7.2 last summer.
So that's the earthquakes right there. So this is in Chignik. Doesn't have any plots there. So what if we go over to Sandpoint? Sandpoint. Oh, the predictions for it is saying that it's most likely going to increase here, obviously. Which would make sense. It would have to make sense, wouldn't it?
That would be the only way.
There is still the tornado warning in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
but
it
it is
doesn't-
very straight line wind-esque to it. So
Yes, it is updated. It will continue for Milwaukee, Racine, and Waukesha.
but it's not exactly
Waukesha.
it's not exactly anything tornadic right now. Very straight line wind is. Milwaukee itself actually is out of the tornado warning, but areas south of it is not. So if I hadn't, if Chignik
If this
actually
earthquake-
updated, then
If this earthquake ends up being an 8.2, as the USGS currently is rating it, it will be the largest earthquake in North America since 1965.
ow,
That's over 50 years, Chad.
that's. I'm gonna get a sip of water. We've been live streaming
I'm
for
not-
about 7.5 hours for weather, and now we got 8.2 earthquake. Are you serious?
This was a thrust quake. That means the Pacific plate subducted beneath the North American plate. Built-up stress was released in slip that resulted in up and down motion. That moves large quantities of seed water and induces a possible tsunami.
Yeah. And, just and here's the thing too, chat. I'm gonna move my date a little bit here. These were the last few earthquakes to hit within the past. What is this? I'd say what, 6 hours? 7, 8.
Tsunami warning will continue until further notice for the following: Alaska Peninsula, Eastern Aleutians,
4.7.
Kodiak Island, Western Kenai Peninsula, Western Prince William Sound. This is until further notice.
New 4.7,
And-
depth of 31. Right on top of it. Or I
If you're
should say
located
right
in this
under it.
coastal area, move inland to higher ground. Tsunami warnings mean that a tsunami with significant inundation is possible or is already occurring. Tsunamis are a series of waves, dangerous many hours after initial arrival time. The first wave may not be the largest. Ugh. Tsunami.gov.
Weather Watch 399 have been canceled.
Hmm.
So that's the PDS.
Yep.
I'm gonna be staring at this these tsunami stations forever. Because this is I'm just
This
waiting
is
for it to
serious.
shoot up.
This is serious stuff, folks.
I'm just waiting for it to shoot up here.
For Seward, Alaska, this is the potential inundation from a tsunami if one strikes. Crap. Google Maps. Google Maps. Google Maps. Google Maps. Google Maps. This is why I will never, ever, ever live on the West Coast.
I mean, my goodness.
I'm going to retweet this and pass it along to you, Nate.
That is
Mason, to answer your question, not right now. Too much going on.
sheesh. My good lord, my tweet's blowing the hell up. Jesus.
Storm's Edge tweeted about it too.
But like, you should have just saw. You should see the analytics for that. What is? Oh yeah, that's nice. That's
Also, that
jeez.
this is not.
Yeah, that's not good.
This is not good at all.
That's what I was talking about. That's what I tweeted. That's what I tweeted, Morgan. Was the buoy. Here, I'll show you. I've seen some people say their pets were freaking out just before the earthquake. Yeah, that's the thing too.
I saw Lance say that to me.
And there's some people that even said that in chat as well. So good on you all. Here, Morgan.
That's your tweet?
Yeah, that's my tweet. Let's see. I'm gonna try and see if I can find any.
I am shaking to the damn bone. This is not.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's a significant spike. It doesn't just jump like that. But the other thing is, the other buoys that are around it, it's not as significant. It's only 1 meter of a spike. Which
Tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
So that's good. We don't have to care about weather for right now. Which, guys who are maybe new to the live stream, I am a weather YouTuber. I do weather content. But every now and then I do talk about earthquakes and stuff like that with Morgan. Even in person.
Here's my thing. Where can you evacuate Kodiak Island other than up?
To the mainland?
Yeah, that's it. And even then, that area of land is so porous.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm going to turn on this auto refresh for this over here. And if I see anything, I'll let you guys know. I'm going to put this up here. Oh, crap. There we go. Put that right there.
If 399 got canceled, I'm pretty sure you already said that.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to close the Weather Prediction Center because it's just screwing that up.
I mean, geez, that's a
Okay. The 8.2 south of Alaska produced shaking that moved the ground up 10 centimeters a second. That's 4
10
inches a
centimeters
second.
a second?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Acceleration at half the force of damned gravity.
Average wave period 6 seconds. Significant wave height of 2.3. How about this one? Doesn't say too much with that.
Ooh. Nate.
What?
Nate. They're just going up. That's
Yeah.
all they have to go.
I mean, why wouldn't they? I think that's the best thing they can do.
That's their only choice.
I'm being told to go to Snap Maps.
Attention. A tsunami warning has been issued for this area. Move to high ground immediately.
Wow. They got it there. The sirens and everything. All over Kodiak.
Where am I going to find that?
Snap Maps. Look at that. There's the convoy right there, Chad.
If you're in a tsunami warning area, you need to evacuate to higher ground or inland. If you're out of the
Jeez.
Deadass?
This is really not.
Holy.
This is not good. This is not good.
It just popped.
Oh my god, you can hear the sirens too. Oh my god.
It really just popped. I mean, my goodness. I'm gonna see if I can continue to look at the tsunami stations if anything has changed. I'm gonna turn that off. I'm going to put this off, and I'm gonna turn this on.
USGS says a tsunami is likely. 17 buoys activated, indicating a tsunami wave.
Which that's what we've been seeing. We've been seeing those waves from the water column right here. That's exactly what we've been seeing. Whether it's been a meter, whether it's been 10 meters, that's the thing, is that there's been a displacement within the water. And so that's the thing right there. People are asking what cities have been evacuated. Kodiak Island is
Kodiak Island right now.
I should say, is being evacuated to either higher ground or to the mainland. And
I don't know if they have time for the mainland, though,
I don't
which
think
is the
so
problem.
either. I don't think so either. I'm just waiting for the data of the water level.
And that scares me. I'm not gonna lie.
It's decreasing
waiting for
significantly,
that
though.
data.
It's going under the prediction. Typically it does that. I will say that much. But it's like it's
Yeah,
decreasing
time
a
will
lot
tell.
more. But that's something there. That's big time.
Yes, so my question is how far this was felt. So I'm going to come over here. And I'm going to see.
So here's the picture for anyone who's curious. This is the travel time for the tsunami wave. And the interesting thing about this is that this is actually relatively quick. Relatively fast pace for a tsunami wave. Now, you know, if you've seen these classic documentaries of tsunamis, then they typically say that they go pretty fast, but that's usually because they happen over very deep ocean waters. This, in this case, was not very deep because it was very close to the peninsula of Alaska, but it's still moving relatively fast. I mean, this is faster than a normal wave due to the fact of the strength of the earthquake. And so just by taking a look at the timings here, this will be heading off into the latter stages of the panhandle of Alaska in about 3 hours, and then right around Vancouver Island into Washington of the United States. It would be at around 4 hours. Right around 4 hours is when this will actually start to fire off across those general vicinities.
If it does manage to actually extend out that way, and there is no fully official thing about that yet.
Yeah.
However, like the National Weather Service in Seattle said, reviews are underway regarding that because they're trying to get as much info out as they can right now.
And you have to, because you have such a limited amount of time to do so. I mean, it just happened, and it's this significant. So, with it being this close to the coast and how it has a lot of area to travel, you have to try and get as much information out as possible, or else you might be too late. And that's the thing right there. You just gotta continue to feed off with as much information that you're getting. You gotta try and save lives in that instance.
In oceanography, we model tsunami as a shallow water wave. That means its height or amplitude to wavelength ratio is small. In other words, water may rise, say, 10, 20, 30 feet, but over the course of hundreds of miles.
Yeah. I don't have a new update with this yet, but it still says 8.2, a depth of 46 kilometers. That's what this earthquake is. Latitude 55.474201. Longitude of negative 157.917297. That would be in the Alaskan Peninsula, just to the south and west of Kodiak Island. So, as Morgan mentioned, this is one of the most significant earthquakes on the planet
the most
since
significant
2018.
earthquake worldwide since 2018. The most significant in the North American region since 1965.
1965.
So, that is before my aunt and uncle, my parents, all of that were born.
Yeah.
Okay? This is the most significant to date that we have experienced, that we have seen, not experienced. I am on the East Coast. I am in New Hampshire right now.
Well, it's true. New earthquake. Or new update, I should say.
No, I think it's a new quake. The 4.6.
We talked about the 4.6. Is it the 3.0 in Northern California?
It might be.
Which that probably would be the case, honestly.
Do you only get 3 dings?
Yeah, I only got 3.
Yeah.
So it might have been that. Yeah, that water level is really something we got to watch out for.
Ooh.
Do you think that there is any tsunami cameras anywhere?
I don't know, but I know those sirens are really terrifying.
Yeah, we got something new here. Yeah, just listen to that, chat. Can you guys imagine? I can't imagine, honestly. That's beyond me.
Like, tornado sirens aren't even that bad to me.
Well, I mean, except for the Chicago broken tornado siren.
Yeah.
That one scared the crap out of me. National Weather Service Anchorage, there is no tsunami threat for Anchorage, according to them.
Yeah, because it won't reach that far, which is great news. One thing I do want to note, though, is the likelihood of it extending south is imminent.
Actually, I think it's more or less the reason because the terrain over there is going to block it. I mean, look at it.
Yeah.
Kodiak, that's right in front of it.
Kodiak is right. There's no direct path for the wave to Anchorage, which is
yeah.
excellent news. However, they likely felt it, for sure.
Oh, 100%. I would be more surprised if they didn't feel it.
Yeah, I have to ask my aunt and uncle in the morning to check in because they have friends in Anchorage.
Um,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, so it's not exactly the most intense thing over in Anchorage. Um, apparently they only felt about a 2 over there.
Well, because there's a lot of stuff in the way. It's
Well,
good.
but yeah, you could still feel it all the way throughout.
Yeah.
But it's still something. Let's see if I can get more information here. Appreciate everyone who's followed on Twitter, who's retweeted and liked the post. Really do appreciate that. I know I was supposed to be doing weather content before, now I'm not, but
And now there's a different threat.
yeah, now there's a different threat. We got to try and get as much information out as possible, try and tell as many people as possible. It's all about spreading the word here. You live in Alaska. We had an 8.2 off of Kodiak 2 years ago. Oh, really? Wait, was that? I thought it was 2018 when.
No,
Jeez.
not that early. Not that early. Let me look.
I'm gonna go back to the tsunami stations. Yeah, as I said, I'm typically a weather YouTuber. I typically upload weather content and stuff like that. I was actually planning on storm chasing tomorrow and stuff like that. So for the people who are into weather and stuff, videos, live weather, severe weather analysis and stuff like that, feel free to stick around. That's typically what I do. But this definitely takes the cake. Definitely takes the cake. Yeah, it definitely looks like what I'm seeing from here. The trend for the old harbor in Kodiak, it's still normal. It still looks normal for the decline to what's its face, low tide, new earthquake, or new update, I should say. No, 3.8, 6 kilometers in Alaska, aftershock. Jeez. But yeah, there you go. So I'm really going to be watching Sandpoint's water depth very closely. It looks like they might have encountered a little bit of a drop in depth. So it was 1 meter, or a little bit below 1 meter, about 0.85 meters. And it dropped down about 0.05, maybe 0.06. I'm going to take a look at the buoy station again. Oh yeah. It totally stopped the 1 minute wave column height in most of these buoys. Oh yeah. It spiked it. I'm gonna view the details here with this. So yeah, typically what you see here from these from tsunamis is So you think of it this way: before the tsunami, it does the casual decline into low tide. All right, you have your high tide and your low tide because the position of the moon, stuff like that. Then when you have your earthquake and your tsunami, your wave height spikes, goes up and down all over the place. And right here within this red, that's the 15-second change. All right, it's not a gradual change like the 1 minute or the 15-minute, which was in blue. All right, this is a very rapid change within the wave height here. And so we saw gaps of about 1 meter here. This is 4,666.5 meters, and then, or 66 meters, 4,665 meters down here. So that's about a meter apart, or about 3 feet of distance. So that's an extra 3 feet additional on that wave, and that's some pretty big time activity to add on to all of that. I'm gonna close out of that. I'm gonna close out of this. I don't need any more of that. But yeah, we got some pretty I'm speechless, honestly.
I don't really have words for it at the moment. No.
I mean, it's just like, what else? I honestly have no clue what else to say besides the fact that this is happening. I mean, who knew?
I should have. Day 3 marginal.
I want to see this. So that's the spike right there. This is the wave column height for this station, 4643, or 46403. You can clearly see the spike within here. I'm gonna actually zoom into it a bit. So same thing. Meters is off onto the right side. That is the thing to watch. And you can clearly see the ceiling is 4495. The floor is 4480. And you can clearly see the huge spike here from 4,493, right about here, to almost 4,480, a little bit above that. So that's a huge gap. That's actually a little bit above 10 meters. That's 14 meters, which would be about a 42 foot wave, according to the station. But the only thing about that is that there isn't a lot of consistency around it. So we talked about that station right there, and that's probably the reason why my tweet blew up as much. But these other buoys around it are not saying the same exact thing. There is one buoy that's
there's a lot of uncertainty with this, which is problematic, especially considering the fact of if there is something going on, information needs to be put out on it, and they can't know.
Yeah, it's just too soon to tell right now. Honestly.
It's very preliminary.
But this, I mean, sheesh.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I can't say. Thank you guys so much for 910 likes. I really do appreciate it. I also really do appreciate us cracking 2,600 subscribers. If you haven't already, please be sure to do so.
2,600
2,600 subscribers. This is why you should subscribe to the YouTube channel. 12,600 subscribers. I really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe for more non-math content. I'm just kidding. No, I upload weather updates for everyone to basically conduct themselves in their day, so they can plan around my forecasts. I even do live streams and stuff like that. I even live stream myself storm chasing, so if you feel like that's Anything of interest to you all, please be sure to stick around. I also do earthquake coverage every now and then. I might have to do more earthquakes and stuff after this. But yeah.
You know what?
It definitely looks
Just
like
because I'm curious.
it definitely looks like it's continuing to decline rapidly. The wave height in Sandpoint.
That's not too much of a surprise, at least not right now.
It was just updated. It was about an hour ago. It was
Yeah,
at
just over an hour ago.
It was at 0.93 meters. And now it's at 0.77. And it's
That
and the thing about it is too, is that before it was actually 0.03 meters above its prediction, and now it's right at its prediction, if not just above 0.01 meters. So
that's not good.
this thing has definitely been.
Could mean there's a larger wave inbound that we don't know about yet.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we got to look out for, though. We got to keep watching at that point, those points along the peninsula, because those right there are the only information that we really have. Aaron Green with the $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for staying up late and providing details. You should have more viewers than CNN who hasn't mentioned event live. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat.
By the way, if there's anyone on Discord that's familiar with me right now or familiar with Nate that's watching the stream, could you clip the part where Nate said 2,600 subscribers? Because that's my comedic relief this evening.
That's his way to cope.
This is why you subscribe to the YouTube channel.
This is his way to cope. I mean, at this point, this is probably the way for us to kind of relax a little.
Yeah. Because there ain't much. There ain't much. All right.
Yeah, that was. Jeez, had to be a thrust. It had to be a thrust quake.
It was.
It had to.
That would make sense. It's the only way it would make sense.
But today of all days, it had to have been a thrust. Oh my gosh. Fun times. Yeah. And Matthew Capucci, the thing of it is, too, is that he's actually local weather guy for DC, which I actually...
DC, yeah.
Yeah, I follow up with DC every now and then, too. But...
It's an awesome guy. I talk to DM him on Twitter every now and then.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite knowledgeable in practically anything that has to do with the Earth. Just any sort of Earth science. But, yeah, it's...
Waiting for info in Cali. Here's the thing. If you are along the California coastline, basically I would say at the very least right now, north of San Francisco, you should be starting to prepare. You should be starting to prepare to take action and potentially evacuate. Because, like Nate said, it's continuing to the wave heights are continuing to decrease. Tsunami warning is updated and will continue until further notice.
So I want to quickly take a look at the water column height from the station that's right next to 4643. So 46403. which is the one that had the significant wave height of about, what, 14 meters? Something like that?
Something like that.
So the interesting thing about this is that, according to the graphic at the bottom, you can clearly see the blue line indicates a 15-minute average, green line a 1-minute average, and the red line a 15-second average, just to make sure that they get it specific, because the wave heights could particularly be, they could vary. And so in this instance, you can see here that it was heading towards low tide in this instance, a somewhat lower tide that was anticipated to be around 4,665.5 meters. But the thing of it is that this thing actually dipped below that. That was a terrible line to draw. Here we go. So here's the line, and it actually dipped below that even prior to this thing actually getting officially to low tide. So that's kind of how significant this thing was, especially since the entire gap of this whole earthquake, of this tsunami, was about 1.5 meters, or about, what, a little under 5 feet, maybe around 5 feet, give or take. So, even if the other buoy isn't correct, you still have other buoys that are saying there's a massive displacement between waves, and this could translate further along, especially since once this starts to get into open water, this could potentially speed up, potentially heighten, potentially get larger, stronger, and that's something that we don't want to see. So let's go over back to...
You want to know what's triggering the most stress for me right now? Like,
what is this?
I watch EAS scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
I don't expect them to actually, be an actual thing. This is happening. Like,
new earthquake. Or new update, I should say. Unless if it's...
New update, yeah.
4.3. Yeah, 4.3. Another
Which
aftershock.
New one?
A new one. Just occurred 13 minutes ago. That to 35 kilometers. So that's another aftershock. Guys, that's
another aftershock below or further down in the surface.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Give me a second.
Might be an update to one of the immediate aftershocks.
There has been 9 earthquakes from the span of the 8.2 and onwards in that general vicinity of Alaska. And the thing of it is, too, is within that same general vicinity, prior to the 8.2, about an hour and a quarter prior, so an hour and 15 minutes prior, there was a 5.4 right within the same area. So 4.3 has been, oh no, new earthquake just occurred again. It was this was 5 minutes ago. 4.2 at a depth of 0. So this is
surface. It's getting ready. It's getting ready. There's no other excuse. There's no other logical reason for it. If the sea is starting to go further down, then do you have an update on that yet? Sea level?
Give me a second. Oh, it just upticked. It just went.
What's it at now?
So here's Sandpoint, guys. And it was at 0.77. And now it's at 0.81. So it's not too big as of right now, but this is within the span of the past couple of minutes. So it's going to continue to grow in size as it continues to move on through. But then once the main one goes, then that's when it starts to deplete a bit. The only reason why we say it's going to speed up as it continues to move off the waters because low tide at this moment. So low tide is pretty low, obviously.
It's not gonna help it.
But then once it picks up the high tide, that's when your size continues to increase. And that's the reason why we said boom. So that's our logic. It's the same thing with hurricanes and storm surge. So you really have to determine as to whether or not high tide and low tide plays a factor. So if it's low tide, then you're not going to have that as high as surf. But if you're going to have high tide, then obviously it's going to be a lot more significant, and that's where it can be a lot more widespread. So
American Samoa is in the clear per tsunami information statement. Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan also in the clear.
yeah, let's just read the areas that are forecasted to be less than 0.3 meters above the tide level. So American Samoa, Australia, Chile, China, Chuuk, Colombia, Cook Islands, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Fiji, French Polynesia, Guam, Guatemala, Hawaii. So there you go, Morgan. Hawaii is not going to be the major hit as of right now.
As of right now, yeah.
Well, we'd have to get more information on it later.
Yeah, and we're waiting on that. I'm honestly contemplating sleeping on this because I have stuff to do in the morning and there isn't going to be enough information out for me to really...
Honduras, Howland and Baker, Indonesia, Japan, Jarvis Island, Johnston Atoll, Kermadec Islands. Kermadec, excuse me.
Yep.
Kiribati, Cosray, Marshall Islands, Mexico, Midway Island, Nauru,
New Caledonia,
New
New Zealand, Nicaragua, Northern Marianas, Northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Palau, Palmyra Island, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Peru, Philippines, Pitcairn Island, Pohnpei, Russia, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Taiwan, Tokelau, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, Wake Island, Wallis and Futuna, and Yap. So, not in one area there do they mention the United States coastline. So there must still be some uncertainty or some potential confidence that that is where the impacts are going to be.
Maybe due to the Raleigh wave, which is not a bad...
It's not a bad explanation for it.
Yeah. Deserves a follow. Earthquake just got updated, and...
Can you pass along the water level link that you have, please?
Yeah. The 4.2 is no longer at the surface, it's now just 20 kilometers below the surface. Cuba's definitely not going to be getting anything because they're on the opposite side. They're in the other.
It'd have to go
water.
through the entire United States first.
Yeah, they're in the other water.
The other water. Nice, Nate.
I mean, that's the best way to describe it, no?
No, yeah.
Let's see. Jeez, we're only 34 likes away from 1K. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Will Texas get anything? Probably not from both aspects of anything major or earthquake-wise or...
I need a link, please.
Weather-wise. Yeah. Hold up. Here's the buoy. Let me get you... I gotta send it to you in DMs. There you go. Thank you for doing this. I'm alone and I needed the details. You're worried. Don Travis with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And, we were just finishing up our coverage for the severe weather outbreak that occurred over in Wisconsin. and we heard about it, and we're just like, well, we knew it was.
Yeah, I literally just got the message passed to me of tsunami warning in all caps, and I had to double take because I was like,
Yeah. New
what
2.5 in San Fran.
scenario? What kind of EAS scenario looking crap is this?
Yeah.
No, this is actually ongoing right now.
Now,
And
jeez. Now,
I don't like the fact that they don't mention anything about the North American coastline yet. The fact that they're that uncertain about it.
Now, if people are curious about what I'm using here at the moment to update me with these earthquakes, I am using this program called Earthquake 3D Plus. So if you want to look into it, you can. I believe I had to purchase it. I cannot remember how much I had to purchase it for. So you won't be able to quote me for anything there. But if you do want something that'll update you for earthquakes 24/7, feel free to get this program. I do not have a link for it, but Earthquake 3D Plus, that is what the program is. 3.2 in Alaska. So another aftershock. This happened 4 minutes ago. So this is just going to keep going, guys. Now, the good news is that these aftershocks are depleting, which is typically what happens. All right, it's going through this.
This one was over land.
Yeah, it was.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It was in Wide Bay. My apologies.
It's still going, Morgan.
What?
It's at 0.9. It's Sandy Point.
It doesn't make sense.
It went from 0.77 to 0.9 in a matter of. So it went from 34 in 14 minutes. In 14 minutes, it went up a foot. Jeez. Let's take a look at the tsunami. Yep, so there's the tsunami warning, of course. Non-US Canadian Pacific threat message number 2.
What?
So this information is only for the support, yada yada yada. So that's the 0.3 meters right there, of course. Next issued in an hour. So they're actually going to update this every hour.
I can't stay up that long. I have stuff to do tomorrow.
I gotta set up for my storm chase tomorrow. Because I am gonna be storm chasing tomorrow. Surprisingly, this is not an earthquake channel. This is a weather channel.
We're not Dutch sins here.
Although I can do this earthquake coverage if need be, which that actually might not be a bad idea for whenever.
This is a need be right now.
Yeah, this might not be a bad idea. I might actually have to do this more often. But southwestern part of Washington safe. So the thing about it is
we don't know.
We really don't know. I would love to get information out to people.
And I hate that I have to say that, but we don't know. National Weather Service Seattle literally said they are evaluating the tsunami threat for the coast of Washington. They do not know at this time.
Yeah.
And whilst I would love to tell you if you're safe or not, I'm not.
I mean, we have some stations.
New tweet. Tsunami wave evaluation continuing. If a wave was generated, it would be reaching some buoys in the next few minutes. A tsunami watch warning or advisory has not been issued for the Washington coast.
So It would be occurring within the
So-
next few minutes, so that means we'd have the answer right here on the buoys. We'd have to watch.
Yeah, we will either have it soon or we won't.
Right.
And I'm hoping we won't.
I'm gonna go back to the sand point. It looks like it might be cresting at 0.94.
Hmm.
Because it kind of just... Well, I mean, that was only 2 minutes, so I can't exactly say for certain that it crested. It just looked like, according to the water levels, that it did crest. But I don't think it actually... I'd have to wait a couple more minutes to see.
What particular buoy are you using?
I'm not using a buoy. I'm using Sandpoint, Tsunami, Tide Station. You want that
Where
website
the
too?
hell do you find that, please? Yeah, please.
There you go.
Merci.
Did you miss anything in the past 20 minutes? Sandpoint, Alaska, the Tide Station is now getting impacted. The first wave may not be the biggest. That is also true. That is also true. So we got to continue to watch out for this across the board. Earthquake is trending on Twitter. Surprisingly, so is my tweet.
Of course, Earthquake is trending on Twitter. Everything trends on Twitter. It's not trending in my mentions. What the hell?
But my goodness. Yeah, as I said, I appreciate all the people who have been got my tweet up that much. It's only been an hour and it got 188 likes and 119 retweets. So I really do appreciate all the people who've helped me out in that regard. Let's go back to the snap maps here, and I'll show you all what exactly is happening here. This is live in Kodiak, Alaska, about 45 minutes ago. And most of you might be wondering, why is it still bright outside? Well, it's because they are approximately a quarter of the way of the world on the opposite side. So
Yeah. It's
Look at the
4 a.m.
convoy.
my time.
Look at the convoy that they escaped. New earthquake, by the way.
You need to
2,
evacuate to higher ground
3,
inland.
4.
4 or 5, I think.
If you're out of the
So yeah, new 4.5 with a depth of 36, and then a new 3.3.
With the depth of 0.
Yeah, so new 4.5 right within there, and holy crap.
Actually, I think the 3.3 was already there. The
That's
4.5
true. We did
was
mention the
not.
3.3, didn't we?
Yeah.
But the new 4.5 right there. Jeez. That is...
Did it just update?
So let's go back to the sand.
Yes, it did. It's still at 0.94.
So maybe it did crest.
Maybe it did.
That's at 0.93. So yeah, I think it might have crested. So maybe a foot of a wave for the first wave.
Why did it? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay.
Yeah, they've activated everything. Everything is just basically went.
They have no choice. Like, excuse me, especially if freaking U.S. West Coast doesn't even know if
And
they're gonna get some.
and go ahead and make the statement real quickly of the last time this all has happened here.
Oh yeah, so interesting thing to note, and I saw this on Twitter. The last time an earthquake of this strength occurred worldwide was 2018. And if I recall correctly, it was somewhere on the West Coast. My guess would be probably the Kermadec Islands or something like that. I will try and find that.
Oh,
Um,
just got the new tsunami propagation forecast.
what's it saying?
So, contours of forecasted maximum wave amplitudes above sea level (CM), detailing tsunami energy propagation. So, in this case, they are saying that there could potentially be some rising in centimeters. Notice how I say centimeters in Hawaii, but otherwise, there is some areas along the Canadian coast and the U.S. coast that it could be a little bit higher than others. So, the one thing that I have noticed is that it's definitely more oriented along the Eastern Pacific rather than the Western Pacific. But that's what I've seen here, according to the National Weather Service tsunami alerts, which I really should follow. But that's what we got right here. You can see all this dark red that's about 120 centimeters above sea level. I'm searching up something here real quickly. Now, the interesting thing about all of this is that we already knew that the areas near the epicenter did have about a foot to 3 feet of displacement right within here.
Vietnam is in the clear for that person in chat. Vietnam will be in the clear.
We did notice here along some of the buoys that there was obviously a big of a displacement for 3 meters. So about not 3 meters, 1 meter or 3 feet. So there is definitely some action here in the water. It's just how far it extends is the real question. Because locally it could be a little bit more amplified than it already is. Can someone explain what happened? Sure. So if I can go back and get the information here, if I have backspace. Yeah, I know, an 8-2 at 2:15 a.m. Eastern, or 06:15 UTC, that's Universal Time Zone, and 8 point. Go ahead.
Tsunami watch for Hawaii has been canceled, so they deem the threat down by that general vicinity to not be
minimal,
too significant at this point.
It's minimal. That which makes sense. So at 2:15 Eastern, at 6:15 Universal time zone, an 8.2 earthquake with a depth of 32 kilometers occurred right along the peninsula of Alaska, just to the south and west of Kodiak, as well as having about 9 to 10 aftershocks within the span of an hour and a half afterwards. So the big thing here is, well, yes, there has been tsunami warnings been issued for portions of Alaska. There has been evacuations already for Kodiak Island. We already know that Anchorage is safe, mostly because of the actual terrain there and how the wave won't be able to actually fully, I guess, materialize as it continues to move on through. But the real question is, will places like areas near Juneau, Alaska, or even closer to Vancouver Island, even in the west coast of the United States, will they be able to be impacted? That is the main question here. As Morgan, my counterpart, mentioned, the tsunami watch has been canceled for portions of Hawaii, so they have deemed this to not be a significant threat to the state of Hawaii, but they have not mentioned anything about the main threat of the western coast of North America. So we will have potentially more information a bit later on But that is the amount that I have at the moment. Of course, I have you all to continue to give me information as well if I don't exactly have everything on par. So I appreciate you all to be out here and helping me along the way. But yeah, National Weather Service Seattle did say that they are going to continue to monitor the situation and they will respond accordingly once they have a bit more information. It's 0.3 meters for everywhere. That's Hawaii and further along. They haven't mentioned anything for the West Coast or Canada. They have canceled the tsunami watch, as I mentioned, for Hawaii.
By the way, Nate, 0.91 now. So it did crest.
That's what I thought. So a 3 foot tsunami, I guess, for that wave. If there's another one, then I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I haven't seen anything on the other buoys that have mentioned or seen a peak
Excuse me.
at all. I haven't seen a whole lot from it, so I guess yeah, I'd have to see. I'd have to have more information. Look at more of
And
the
we just don't
buoys.
have that right now.
Yeah. Hi from Connecticut. What's going on? Where was the 8.2 centered? Well, the 8.2 was centered over here in Alaska, and the potential tsunami warning is possible. Well, there's tsunami warnings for Alaska, of course, but the potential
A
for the
tsunami
tsunami
is
to
possible.
the tsunami is possible for portions of Canada as well as maybe the northwestern portions of the United States. Now, the thing of it is we've only seen so far from the actual stations in Alaska that the wave, or at least a wave, I'm going to say a wave because I'm not sure if there's multiple waves within this situation. We haven't had enough information to say that for certain, but the station over here at Sand Point, which is just to the south and west of Kodiak Island. A lot of you guys might know Kodiak Island because that's where most of the crab fishing boats or even boats come from in the Pacific. The Sand Point station has actually crested to the point where it had about a third of a meter, or about a foot above normal predictions, which means that would have been a foot of a tsunami wave. But the thing of it is that most of the buoys out in the water have noticed that there has been 3 foot tsunami wave in some of these instances. So right now we're kind of trying to put together the pieces, if you will, as to what exactly this is doing and how this is going to translate to some other areas. People are asking where specifically in Anchorage. So I'm going to use my Epic Pen here to show you all. Here's Anchorage, and here is the earthquake of question right within here. And then somewhere over here is Juneau, Alaska, the state capital. And so just something to make a note of as to where is this in regards to geography, but really something we're going to have to watch out for. I appreciate everyone who's got me over 12,700 subscribers. Trust me, I really do appreciate it.
And that 2,600 subscribers.
2,600. I hate you.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Tsunami warning will continue until further notice for
Yeah.
the Alaskan Peninsula, so that area is not out of the clear by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, 100%. And I'm actually still waiting for these other stations here near Kodiak to kind of show me something here. I mean, we are at low tide here. That's the good news. All right, that's the good news. This earthquake happened at low tide. So the waves are not significantly higher than they're supposed to be. And even on a normal day, it's not abnormally tall. So that's the good news. But the thing that I'm concerned about later on is that if there is a tsunami, potentially with this, I'm a weather guy here. All right, so this is my channel here that you're seeing right now. I typically do weather content. I upload videos, I do live streams and stuff like that. So I have an idea as to how to associate with storm surge. Storm surge, depending upon the tide, can be significant or non-significant. If it happens in low tide, it's not going to be that high of a wave. If it happens in high tide, however, that's a different story, and that could be a lot more significant. So the thing of it is a lot later along the line, this could occur in high tide, and that's when we can potentially see something. But that's
which would be by the morning hours.
We'd have to get more information as to if there is a wave like this.
Mm-hmm. Down to 0.81.
That's good. So it did have about a foot within that wave. We just had another aftershock 10 minutes ago. It was a 4.0 33 depth. So jeez.
I might try and get some shut-eye because I have to be up by 9 a.m. anyway.
I'm going to wait a little bit longer because I feel like relatively soon we're going to get our data from Old Harbor. And as soon as that happens, then
can decide whether or not or what we're going from there.
Yep. 4.5 as well, with a depth of 39 within the same area.
4.5.
That was 14 minutes ago.
It's all in that same general vicinity.
And this is over and over again. Guys, this is aftershock after aftershock after aftershock. I mean, so
that means the tsunami threat cannot be put out of the question until basically
everything dies
tomorrow.
Out.
Until basically tomorrow.
Yeah, everything would have to die out until... Yeah, that's the only way. So since the 8.2 magnitude earthquake, we've had one, two, three, four, five. I just updated. Crap.
Yeah, since the 8.2, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
10, 11,
13.
13. So we've had 13 aftershocks.
In that general area. In that general area.
That's crazy.
And the earthquake occurred 2 hours ago. Just under 2 hours ago.
I mean, wow.
The aftershocks influence the height of the waves? Not necessarily. It just means that the potential for waves is still very much so a thing. Because the movement in the ground is already there. It's already been done.
Yep. So you get that displacement that's occurring, and that's how you create.
Okay, yeah, you guys clearly aren't seismologists. We never claimed we were. Okay?
But we can use common sense.
This is just common sense at this point, tied in with meteorology. We are not seismologists. We never claimed we were. If you have nothing nice to say, you can click off. We have this big of an earthquake, there will be hundreds of aftershocks, ranging in strength as well. So.
Yeah, 0.94
down to,
right there.
It's down to 0.74.
Yeah.
It's really going down now.
How about the storm's supposed to be in northwestern Indiana? Is about to fall asleep until you got the warning. Probably won't be significant for you all. I think it'll just be some strong damaging winds across the board. Nothing tornadic. Nothing with severe hail. It'll just be a strong gusty wind threat. Is Pearl City, Hawaii in danger? Negative. I believe they did get that tsunami watch canceled.
Yeah, the tsunami watch was canceled
So everywhere in Hawaii, more or less, is out of the risk for
shortly
this.
prior to the top of the year.
The main thing that's in question is obviously the Alaskan coast, the Canadian coast, and then the northwestern portions of the United States. Have I seen any damage reports? No, but I've seen a lot of evacuations on Kodak Island. There's the sirens that was earlier over there.
I do not speak authoritatively on the matter. Okay, this won't be done till tomorrow. That's just common sense with an earthquake of this size.
Yeah, I mean it's just that's the reason why I'm saying, you know, we don't have as much information as people would like to think.
You need to evacuate to higher ground.
But all we can do is say which areas could potentially be impacted, which areas are in the tsunami warning, which is the majority of the area that was impacted. That's the reason why the National Weather Service in Seattle said they're still looking into it. It's not exactly, you know, set in stone as to what could be happening. But if we go back to the wave propagation here. Oh, look at this. This is from Craig Cece. If there is a tsunami, this is the potential inundation area. It would likely arrive in 2 hours or so if one comes. If that's in Homer, Alaska. And you can see, not best quality in the world. Let's see. Yeah, that's about right. So you can see, the red is, what, about... Yeah, red is all the way over here. This is what they're talking about at the top of the scale, right within this areas. But this kind of other red, that's the about a foot above sea level or above a normal wave. That's the inundation right there. And so this is a interesting thing to look at. Sorry for blinding most of you all. Same thing with Seaward. You can see how this continues to progress. And then this is downtown Kodiak too. That's something to look out for as well.
Snyder, do you know if they're advertising folks to go further inland or not? I'll just answer this question, yes.
Yeah.
For people, particularly on the Alaskan Peninsula, for those who are directly in the path of the quake and directly in the impact zone, they are being advised to move to higher ground immediately. Kodiak Island is being evacuated to inland or to higher ground. And there are areas along the coastline that are also being evacuated.
Yep. For people who are asking why don't they just go to the mainland, might not have enough time to do that. It's just too close.
Because especially if something is to occur.
Right.
So either if they try to move to mainland, either they will probably get hit by some sort of wave, or it will be for naught because the wave didn't happen. So that just doesn't make logical sense.
Mm-hmm.
Any more info on Washington State? Not right now, I don't think. Give me 2 seconds, though.
I would highly advise staying tuned to National Weather Service Seattle. They or National Weather Service Tacoma. They will most likely have their update here within the next hour or so. That's what they're saying. They're gonna have hourly updates, unless if there's something that they need to break in for. To which then, of course, you'd have to have something serious. Joseph Lopez with the $5 super chat says, "Love your updates, fellas. Keep it coming." Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Local EOC director here in BC, Canada, Vancouver. Surrounding areas had the tsunami warning lifted.
EOC's on standby. Huh.
Yeah. So that'd be interesting then. It would just have to be Alaska. And I'm trying to look through as much information as possible. So if I miss over something and someone corrects me, I already know it's no hard feelings. Because we're both trying to get the most accurate information out possible.
All right, Nate, I'm going to turn in.
Yep.
Something significant happens, it'll be by the time that I'm awake.
Message number 4, the most recent information. Meanwhile, remember that the DART buoy page is a handy tool, but does not show the wave amplitudes that translate to the usable forecast tools to estimate if a tsunami is occurring or if it will threaten your coastline. So that's one thing that we got to continue to remember, guys, is that we got to consider as to not only where it's going, but the size. And if it's not going to be, as large as it is, then it may not impact you as significant as, say, areas that are closer to the main area of the earthquake. So that's one thing to consider.
All right, Nate, I digress. I'm going to head out. I will talk to you tomorrow morning as well with everything else. And whenever you need me for your chase, let me know.
Yep.
All right. Take care, Nate, and take care, chat. Everyone be safe. Have a good night.
Yep, that was Morgan, trusty helper that I have every now and then. So very good, very good. 4.1 earthquake that occurred here 12 minutes ago. So at 4:02 a.m. Eastern, 4.1 with a depth of 33 kilometers. So another aftershock there along the peninsula of Alaska. You were there, the 2011 tsunami and nuclear disaster. Know what's happening? Jeez. I'm glad you made it out, because that was a rough one. 100%. This is a very difficult one to go through. When I spoke to a mate in Kodiak after the earthquake, he said that it was long. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, seems how we even have aftershocks that continue to move on through after this. Yeah, but the main earthquake, the 8.2, I would not be surprised if it lasted for a good portion of a minute to even 5 minutes. Another earthquake just occurred, 4.7, about 6 minutes ago, with a depth of 6 kilometers. So that one's very close to the surface. A lot of activity here, again and again and again. It was 11, mate. Turned 12 days after the quake, just 4 days after. Donated one of my brother's organs. Sheesh. Yeah, as I said, I'm glad you're okay and you survived and you went through that. So the one thing about this that I will have to show you all, I am going to try and get this. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center updated tsunami threat for Alaska. Tsunami threat for this earthquake has now passed. Readings from deep ocean gauges verify that a significant tsunami is not expected for the coastal areas covered by this message. However, some coasts located closer to the earthquake that are covered by the U.S. National Tsunami Warning Center are still under a tsunami warning. So just by me looking at this, the areas that are not in a tsunami warning are not expected to actually get a huge tsunami, if a tsunami at all. So that is the super good news for two reasons. Number one, helps people, obviously, we wouldn't want a tsunami across the board. So that is very good, very good. And number two, I can finally go to sleep. Now I'll stay up for a little bit longer, even though I do have to storm chase tomorrow. I'm going to be storm chasing tornadoes, or a potential tornado, tomorrow. I still feel like I could continue to stay up a little bit, try and say, hey, the major threat is kind of a little bit off, according to this, but areas here in Alaska still could potentially get some activity. Now, I'm going to have to verify this officially. I'm going to try and see if I can get Tsunami warning. So there's a huge advisory at the moment. Dart systems. Too shallow to make big waves? I wouldn't say that, but I would say at the same time, yeah, it's pretty close to the, it's pretty shallow at the same time, so I mean, it's right along the Ring of Fire, so it's kind of in between a trench and very shallow, well, not exactly very shallow waters, because obviously, you know, to a human, it's not very shallow, but for an earthquake, it's a bit shallower, so. Could another powerful earthquake occur or just small aftershocks? So, just by me looking at this for right now, I would have to say that we probably won't be able to see another 8.2 earthquake again for this general vicinity, but no one should sleep on, you know, magnitude 4 aftershocks either, because it may be a bit of a nuisance to some people who are used to it, but others, you know, it can tip over some valuables and stuff like that, and that's more than a nuisance to some people who do not want it. So that's the one thing. Where will I be chasing tomorrow? Most likely in Pennsylvania. Most likely. But I would say aftershocks are more than likely within this. Within the range of magnitude 2s to magnitude 5s. But I would say more or less within the 3 and 4 range. Areas within the middle of that. So that is the good news here. As Morgan said again, this is one of the worst earthquakes in the world since 2018, and this was one of the worst earthquakes to hit the U.S. since what, 1965? That's what he said. But the good news here is that it didn't impact a whole lot besides Alaska here. And it could have been a lot worse. It really could have been a lot worse. So that really is the good news. Yeah, here's the message from the National Weather Service. Tsunami alerts. And you can see most of these areas here listed have less than a foot left of surge from this tsunami. So that's the good news. I'm actually going to see what else we have here. Earthquake is being evaluated for BC. Specific info. The risk assessment process includes confirmed observation of a generated tsunami. After confirmation, experts then determine the tsunami threat and possible wave arrival times. Info will be shared as soon as available. So that's the thing too. For British Columbia, they also said here that it's kind of half and half. So they don't have a warning per se for these areas. They just are continuing to look out for more information. So that's the thing right now that we got to watch out for. Yeah, we were actually covering severe weather prior to this. As I said, this is a weather channel that I own. Although I probably will have to do earthquakes to break in whenever there's like a significant earthquake again. Get out more information and stuff like that. But yeah, they did indeed have a tornado over there. We were covering that a little bit. It was a brief tornado, but is West Virginia in the clear for severe weather? For tomorrow, they are expected to get some severe weather, so that's something that I would definitely want to watch out for. Although it really depends upon where in West Virginia. So if you live in southern West Virginia, you guys aren't expected to get a lot. But if you live in northern West Virginia, specifically around the areas near Morgantown and Wheeling, maybe even Parkersburg, you guys could potentially get the threat for some strong damaging winds. Maybe even a tornado is possible, but there's a lot of terrain up there, so it might not be as huge of a threat compared to your counterparts to the east. People are asking about what's happening in California. The thing of it is we don't exactly know if this tsunami that occurred in Alaska will impact places like British Columbia, like California, stuff like that. A lot of these companies or agencies, I should say, are saying that they're monitoring this threat. There has been some that have said that the threat is not as high in some areas. Some of these haven't said a whole lot. So that's the thing. We don't really have a whole lot of information right now, but if you do live in these areas, I will say, if I were you all, I would continue to monitor your local agency. So if you live in the U.S., the National Weather Service is a good one there. All right, National Weather Service, whether it's the Tsunami Watch, the Tsunami Watch alerts here on Twitter, that's not a bad one. You also have closer areas for the Alaska region. You have Seattle. You have Portland over there. So I would just really want to watch out for all of that as this continues to move on through. You're also under a typhoon warning here in Tokyo. Let's see. Let's see if you are. Tropical Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Tropical Depression Nipartak. So I wouldn't say you guys are in a typhoon warning at the moment, but I definitely think you guys could have had a tropical system that went through your area too. So I did hear about the Olympics being delayed about that. I could have made a video about that. I just joined back into the fray today, but yeah, been trying to keep up with this as much as possible. They said for Hawaii there is going to be no tsunami. Yes, that is correct. They deemed tsunami unlikely due to the fact that Hawaii is relatively far away from this. But yeah, the thing that we have to stress is that there isn't a lot of information on this. For it being as recent as it has been. Multiple more earthquakes within the 4 magnitude categories, even some of the upper 4s with multiple 4.7s, even occurring at the same time, but at different depths. So there's a massive shift in the tectonic plates over there on the northern portion of the Ring of Fire, and it's just been really active as of late. Extraordinarily active as of late, I should say. I do want to quickly take a look over at the tsunami stations. We're going to take a look at Old Harbor. And so Old Harbor has indeed also been impacted as well. So with a depth of 5.82 or 0.582. And then it went up to, that would be 0.74. I think that's what it says here. So that went up about, it wasn't exactly all too high, was it? That was about, what, 6 inches to maybe even a foot? So not exactly very significant wave impact there from Old Harbor in Kodak Island. I do want to take a look again here at Sand Point. I want to see if there's been another wave to move on through. And yes, there is another wave. There is a second wave that is impacting this general vicinity here too. So it's all about how high these waves are. Now, the one thing I do have to mention here is that this did occur in low tide, which is the best case scenario for if you were to have a tsunami. It would limit as much impacts and it wouldn't be as high or as significant as, say, you would typically have in high tide. So that is the good news there. That this happened when it did. But there is a second wave that is occurring. And so we're going to have to continue to watch out for that as this continues to move on through. I'll stay on for a little bit longer. I just want to say thank you all so much for helping me get to where I am today. 12,780 subscribers. That is amazing. Thank you guys so much. We're 20 away from 12,800. So thank you so much. We've got 1,121 likes. I really do appreciate all the support that you guys give me for the likes, because that does get onto YouTube's algorithm, and that does get the information out to people who may not know what's going on. So that's greatly appreciated. So that's another 4. Or maybe just an update for a 4. That's the one thing I do like about this program with Earthquake 3D Plus, is that this does give you live updates with your earthquakes, according to the USGS. And it does show up on here with your latitude and longitude. So, really gonna have to watch out for that. The one thing I actually was considering, though, something that would actually help out my YouTube channel a bit on the weather perspective, because this is a weather YouTube channel that is mainly oriented from this. It just so happened that I was at the end of my weather live stream. 8.2 earthquake happened, and I decided to continue to cover. I mean, we've been live streaming for 9 hours now, and so the show goes on, I guess. But I was thinking about actually taking 2 websites that consistently upload data as as frequent as possible to try and provide updates, combine the two and like create these little notifications and stuff like that, so that people may be able to have kind of this giant consensus of weather alerts, to where they can have like tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, reports of weather, whether it's tree damage, tornado damage, whatever sorts of stuff like that, or any sort of earthquake data, stuff like that. So let's see. If you have damage to report, please contact your local emergency manager and relay it to your local National Weather Service office. Remember, strong currents may remain a danger for several hours after unusual waves appear to settle. So even the rip current risk starts to amplify too. The risk remains, and warnings and advisories continue. Stay tuned to tsunami.gov for more updates. Let's see. I'm going to try and refresh the page here. But sheesh. I don't see any reports of damage. That's the good news, of course. Alright, so the second wave occurred, and it is a lot lower than the first one. So that is the good news. The first wave was the significant one. So it originally had a depth of 0.68 meters, and then it went up to 0.78 meters. If I can see it, there you go. So 0.78 meters. So that was only a tenth of a meter there. Only a tenth of a meter. Which is only, what, a couple inches above the typical wave. So Yeah, that's the good news. That's the good news right here. But there still could be irregular waves. Obviously, currents could be rather fishy, if you will. So, lot to kind of digest there. Just a brief look at the severe thunderstorm warnings across the board here. You can see that there is a lot of damaging winds across the board here in Chicago, even into South Bend, Indiana, heading towards Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. So if you guys live within any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, highly advise you guys go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the strong damaging winds as possible, because if you put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors, you can protect yourself just in case if there's any sort of trees or power lines that fall on top of your house, damage your roof, damage the side of the wall, and wouldn't exactly be that big of a risk if you were in the innermost portion of your building. What are the chances you get a tsunami in Northern California? Very low at the moment. Very low at the moment. Just by me looking at the data here from the wave heights. Just by me looking at the wave heights. But as the National Weather Service does continue to get more and more information, I don't want to say we, because I'm not exactly that figure, more or less. I'm not a professional like them by any stretch of the imagination. All right, I do not have a degree in whatever. I'm just using the data that they provide and relaying it to the people of the public who are interested. So just by me looking at this right here, the wave heights within most of these have been at maximum a foot above normal. And so it seems how most of this has been happening at low tide. Not exactly a massive threat here, I would see. But don't just listen to me. Listen to your local agencies, your National Weather Service. There's a bunch of National Weather Service that forecast for the coast. You also have the, for Canada, you have the agency over there for British Columbia. So I definitely watch out for them, see what information they have. And if they do issue any sort of stuff like that, I would really advise that you guys do heed them with the utmost caution. All right, it's time now for me to go ahead and hang it up. I've been live streaming for 9 hours and 7 minutes now. As I said, originally my weather content was there. The purpose of me live streaming, I guess, today. And it translated to a earthquake and tsunami coverage. So there we go. I hope you guys did enjoy this. If you did, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe if you are new. I would greatly appreciate that. Especially since we can just continue to grow as a community here. And continue to try and get the word out as much as possible. That's the big thing here. Try to relay as much information, use the information and the knowledge that we have gained from it to make judgments and hopefully try and save some lives. That's always about it. Always about it there. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I'm pretty tired. Very tired, actually. And I have to storm chase tomorrow for the potential of a tornado event in the Ohio River Valley, even to the northeast. So whether or not I find a tornado, who knows? Whether or not there's a tornado, who knows? But I gotta take that risk. I gotta see if I can get something, and hopefully I can provide you all with more content, such as potentially a live stream for whenever I storm chase, or even some sort of edited video for you all. So thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. So peace out, everyone.